and the United States, alongside Great Britain, Australia and Spain, with some of the world's best players gracing the Ken Rosewell Arena. The women and the men, it is a joint competition, the first of its kind, backed by the Tours, have been out here, certainly for a few hours or two, coming into the stadium around 7:30 this morning. It'll be a very big day for the Czech Republic, who are leading Germany by 2 matches to love after the opening day's play. One of the unique aspects of this competition is it is played over a couple of days, and we are going to open up with the #1 singles, Laura Siegermann of Germany taking on the in-form Petra Kvitova. Then it'll be the turn of the second-ranked men. Oskar Ote will take on the 20-year-old, the youngster Dalibor Sversinka, coming in for Thomas Majchak, who was unfortunately injured the other day against Francis Tiafoe. And then the doubles, it may change, but there may be an opportunity for Julia Lohoff and Fabian Fallert to take on the Czechs. We shall see. Much to ponder as we go through this day's session, but it's wonderful to have you with us. The Czech Republic were beaten on the opening day's play here. That was on Thursday and Friday by the United States. They're having a break. I guess they're possibly down at Bondi and taking in some of the sights. They will be back tomorrow to take on Germany. And so the Czech Republics will also have a couple of days off to see whether they make the city finals. What we do know is they must beat Germany today to have any chance of going through to Wednesday's playoff. Everyone getting used to this new format. The Czechs, though, really have embraced the team competition, as you would expect from a country that has great strength in depth, has a fabulous club system and culture. And in the trophy cabinet, somewhere in the Czech Republic, I'm not sure exactly where they reside, are numerous Fed Cups and Davis Cups. And for Petra Kvitova, back at home in Monte Carlo, there's also a Hopman Cup as well, which she won back in 2014 with the now retired Thomas Berdych. Jiri Vanik leads his team, a former pro. And Germany, much to ponder. Great to see. You see the tall figure of Sasha Zverev just coming up the rear. Good to see him back after a very long hiatus. And it is a strong German team, so expect them to fight hard and compete well today. Led out by Sasha's brother, Misha, a former top player himself. So the quality in terms of the playing standard of the captains has been very high. That's chosen by the #1 singles player, which is Sasha, using a protected ranking here. Back of your picture, you can just see in the yellow cap, Laura Siegermann, who will play the first singles, led by the #1 player for her team, very talented Julia Niemeyer, who made the quarterfinals at Wimbledon last year. So we're all set for a really good day's play. The crowds certainly have come in, particularly in the evening sessions. The day is a little slow to build, and I think you'll forgive the fans on New Year's Day if they're not here bang on 10 o'clock. But we do hope they come in, because this Ken Rosewell Arena is just it's fabulous to behold now with the refit a few years ago. And it provides a fitting stage for the group stage, but also for the finals as well, which were played on Friday, next Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So just await the teams. It will be presented to court in just a few seconds.
Please give a warm welcome to our first team representing the Czech Republic, led out by Captain Jiri Vanek. It's Dalibor Sverčina, Jessica Malečková, Marie Boskova, Jiří Lechečka, and Petra Kvitova. That is your team, Czech Republic. Their opponents for today's session, representing Germany, led out by Captain if you are able to, please now be upstanding for the national anthems of the Czech Republic and Germany.
Is there a better way than to start off a brand new year wearing the tracksuits of your country? Many players excel in this format. Petra Kvitova, well, doesn't when she competes individually, but she has been the major cheerleader for the Czech team. And both these countries have great club systems and cultures, and they appreciate, they'll go back and play cup tennis in the off-season. They really understand the joy and what can come from a really strong team performance, and just how much fun it can be. And certainly the Czechs, they are the the really pumped team. I think they're having a lot of fun off court as well, and that is driven by Petra Kvitova. The Germans, though, have certainly work to do today. I'm Sam Smith, and I'm always delighted to be alongside Casey Delacqua. Casey, Happy New Year.
Same to you, Sam. Very, very Happy New Year. Excited to be in 2023 and excited for this matchup today.
I've got to say, I've already broken my first New Year's resolution.
No.
I should not have had that muffin on the way in this morning.
I know, the Kit Kats are in the makeup room too, and I thought, don't do it, Casey.
Oh, you
start off 2023.
Okay, let's get through a day.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. I've already broken it for everyone. But no, it is special, isn't it? Putting on your tracksuit, for you, Australia, for me, Great Britain on. It's for many, there's nothing better to start the new year with a team competition. We've got used to it. Didn't always used to be this way. Everyone used to head down to Brisbane for the international. But this, for the next 7 years, is what we will be doing right at the start of every season.
Hello, Petra. Our guest photo for this morning, Alfred. We're going to have a photo with him after the toss, please, and one photo for you alone. It's normal stuff, you know about it. Just a quick reminder, we have a net device. We have a live hook also. All the line will be called by the machine. And it's this is a shot clock in the corner there. TV changeover. Any question? No. So this is tails and this is head. Heads. You, Sam, okay. Photo, please.
Alfred's work is done. What's also been wonderful is on this court just a few minutes ago, the hot shots are out there. They put the little nets across, and all the kids are batting backwards and forwards, and something that Tennis Australia has done for many years now. Get the kids down on the court, get a sense of what it's like to be a plant that dream. Alfred doesn't want to leave. I don't blame him. It is magnificent here, this Ken Rosewell Arena. I hear that the great man was up in Brisbane watching, where he lives in Queensland these days, but he is driving down. Yes, driving down. He's in his 80s, I think, later than earlier, 80s. And he's driving down to Sydney with a few stops with friends along the way. So
exciting to see.
He will certainly be here at some time next week, and we will be so pleased to see him. As we are, it seems, a rejuvenated Petra Kvitova. She's come a long way, hasn't she, Casey, from that kind of young, raw talent from the eastern part of the Czech Republic in Bilovec. I mean, it's a tennis backwater, just having dad coach her and hitting with her two brothers. And certainly we feel a resurgence coming on now at 16 in the world, and brilliant against Jessica Pegula in her opening match.
Yeah, I think these conditions really suit Petra Kvitova. She's a big hitter. She can get on top of the ball and get in control of a lot of rallies. Played well, got the lefty serve working, and I think Pegula gave her some angles to work with, and she used them well and truly. So it's going to be a tough match for Ziegerman today, just purely because of Petra's capabilities out here on Ken Rosewell Arena, but also having that previous match the other day against Pegula as well.
Yes, that has been a big factor, because it's the opening salvo really for Laura Siegemund, and it certainly takes you, if not one game, a couple of outings to get going. But she is renowned, the 34-year-old, as a great competitor. Comes from the southern part of Germany in Filderstadt, which used to be the home of a very famous tournament played at a club there. It's now the Porsche Grand Prix, played at the Porsche Arena in Stuttgart, a tournament that she won. Just trying to work out, 6 years ago now. She has been a top 30 singles player. She's ranked in that position in doubles. I would say fairly much ignore her WTA ranking of 177. She's didn't play a lot last year. She's had some injuries, but still a very good competitor. I had a look actually to see if you'd played Laura in singles, and you hadn't, but I bet you must have been across the net in doubles, surely.
No. Isn't that fascinating?
How did you miss each other?
Yeah, I don't know.
She's great on both tours,
yeah,
US Open champion. But give us some idea of what, I think most people have a great understanding of what Petra brings to the court. What about Laura?
Well, Laura is, for me, one of the better competitors on tour. She's, as we see there, head-to-head, Kvitova leads that 2-0 at the last meeting a few years ago now. But I think Laura, she is a really, really tough competitor. I think she's going to thrive having the team zone in the corner there. But I think, you know, she's going to make Petra play a lot of ball. She's going to look to come forward where possible. She'll stay up on the baseline, but she'll defend really well as well. So I think we're going to expect her to try and extend a few of the rallies, but as I said, she's always looking to mix in that variety as well. But it's just the firepower of Kvitova that's always a matter of concern when she's playing.
Two captains who certainly know their way around the ATP Tour. A very fine singles and doubles player, and certainly seeming to be overseeing younger brother Sasha's career, as I think he has pretty much hung up his rackets. We're delighted to have you with us here at the Olympic Park and this fantastic Ken Rosewell Arena. It poured down just a few hours ago, but what was wonderful, the players, I have to say, Petra and Laura, they were in here 7:45 this morning, maybe even earlier, and they were able to practice because it has this wonderful canvas on. So it has really, it has transformed it. Those 35 million Australian dollars, well worth the investment.
Well, yeah, a few Januaries ago we had plenty of rain. This year we've touched wood, we've only had a bit, but is a beautiful arena.
Do you remember all the years, I know when you were playing here, some of the evenings when it would pour down and players would be hanging around, but it's also much more, far more comfortable for the fans on those blisteringly hot days. It's actually transformed it. I was told this morning, actually, the New South Wales netball teams play here, the Giants and the Swifts.
They do. It's a great venue to be able to switch a netball court in for a tennis court. Actually, we had a little bit of a run around on the netball court one day with some of my colleagues, and instead of a bit of tennis.
What position did you play?
I'm a great shooter.
So were you goal shooter?
GA.
Oh, you were goal attack.
Yeah.
I was goal attack.
Were you?
You got 2 goal attacks in the commentary box, because we could play around the centre, but we could also knock those goals in as well.
It's a key position.
It's a violent game, isn't it? It's a violent game. Much prefer tennis. The win predictor is based on a player's history, recent form, and also head-to-head. And given that Petra has smoked Laura in their last couple of meetings on hard and on clay, understandably, she is the strong favourite out here. But, Casey, as you well know from all those years in Fed Cup, team competitions can produce upsets all across the board. This competition already well underway. It's the 4th day's play.
Petra Kvitova, Team Czech Republic, to serve.
Two-time Wimbledon champion to
Ready?
Open up the new year.
Play. Hit in love. Out. 15 all.
Petra got off to a slow start 12 months ago. Just won the one match across Adelaide, Sydney, and then the Australian Open, where she lost first round, but started to roll in Miami, where she made the quarterfinals, lost to new world #1, Iga Swiatek, and then picked up the title on grass at Eastbourne, beating Yelena Ostapenko in the final. There was high hopes for her at Wimbledon.
30-15.
Interestingly, since she won in 2014, in Jeannie Bouchard, and that final seemed a long time ago. It was a long time ago now. She's never been beyond the 4th round, and she was stopped in the 3rd by Paula Badoza of Spain, 5 and 6. And it was one of those matches where she just played really well, but just made a few too many unforced errors. That was a surprise result for many, and very disappointing for Petra. And then she went to the States and was runner-up in Sydney,
15.
beating Onsha Burr, Barbara Krejcikova before losing to Caroline Garcia, and then 4th round of the US Open, where actually she lost to Pegula. So still relevant and dangerous at the age of 32. Why shouldn't she be? There's still more in Petra, we suspect.
Game, Team Czech Republic.
Picking up from where she left off against Jessica Pegula just a couple of days ago.
First game.
Petch, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sam. I'm not going to say Happy New Year to Casey, because I've just said Happy New Year to Casey. So I'm not being rude, Casey, but it was lovely to see you already. Everybody well?
We can see you just sort of just about well,
what a joy that must be for you.
a couple of feet behind. Don't start. Just a couple of feet behind Adel Noor in the umpire's chair down at the Team Germany end. What are you looking forward to in this matchup?
Just watching both these two players play. I love watching both of them play, Laura and Petra. They're both obviously front foot players. It's always interesting to see how those sort of players can get in control of the point very quickly. And I'd like to see Laura just play through the middle a lot more, not try and perhaps go for as many winners as she tends to do at times on the court, but I'd like to try and see her put the ball deep through the middle of the court against Petra after what I saw from Petra against Jess Pegula. So just try and condense the court a little bit so she doesn't have so much baseline to defend.
New Year's resolution for you, Petra: be nicer to Sam. Try.
Yeah, I think I'm going to fail on day one. That's not great.
Don't be so punchy with me.
That's a high expectation on New Year's Day.
Love 15.
Laura Siegemund is quite a polarising figure on the women's tour because she's such a competitor. It can spill over into extreme feistiness sometimes, but you have to admire her for someone who has just kept going through an enormous amount of adversity.
Net, second service.
She actually won the World Championships under-12, the Orange Bowl, and 20 years after Steffi Graf, the first German female to do so. And of course the hype around her is just crazy, and she couldn't deal with it, and it took her a long time to transition onto the main tour. And she found in her mid-20s she was getting injured and she wasn't enjoying it, and actually took some time out to do a psychology degree. Effectively became a part-time player. Took her coaching license, which is almost like a degree in itself in Germany. Not surprisingly, came top of the class and was playing some Bundesliga. Just was part-time, a few pro events, but then came back seriously. And in 2016 had her breakthrough year. You'll probably remember this, Casey. In April 2017, had the best week of her life, winning in Stuttgart, her home tournament that she used to go and watch as a youngster. Saw Steffi play there, was inspired to take up the game, and then just literally a few weeks later blew out her right ACL. And then it was back to square one, was out for a year, down the rankings, but she has clawed her way up. She's had a few injuries in between, but she's, you have to love her. She's still out there.
Blistering return. I love Siegemund's tenacity. She's always had that glimmer in her eye of that tenacious competitor, and I think that's shows in regards to her resilience in coming back, as you mentioned, from some terrible injuries.
Good team player, someone you want to fight for you. That's just a little taster of what Laura brings to the court. I'm so disappointed that you haven't played her in singles or doubles. I was expecting a tale of epic story.
You know what?
Massive
I don't even know if I've ever practiced with her either. Which
have you ever seen her before?
First time today. No, of course I've watched it, but yeah. You know, sometimes you go through the tour, there's players that you end up playing numerous times and there's ones you just happen to miss and be dependent on where you're at in your career. But I've certainly watched enough of her to know the type of competitor she is.
15 love.
Certainly faced that serve before against Petra.
Well, I'm going to mention it now. What the hell? Let's start off as we mean to carry on. You did get smoked by her, didn't you? I mean, as everyone, so many players had.
Yeah.
In Montreal, I'll bring it all back to you, nearly 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not the only one. I'm sure I learned a lot of lessons from that match particularly. I did.
Note to Sam, be kinder to Casey.
Thanks, Petch. You got my back.
Out.
30 love.
It started already.
It has. It's only first day of the year. My goodness.
Opening few minutes of commentary.
Yes, I did get smoked.
What did you learn? What did you learn?
Well, I learnt very quickly the pace of, or the weight of shot and the pace of shot that Petra Kvitova brings to the court. For me, it was a real eye-opener to face a ball as big as that. And I certainly felt like I was on the back foot from the get-go in everything I did within that match. And I remember that feeling and
30-15.
taking a back step on a bigger court in Montreal, and I felt like I was playing up against the back of the court.
Do you think the big court helps Petra in many ways?
I do, because I think she's right up on the baseline, and then on a bigger court you feel like you have so much, and you just subconsciously tend to move back off the baseline with that big ball. I did it against Madison Keys as well. I remember the same thing happened. And obviously the benefit of Kvitova being a lefty, she served body particularly well that day, I remember, and just the variety that she has on serve, keeping you off balanced on return.
Excellent start here from Kvitova, and we are on serve early stages of this opening set.
Czech Republic leads 2-1.
Well, I have to say, the Botanical Gardens is a wonderful spot. It didn't look like this, I have to say, 12 hours ago. It was a fortress packed with hundreds of thousands of New Year's Eve revelers. But I think there will be a fast tidying up effort today to restore it to its former glory. There's a lovely walk actually down there from the CBD and cut through and head over to the Opera House and around the quay. Not bad, the city you live in, Casey. Not bad at all.
Beautiful city.
Never take. Always takes your breath away every time you see it. Never take it for granted. Long-time coach Petra, and now fiance. Everything going well in Kvitova's world. Good player back in the day.
Time.
She's really enjoying herself. I think maybe she's just decided to have fun this season and see what happens.
I get that vibe too. I think she's got a big smile on her face walking around the corridor and really enjoying this event.
Out. 15 love.
12 months ago, Siegemund was injured. Actually, she didn't play from the Olympics in Tokyo all the way through to a couple of months into the new year. Sadly had to miss Australian. Her ranking went back down into the 300s.
And entered in this event off her protected ranking
50-all.
of 57.
Glad you reminded me of that. This protected ranking is the ranking that you are when you stop, and you get a certain amount. It seems to change slightly each year, but you get a certain amount of tournaments to use that ranking on to get you back up onto the tour. Something that you've used over the years. I think it does work, doesn't it?
I think it does work, and you obviously work extremely hard to get your ranking to a certain level. So then when you have an injury, it just gives you that breathing space to recover, and then know that you've got, I think it's 8 tournaments and maybe 2 Grand Slams. It used to be 1 Grand Slam back in the day, but it just gives you an opportunity to get at least back into the tournament to get your ranking back up.
As you'd expect, Laura's been smart. She's used it on some occasions, but she also dropped back down and played 25,000s. I mean, really the bottom rung. She doesn't seem to have any issue, you know, as a top player. She's won the US Open doubles, just going right to the bottom again and starting back. That's not a problem for her.
Well, it's just so smart, isn't it? We know she's a good competitor, but to easily drop back to playing ITF events, making sure she's getting court time.
Some players might be a bit sniffy about doing that if they've been a top level. Not Laura, who's performed very well on the doubles tour last year as well.
Yeah, let's not forget there was 11 protected rankings used for the Australian Open on the ladies' side, wasn't there? It's been absolutely crazy.
It has.
There's 6 on the men's side on the protected rankings. It's obviously made the cut incredibly tough for some of those players that were around the world's top 100.
Yeah. I feel like Australian Open is the one event players tend to want to use their protected ranking. They start afresh and think we'll use it down under.
Game Team Germany. Two games all.
Just a reminder in terms of the tie. See bottom right of your screen, Czechs in pole position. Just need one more match win to defeat Germany. There'll be 3 matches today, so opportunity for the Germans to come back for what could be a very long day session. All matches will be played regardless, because some of the results may count if either team gets to the city finals. Laura Robson, who's actually had a win against Petra Kvitova, famously actually in the Australian Open, said that after a while you get used to the pace of Kvitova. That may be a very individual experience, but what hurts you is the fact she can hit any spot on the court with her ground strokes and her serve. It's not always pace, it's accuracy as well.
I would absolutely agree with that. You do tend to get used to the pace of ball. In Montreal, I certainly didn't, because I think I was just in complete and utter shock of the pace of shot coming at me. but particularly on serve, I felt like it was always so difficult to break Kvitova because you would feel so off balance. You'd get used to her going slider, or then she'd go big out wide, or so I felt like particularly off serve.
Fault. Fault.
15-30.
Kvitova's turn to look at 15-30 now. And something that the Game Insight group, who have put together an awful lot of data for us, have really focused on is not just the break points, but the points that lead to a break point. 15-30s, love 30s, and how vital they are. We can get very caught up in break points.
Yeah.
But here is a break point, and it's the first of this opening set.
30-14.
Double fault, and this game has just opened the door for the German.
Use.
And she's come out, hasn't she, like one of those fireworks on the Sydney Harbour Bridge last night. She is fizzing.
I like that analogy. It's a good one.
Let's try. It's all downhill from now. I'm going to start strong, opening 20 minutes of the year.
Advantage Team Czech Republic.
Particularly warm, pleasant this morning, but very high humidity. It's a bit that Petra Kvitova, as an asthmatic, does not enjoy.
Give me the ball.
Must have been an iffy one that's drifted in. Maybe one from last year they found at the back of the court.
Deuce. Advantage Team Czech Republic. Deuce.
Third double in this game. Casey, what's going on there? Actually, Petch, you're really close. What are you seeing?
Yeah, she just had a little look up there. I don't know whether on that ad side, whether the bright LED lights are somewhat in her vision when she's throwing the ball up. It's because she just had a quick look over her left shoulder there. So whether that was just somewhat distracting her or not, I'm not sure. But I wouldn't mind seeing Sigerman actually just drop back a little bit deeper here on this juice to try and make this return rather than hugging the baseline in the way that she is. I just feel like against Petra, I know that she's obviously got huge pace, but if you can get her to miss, get her to put some doubt in her mind, I almost feel as though the German is trying to play a little too aggressively. I kind of feel if you go through the middle there, for example, and just get her to miss a few balls, get her to feel less comfortable about her own game. But at the moment, when you hug the baseline here, Petra will feel if she hits her spots, she's going to be absolutely fine and in control.
Well, the former Wimbledon champion has negotiated her first spot of bother. And we remain on serve in this opening set. 3-2, Team Czech Republic.
Team Czech Republic leads 3 games to 2.
It's always a balancing act, Casey and Sam, isn't it? When you return, you know, in one way it looks great when you're up on the baseline as Laura is, but where it hurts you is on your +4 shot. If you don't get a great return in, like on that last point, it doesn't look like a bad return where it bounced, but it had absolutely nothing on it. And then obviously Petra's able to lean into the next one, doesn't actually have to hit a target as close to the line, and you're actually defending because you're now right up on the baseline, haven't had enough time to get deep. And that just makes life quite easy for Petra. I would like to see Sigerman just drop back a bit occasionally, hit one from deep, and then have her weight transference moving forward rather than allowing Petra a pretty easy +1 to keep her under pressure.
Ken Rosal Arena playing host to Group C and D. And Casey, Mark's just been talking about how aggressively that Laura's played this match up on the baseline. Maybe needs to drop back a little.
Yeah,
just get Petra to play some tennis. Are you with her?
Yeah,
are you with him?
Yeah, I'm with Petch. I think particularly off the juice court, she's hitting her spots really well, and I think taking a couple of steps back but going hard and fast through that middle part of the court isn't a bad option to try and get some depth, because I've seen matches, and we all have, where if she doesn't get her serve going, that can affect the flow on in terms of Petra's whole game. So yeah, I think it wouldn't be a bad tactic for Sigerman to use on serve against when she's returning.
Second first, but it's the same. Beforehand, she's off. This is the first serve contact. It's like she's savoring every return. She's like Roger in 2013.
Love 15.
And if you just caught that, Michelle just, I think, a quick chat with one of the coaches. They're actually already talking about what Petra's been saying about the contact point and return of Laura and how far up the court it is. And in those team zones, they have all the data that you can get your head around, and maybe some that you can't. They can watch matches from other cities, they can see replays of this one. They've got a touchscreen, they can just pull up any sort of data they want, first serve percentages, anything that might be useful to feed back to the player.
Net, second service. Out. 15-13. 30 all.
Now Kvitova's turn to eye up a break point. Major champion, such a good front runner. This is a critical moment in the context of this opening set and also the tie, given the scoreline and the deficit that Germany are trying to make up.
Net for service.
How quickly things can change here, particularly on such a fast court.
Team Czech Republic leads 4 games to 2.
Last game before we change the balls. Casey, how important are the balls in the context of this match going to matter, because they're getting heavier and heavier now?
Well, I think Kvitova's got the firepower to be able to use the heavier balls after 6 games to be able to hit through the court more. One more game till new balls.
Love 15.
I'm not sure it matters what she uses. I give her a stone to knock across the net. She'll be fine, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
Das war auch der erste Ho in diesem Match. Ich habe hier Turbulenzen im Sitz die ganze Zeit.
Net for service.
Kids-Version.
That must be Galah for Happy New Year.
15 all.
Oh, they're not Galahs, they're crows.
Yeah, they're crows, definitely.
God, they're noisy. Goodness me, they're noisy.
Yeah, the Aussie birds, they're...
It's the Galahs in Brisbane, isn't it?
Yeah, they're not peaceful birds, are they? It's not like you wake up to the birds and it's peaceful.
Siegman on the march again here.
30.
There's another pressure point for Kvitova to face. She's been the better of the two in that department. And once again at 15-30, delivers a first serve.
30 on.
Don't go there. There's not much space.
classic case in this game, isn't it, for Sigerman? It's actually not been her return that's actually been the problem. It's been the +4 shot that's let her down. That's the third one that she's missed. And again, as I go back, she's off balance a lot of the time for that +4 shot because of how close she is on the baseline. Sometimes you're looking at, well, she's making every return, so therefore that's not a problem with the return. But you've got to look at the consequence of where you're standing. I mean, she is well inside that baseline for that first serve return. I mean, that is a lot of real estate she's got to cover to get back behind the baseline to get into a comfortable place for a +4 shot. It's better hit a great return.
Deuce.
Petra's hit a lot of serves. I haven't got Hawkeye down here, but just on my sense, she's hit a lot of first serves on this due side into the backhand side of Sigerman, trying to get the ball back through the middle of the court to get her forehand into play as her kind of first shot. There was one serve in this game that she went out wide, and Sigerman managed to drag it into that backhand side. I'll be interested to see what she does here.
Come on.
Advantage in Germany.
Well, that's 5 double faults now. There were 3 in her last game. And they're coming in both deuce and ad courts with some frequency now. And from a really good position. Sigerman's got a chance to break back here.
Net for service.
There's the variety on serve from Kvitova, but I don't know what you think as well, Petch, but it seems to me on second serve, was just letting that ball toss drop a little bit too low, and she's just dragging those second serves into the net. Needs to commit to second serve and get up and out of that.
Just see the left of your screen. Sigerman not the greatest at getting the immediate break back when broken. But she's got another opportunity here.
Yeah, Casey, I'd agree with that. Second serve, she's got a relatively high ball toss at times. Of course, on the second serve, most players have a higher ball toss than their first, and definitely not getting up. And plus, obviously, let's not forget, this is 7th game. The balls are at their heaviest. You've got to drive a little bit more with your legs. They're a little fluffier. If you don't throw the racket at the ball fast enough, it is going to die off your strings.
Starting to get interesting here, and Sigerman gets the break back, so we're on serve in this
Team
opening
Czech
set.
Republic leads 4 games to 3. Ball change, please.
No, I mean, she's playing very deep.
She makes more than 2 steps.
This is her game, so I mean, you are reacting like here. What do you have to do?
Yeah,
if you stay close to the line,
that position, like maybe I'm too far
You're
back, and that's why
too close. That's why. If you're too close, you have no time to defend. Return too close.
Yeah, but I'm talking in the rally. You know that once she is able to hit it, do I have to stand more close anyway, or I'm not too far back?
If you,
I'm 2 meters behind the line.
You're too far back because you're too close. You return close, and then after you turn, you move backwards.
but look here.
Return.
Except for like 2 misses.
You return, second serve return. The only points you won is when you return further back. The closer you return, you lose.
Yeah?
Yes. The second serve, the red one is the ones you lost. The green one's the one you won. You won the ones where you're further back. You're still very. It's
when you hit the ball.
Like 20 centimeters.
But 20 is a split second where you have more time to react. The balls, you have 20, like a split second.
I feel like second serve, I don't have so much problem. I feel like I have problem on the first serve, and I thought it wasn't back. You think I have to be more back?
A little bit. I mean, a little bit.
Because then the angle just goes away.
Every pressure point goes to your backhand. Knowing this, you go forward, but know it's going here. Not one pressure point serve went to the forehand, except for one on ad side, just one.
But doesn't that mean I have to cut even more?
Just know where the ball's going. If you want to cut. If you want to have more time, step back. You know where it's going.
Bullseye! That's what Pej and yourself have just been talking about. She's standing too close on the return, and she is someone that copes very well with data. She's very academic, she's highly analytical, sometimes too much so. But she needed to see it, she said, to believe it.
Exactly what Pej said in terms of words, but I'm returning really well. But it's the consequences of that Pej was talking about.
For many years, I couldn't do anything.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, hey Pej.
Do they? It's good to hear, Casey. Obviously getting a bit of a bump up. Oh, I had a front row seat for that. That was an arrow. Went straight to his mark. That was a great shot, and that's the danger. As good as that second serve was, and that's probably about as well as Sigerman can hit a second serve, it does create the angle for that shot.
Out. 15-all.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, ladies, when you watch tour events going forward from here with the relaxation of coaching rules, how many coaches, data analysis are going to be sitting, obviously, in the coaching boxes with iPads and actually looking at this data and being able to tell the players exactly what Misha Zverev was saying. Look, every pressure point she served to your backhand here, I mean, it is going to be an explosion. The entourages are going to get bigger. I know for the first time, Tennis Australia magnificently have actually credited data analysis with being an official part of the entourage.
Yeah, and I think the trick is going to be educating the younger generation around that, so they get used to and familiar, because I do think different players take data very differently. But if you're used to it from a very young age and you're very well aware of what's coming at you, then I think it can be so powerful.
Well, you embrace it like Laura, almost someone's over-analytical. Just to clarify, a pressure point is a break point, or love 30, 15-30, or 30-all. The point that leads to a potential break point. So they're the areas that we're talking about.
40-15.
And right now they're about 50-50, these two in that department, as you would expect from the scoreline. If you have just joined us, just a couple of breaks in the last two games. On serve now, though, with these new balls.
Fault. Fault.
40-30.
First double for the German.
I think the other thing that's going to be interesting, I wasn't actually looking down the Czech end at the end of that last game, but with the differential in pace of ball at the changes, you know, after 7 and 9 games, how often players that potentially didn't used to change their rackets for string tensions do, because there seems as though there's a very significant difference between the end of the 7th and the 9th game and the beginning with new balls. I mean, look at Petra there.
Game, Team Germany.
Now, she has just lost 3 shots there by about 1.5 meters. So if she didn't change her racket, and as I say, I wasn't watching, and if she has, then she still needs a tighter one when these new balls come out of the can.
Yeah, I don't think she did. But I have seen majority of players, even Niemeyer yesterday, all flicking through new rackets for that reason.
Yeah, it's going to really make sure who's on it, aren't they, with their equipment and understanding their string technology.
Love 15.
This is an imperfect environment for Lara, isn't it? Team, data, Misha Zverev, who clearly is very adept at picking out exactly what is required and reading it very carefully. Just lovely shots of Marie Boskova over the last couple of days. There's Marie right in centre. Yuri Lehechta's just blocking our view. She's got her apple there. She was often peering at the screen, looking utterly confused and asking questions. And you know, she's got some catching up to do. Great experience for the 24-year-old.
Maybe she's an Android user. Use of the slice against Kvitova is a good shot, isn't it? I wouldn't say that it's Lara's greatest shot. Doesn't often get it to knife through. She kind of has that sort of real sort of hockey stick end to the slice where it ends up sort of just spinning significantly and slowing up. But she got that one down below the height of the net, which forced it to come into play.
So another one of those pressure points right here, the 20th of the contest so far.
Thank you, bye-bye.
That's something that Misha Zverev said to Lara. Every time Petra's got one of these pressure points, she goes back. She goes to the Siegmund backhand.
$15, 14.
Chance here for another break. How often does Petra on a key moment just take the outside edge of a line?
40.
Yeah, it's just skimmed over the net as well.
That was too good.
It's very fortunate, isn't he, Sasha, to have had his father and mother, who are both very good players, and they're overseeing his tennis, and now much more Misha, his brother, who's been a top player, who's practiced with all his life. He's well looked after. Again, Petra going wide to the backhand, break point down.
Yeah, that's the challenge. You can hear Misha saying too good, because sometimes she does go wide and it doesn't matter how much you're covering that. She cut off the angle well, but it just landed too short in the middle of the court, opens up the court for Kvitova to hit that beautiful backhand cross court.
It was really short.
For the last 6 games have gone to juice. A very competitive middle part of this set.
Advantage Team Czech Republic.
Отдала подняться. Long way, yeah, but here, она тут играла.
Net for service.
Come on.
Gears. Advantage Team Czech Republic.
Kvitova just working her way through this tricky game. Longest of the set so far. Well to fend off those couple of break points. This is really an entertaining start to the new year, and the Czech Republic push ahead once more in this opening set.
Czech Republic leads 5 games to 4.
Well, whatever happens here today, the Czechs will have a couple of days off, and I suspect they might make their way down to Bondi, which is your part of the world, close to your part of the world, isn't it?
It is, not far. Beautiful beach, beautiful scenery. You can head to Bondi icebergs and...
It's everything that us in the UK and in Europe, when we think of Australia, this is what we have in our heads. We think it's like everybody surfs in the morning. You a surfer?
No, I'm not a surfer. Nah, I love the water though. My son is obsessed with Bondi Rescue, the TV show. I'm not sure if you've watched that.
Does he do nippers and all? Yeah,
he doesn't do nippers yet, but we basically live at the beach in summer, so he gets out on the boards.
50-minute opening set. Still work to do for the two-time major champion here, alongside coach and fiance Yuri Vanek.
Time.
Czechs not using quite as much data as the Germans, but it's all available to them.
Love.
Where have the compression socks gone for Laura? She used to wear those black knee highs that you see so many of the runners use. That was a trademark.
I don't know what's happened to those. I haven't even seen her practicing them in them either.
They've gone.
All.
Best Australian Open for Lauer came 7 years ago now, where she made the third round, but quarter-final at Roland Garros. That's really been one of the highlights of her career. That's really big from Petra.
15-30.
So this is what we've been talking about in developing these kind of points, not just break points, but love 30, 15, 30, 30, or a point that leads to a break point, and Kvitova edging it. And 4 points is an awful lot in the context, not just of a set, but of a match. Now
15-14.
It's been a set that you rather feel that Laura Siegemund has had to hang on to. She was the first to be broken. Now facing a couple of set points. Petra continuing her good work from where she left off against the Americans, and it's Team Czech Republic who take the opening set. Petra wins it by 6 games to 4. That was a meaty set in terms of all the little momentum swings, the breaks, the break back. Wasn't straightforward at all for the two-time major champion, who's had so much success on this court, winning a couple of titles here in Sydney. This is something that Siegemund, I have to say, I've seen her a lot, does. She always seems to go off after the first set, but no matter, it gives us a chance to have a run through some of the numbers. We've got a lot of data in front of us, but just give us the bones here, Casey.
Yeah, look, I'll start down the bottom with the unforced error count. Obviously, you would expect a few more unforced errors off Petra Kvitova, but also hit a few amount of errors. Definitely threw in a fair few double faults there with the 6, but I think all in all, 1 break each from each of the women. But it was Petra Kvitova that, as you've talked about, Sam, throughout that first set, really played those pressure points well. When it got to 15-30, she was down some break points, but really found a way to get through those games. And ultimately, I feel like just accumulated a fair bit of pressure for Siegemund, who eventually overplayed a little bit.
Yeah, she played the break points extremely well, 2 from 2, but she also played, as you saw, they are pressure points, but she also played within the game the pressure points far better than Siegemund. What a way to open the new year. And the Czechs will be, just in terms of the energy that they've brought here, they all arrived at the same time. It almost looked like they're coming on a school trip. They've had so much enthusiasm, haven't they, for this United Cup? They would be a wonderful team, I have to say, next Wednesday if they could make it to the city finals, because they brought not just on court, but they brought a lot off court. as well.
They certainly have, and I love when Petra heads back to the bench and she high-fives literally everyone on the bench every time, and she really thrives with that energy. And as we've said continually through this event, they did go down to the USA, but every tie, every set is crucial in regards to the outcome of their pool. So, and they know that, but yeah, they're a very tight-knit team, aren't they, which has been wonderful to see.
I think she also feels, given the men's singles, which will follow this one, then potentially, well, there will be a mixed doubles, it may be a decide Oscar Oti against the young Dalibor Vasinka, who is ranked outside the world's top 100. That certainly favours the Germans, so they would be very happy to put this to bed if they could, without having to worry about the next couple of matches. But as you said, they will still be going hell for leather for them, even if they have won the tie, because if they make it through to the city finals on Wednesday, those matches may be relevant in a countback should they not win the city final, because the last spot for the semis is the best runner-up. It's a little complicated until you've heard it a few times. I have to keep telling myself what it is.
Aber bring's wieder runter. Return Position ist gut, ja? Schade weg.
Team Czech Republic to serve. Love 15.
Let's go.
15-all.
Fault.
Out. 30-15. Out. 40-15.
Kvitova would just love to have an easy swing through this game. Has had to battle through actually her last 3 service games. They've all gone to deuce.
Fault. Fault.
40-30.
Well, more than a handful of those in the opening set. Rather just broke her rhythm. quite able to guide it into play. And on we go with Petra Kvitova. And a perfect start to the second set. I always get the feeling the way Petra starts to walk after she's been on court in these kind of humid conditions after an hour or so, that she's not planning to go for 3 sets. So, what now for Siegemund, who's, I have to say, the first part of Laura Siegemund's name is Siege, isn't it? And I think that's where she is right now, literally. And she plays as though she's under siege. We'll wish a very happy new year to Adele Noor.
Well, she's certainly got to take care of this first service game, doesn't she? And really stay with Petra.
Love 15.
And as we've spoken about throughout this match, big key is placing doubt in Petra's mind about her own game. And that's something that I don't really feel like Siegemund has been able to do today. And a big part of that has obviously been court positioning, as we've spoken about.
Net, second service.
Yep, Siegemund just trying to get on the front foot. Not easy to do in this company.
Blistering return, that one sitting in the middle of the box.
15-30.
That was moving as fast as some of those flash cars whizzing about the CBD late last night. It was zooming past my window at about 2 in the morning.
Well, she's such a tall woman, isn't she, as well? Yep. That one right on the left hip, perfect in the strike zone for Kvitova.
30 all.
Has to make first serve and she's in that 15-30 situation. That's where she kind of got edged out in that opening set. And those pressure point junctions. Well, Kvitova is so
30,
strong
40.
when she breaks early in a set, particularly within the first 4 games. I love this look from Petra. There's no way she's going 3 sets here. Like, no. Everything is going to be invested. She's just starting to feel it physically here.
Hold.
Deuce.
Well, she's such a good front runner too, isn't she, Petra?
Siem was living dangerously. Yeah, actually, the historical hard court data for Petra tells us that if she breaks early on the set, over 70% of the time she goes on to win it. So this is, given the scoreline in terms of the tie, this is a huge moment here for the 34-year-old. That's another chance.
Advantage Team Czech Republic.
Oh, where did she find that from? A moment of magic from Kvitova. And she is off and running in this second set after having won the first.
Team Czech Republic leads 2-0.
I just want to give everyone a visual, I guess, at home of I've been talking about in terms of Siegemund's positioning on return, and you can just see there only 3%. I think there's one that's been taken behind the baseline. I understand the ones out wide where she's trying to cut off the angle, but she's so far in the court, and that's what we've been talking about. It hasn't really allowed her to really get the ball where she wants to on return, and therefore Kvitova has not had any seed of doubt in her mind.
Yeah, very nicely done from a US Open doubles champion. But I find that even more fascinating because she saw the data. Misha Zverev showed her you're too far forward. It's not affecting your return, but it's affecting the next shot for you. And she saw it, she was told it, and she's completely ignored it.
Yeah, she has not changed up her return positioning at all.
Not even by a few centimetres.
No.
Maybe if
you can see.
Maybe if Petch was going to go and have a word, maybe he'll have more impact.
I have 3 women in my life, and not one of them listens to me. I'm going to be figuring that that's not going to be the outcome, but I will say this. There's 2 things I want to throw to you. One is Kvitova winning this match, or is Siegemund losing this match? And from a point of view of using data, you better have a full toolbox. You better have been practicing going deep in a match to be able to throw the height up, because obviously the one thing about going deep you can do is change the height pattern, and obviously Kvitova perhaps doesn't want the ball up very high, not just at normal height, but that height she loves. See ya. But to drop deep, you may be losing territory, but you'll regain it through the ability to be able to put in a completely different shape of shot. But you can't just do that in the middle of the match. If you haven't been practicing that,
that's a good point.
You know, it doesn't matter how much data you got, how great your iPad is. You need to have done all of these things. You can't suddenly say to your player, "Oh, go serve volley," if you haven't been doing it in practice.
It's very true, isn't it, Petch? And yeah, you raise a good point. But
just
I would
sitting back a little bit deeper on return, is that such a big change?
Well, I would think with the experience that Siegemund's got, and even with her doubles and her success there, you would think taking a couple of steps back, but playing with a bit of shape and a bit of height and trying to get a bit of depth just to mix it up. She hasn't even really tried. But maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe she just does not have the confidence to do so.
Oh, that's just showing us why she won this couple of Wimbledons. It wasn't all about the ground strokes.
14.
Did you hear what she says, though, when they were having the conversation in the opening set? The first thing she said was, it opens up the angles. I feel like
she's really worried about that, isn't she?
She's way too worried about opening up the angles than she is about how effective it would potentially be for her if she went a little bit deeper. And one thing I know as a coach, if your player says it and it comes out of their mouth, you need to listen to that. And the problem is clearly she hasn't practiced it against a lefty to see that it can work.
Yeah.
Just so you know, the two women that are sort of semi in your life sitting up at the top of the stadium, we do listen to you, Petch. We're listening to on every syllable, okay? In fact, that'll give you a boost.
I'll flick both of you, my wife's and my daughter's numbers, and see if you can just pass that sort of life philosophy on to them.
I've got them. I'll do it. I'll do it as we speak. Act and choose in this game. Lovely, lovely. This is turning out to be some contest. And a third chance for the German. Got to make something happen right here.
Germany.
Be interesting to see how many times Sigerman sort of dropped the ball in that kind of area of the court and pulled Petra off the baseline and just taken her out of the rhythm, and how many times she's actually come away with a point. I would think that she's winning more than she's losing right now.
Only converted 1 of 7 break points in this match so far. And again, Kvitova hitting lines. It's much more interesting this morning because the coaches are mic'd up.
Yeah, it was, yeah. But she was showing this like move into the net, or
And very generously speaking in English.
wait, to step in or go to the net?
Look at Sigerman here. Look at where she was. She
really
was thinking the drop shot was coming because Kvitova had opened the face of the racket. She was very late getting back to a ball that wasn't travelling fast.
Now you go. Oh, yes.
There's the dropper.
We see her play those an awful lot on the red clay of Europe to the hard courts of Australia. And she ride her luck here. There's a switch up.
It's been really great to hear Misha Zverev actually, hasn't it? He was never in doubt that he wouldn't know. He's been in the game for forever, but it's been, yeah, really wonderful to hear.
Yep, arguably.
His thoughts.
Now that would be a good innovation on the main tour. Coaches mic'd up in the player boxes.
Yeah.
Let's hear what they've got to say.
Yeah, I agree. It's been really great.
Advantage.
Yeah, and obviously it helps with Misha working in television as well. Of course, does a lot of work for Eurosport, so he understands now, being on the other side of the curtain, you know, what television needs, what spectators want. I mean, it is a crazy fact of sport that you look back at, you know, in the 1970s and 80s in the UK, when you had the FA Cup, which is our big football soccer final. You could go into the player dugout and do interviews. I mean, we get less access now.
Oh, how many times does she play these big moments well? 5 break points have come and gone. It's hard to knock Petra, but don't forget Jessica Pegula had 8 set points in the opener against Petra a couple of days ago.
harsh as it is, that's a poor approach shot, I'm afraid, at this level. Flat, just over the service line with no width. You should get punished.
Fault.
Advantage Team Czech Republic.
Well, a hold here, and the Czechs are within touching distance of winning this tie and keeping their hopes alive at the inaugural United Cup.
Fault.
She has lifted a little dangerously, as she always does. But Kvitova and the Czech Republic stretching out to a set and 3-love lead. Still awesome, isn't it? What now, though, for Siegemund? Because she's not really made too many adjustments.
Yeah, she just needs to try something different. Hasn't really adjusted court positioning, which we've spoken about so much, but I do think that in itself will just have to allow Kvitova a little bit of a thinking time, maybe plant that seed of doubt. It's interesting, isn't it? Now she's got another voice in her ear.
Chris Katz, the former doubles player.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, coach of Nima. Yeah, information overload coming from the German team. So she likes all this, though. She loves analysis.
Oh, she's engaging a lot.
Always trying to get a little more out of herself. She will not give this up as yet.
She had 10 break points. That's on average 2 per game. Insane.
Oh, great technique. When she was back in Bilovets in the Czech Republic as a youngster. Her father, Yuri, used to make her sit and watch videos of Martina Navratilova. That's who he wanted her to base her game on. I think Martina would be pretty happy with that nice firm wrist. Happy New Year to you, Martina, if you're up and about.
$15 all.
No, but when you're there, you can do things. When you're on the baseline, you just try somehow to react.
Interesting how much of the discussion from the German team zone has centred around the court position of Laura Siegemund.
$15.30.
just doesn't making any adjustments at all in terms of just being in that situation there. I mean, Kvitova, one of the biggest hitters, as we know, but also one of the longest hitters because of how flat she hits the ball. So even when she's in those sort of situations, you can't afford to be sitting on the baseline, because if she hits it well enough, and that was a good shot, not a great shot, you're suddenly rushed.
Yeah, and she's upped the speed on her return in this second set as well. See there at the bottom right-hand corner, from the first set to the second set, she's well and truly confident now, hitting 132 kilometres an hour. Now averaging that is big jump even from the first set.
Riding to the finish line now, eyeing up a double break here.
Thirty, 40. Deuce.
Very clean with her break point opportunities in the first set. Kvitova 2 from 2. As Niemeyer, one of your picture, and Annalena Friedsam look on. A little gloomily, I must say.
That's just the wrong serve. I mean, it's 134 Ks for a start, and it is into a shot that Kvitova loves hitting, that cross-court backhand. I mean, surely if you're Sigerman, you've got to serve body in that moment.
Third chance to break in this game. And that should be enough for Petra Kvitova. Flying towards the finish line now. And we know when she breaks early in a set, the chances of her winning it are extremely high. And it is interesting, isn't it? All the data, all the information that has been thrown at Lauren. She's very much an analytical player herself. She has layers in her game. She hasn't really altered too much out here. There is an iron in there, and I think it might cost her. I think it is definitely going to cost her. And Kvitova keep rolling right here. Perhaps Laura should have worn the compression socks after all. It was a mistake to get rid of them.
You think they were a lucky charm?
Well, I don't know.
I've noticed that both women have red nail polish on today, actually.
Now, if we're going to talk about things that you would notice and I wouldn't, that would be at the top of the list.
I thought both of them have beautifully painted nails today.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've talked a lot about Ziegemann, obviously, and some of the changes that we would have liked to have seen from her, but in terms of Petra's game today, I think she really has struck the ball well, hasn't she? And talked about those pressure points, 15-30 on numerous service games, and at times where she's had to really pull out her best. She's been able to do that.
Yep. She's actually done it almost twice as well as Ziegemann. That's what the numbers tell us. That's good tennis. Few scraps here for the German. Kvitova taking the full 25 seconds between the points to recover.
Fault. Fault.
30-40.
Well, we could have done with a few more seconds. Just 1 from 10 break point opportunities have been converted by the German. Had 4 break points. I think maybe had 5 in the last service game. Lost track in the end. 1 here. That's a little wild. It was all looking rather straightforward, but one of the breaks has been recovered. But it's still the Czech Republic who lead with Petra Kvitova at a set and 4-1. Just take a little breather from the tennis and feast our eyes on one of the great waterways of the world. She's surrounded.
Well, they're very passionate, aren't they, the Germans?
Well, they're on the brink here. They're on the brink, and her only hope. The hope really for Ziegemann, a blizzard of information coming at her, is that Kvitova starts to struggle physically in the humidity. There was a sign of that in the last game. It's not the heat. In these early days of the new season. I love the way she fights them. They give her information and she's like, oh no!
Tell you what, at the end of the last game, Casey and Sam, old Laura, she gave Petra a big come on in her face. She got right in her grill there, and Petra saw it, and she wasn't that impressed about it at all. Big shake of the head from Kvitova, and also at the start of her service game, she started throwing her arm around a little bit, Kvitova, and then got down and started sort of bending her legs as though she was feeling a little bit of fatigue or something in there. There might be a little bit more life in this match than we think. There's certainly a little bit of intensity that's been created by what Ziegemann did at the end of that last game.
very smart opening point, given what we're starting to see from Petra, and there aren't going to be any quick fixes out here because last game before the new balls.
Yeah, and just to your point, Petch, there's some more distance run by Kvitova in this match, which, if you asked me at the beginning of the match who would have perhaps run more, I probably would have said Ziegerman, but it's been Kvitova that's doing a little bit more of the running throughout this match.
Very low.
I wish Thomas might check well. With a restracted ankle, let's hope he can recover in time for the Australian Open tender against Francis Tiafoe in his singles match against the Americans. But, there's a big hustle on here right now. She did.
And again, when you talk about tactics and strategy, that's the perfect one. Give Kvitova the one down the line. She beats you with that, but make sure you cover the one going cross court. And that's exactly what she did. Great anticipation, great execution. Casey, how many players do you know on the WTA Tour that ever practiced an underarm serve?
That practiced it?
Yeah.
Probably less than 5?
I mean...
Kyrgios?
No, on the WTA.
Oh, the WTA, sorry. Yeah. Oh, 2, 1, none, actually, probably.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, no.
Well, why wouldn't you against something like Kvitova? You know, if that serve, look at where that serve sat up. Just above waist height, it's got I didn't even see the 139 Ks. Surely it'd be better off sometimes just to whiz one in underarm low, and so she can't just lean on it like that.
Or like that.
Or like that.
Good tactic. I don't know how many women would feel confident to use that. But if they practiced it once again, perhaps they would.
So you're talking about Petch the second serve as a sort of a...
First serve. Why do you have to be second serve? First or second.
An underarm serve as a kind of whizzer to get it low.
Yeah, to protect yourself. Yeah. To bring the net into play. I mean, against someone like Kvitova who can just take the racket out of your hand off the return and you're 40 love up. Why wouldn't you change? If you got very proficient at it, it would be such a useful tool.
Game, Team Germany.
Yeah, she got away with it there, didn't she?
Team Czech Republic, please.
Only just. Only just.
Ball change, please.
Let's see what they do. Are they both going to change their rackets? Looks like Petra is going to.
Never. What if it's like 40 degrees outside?
And I take the point that Petra's saying. I think with these new AO23 balls, which are very light and lively out of the can, but fluff up apparently a little earlier in the games than the old ones, you've almost got to change your racket every time they change the balls. Good for the stringers.
No,
yeah, it's almost a part of the routine necessity. If you don't, probably should start.
Yeah, there'll be some tournaments where maybe
just with her
it's
game,
not such a big difference between the old balls and the
let's say
new
1
one, but
kilo more
here,
or less makes a big difference. You're not
see
like
how
10
she
meters
goes.
behind the baseline. Just
Misha's just talking about that, about string tension. Does she ever change her rackets? And her coach is just saying no. And he's saying, what? And he's saying, well, if it's 40 degrees outside and the whole conditions are different, you know, would she not change it? And he said no.
Who does that?
Stubborn player, stubborn coach.
Who does that?
I mean, there were players that did that. I mean, James Blake on the men's side, he never changed his tension at all. Doesn't matter whether he's playing in a wet, heavy clay court in Hamburg or in Johannesburg altitude. But, you know, I think these days, when you look at what's going on the differentials, I mean, there has to be some benefit in doing it, particularly with the way that Sigerman plays. I mean, she's a flat hitter of the ball. It's going to have a huge difference off your strings.
Looks like at the moment she's fine with these ones, though.
13.
Ironically, it's played a couple of great points.
I'll be interested to see what Petra's numbers are looking like soon off the ground. I think it's probably a little too early to tell in just a couple of games, but when I said that she sort of knelt down at 4-love after the first point of that game at love 15, I just wonder whether a little bit of the energy's gone out of her legs. That means that probably the pace has come out of some of her shots. That's a gift.
Needs a hold here, Kvitova, you feel, to get over the finish line in 2 sets. They're so close, the Czechs, aren't they? Don't forget, as always, beaten her German opponents today very comfortably in their prior couple of meetings. Oh, perfectly played, great defence. I'm a little surprised Sigerman left that, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm surprised she left it. I'm also, it does feel like the energy has dropped and looks a little bit slower getting out to this one, but managed to find the slice down the line.
Just bringing out the slingshot to get the hold here. That might be enough. That's a great dig from love 30. And the Czech Republic within 1 game now of sealing the tie. Kvitova at a 7-5-2.
Team Czech Republic leads 5 games to 2.
It's a long walk to that team zone, isn't it, from the far end? I think she's jolly happy to get there. We would have a very different match, wouldn't she, if she'd have been broken there? I know she would have still been, would still have a break in her pocket, but it looked really, really well. And actually, we're back on serve. It'd be very dicey, wouldn't it?
Yeah, she feel like you've got that little bit of breathing space now to reset and go back to the team zone as the team zone of Team Germany continues to chat.
She's tired, so she will arrive like this now.
efektivní tohle, tak si to bude sedat pro serv.
Tak.
Jenom to, tam zůstaneš sedět a budeš pouštět ruce, jasně?
For the Czechs, who were beaten by Team USA on the opening couple of days of this new United Cup, making a very strong fight back here to try and find their way to the top of Group C and the City finals, which take place on Wednesday.
It was a good lesson in that last game for any aspiring juniors out there, and I'm sure for Lara herself as she looks back at this tape. I mean, she just won a couple of games from 4-love. Love 30 up on that next game. That return of serve at love 30 was what cost her the last game. Just missed it by a long way. You've got to find a way to put the ball back in a court. It doesn't have to be pretty, but there's so much pressure on Kvitova at that particular point to make a good play at love 30 down. You've got to at least give her a chance to miss.
15 on.
Sometimes when players get on a bit of a run, they kind of feel as though they need to keep control of the points and keep hitting winners, and I'm getting back into this because I'm dictating. But at that point right there with the scoreboard, the opponent feels as though they've got a lot to lose. It's not easy to come up with your best tennis in those situations.
Yeah, not take any chances. And Petra refusing to get in the weeds with Siegmund here.
15-30.
Yeah, beautiful placement on this volley. Short, Siegmund having to hit up and then covering for an easy put away.
Yeah, it's probably going wide. Kvitova loves this court. Twice the champion at the Sydney International, and you can see why.
Very all.
Just about 10 or so minutes shy of the couple of hour mark in stifling conditions here on the Ken Rosewall Arena. Not just a match point for Kvitova, an opportunity to win the tie for the Czech Republic.
Deuce. Advantage.
No, you just wonder, as Coach Antonio Zucco looks on, should be a little more versatile early on in this match, although we should be at a different stage right now. We may never know. And Petra Kvitova seals the win and the tie for the Czech Republic. Once again, it's an easy victory over the German. Kvitova winning in straight sets, 6-4, 6-2. Not a bad way, is it, for her to open the new season? A top 10 win over Pegula, and then a gritty performance against one of the most competitive players out there in women's tennis. And she may have just kept Czech hopes alive here, Casey.
Yeah, a wonderful performance from Kvitova as she gives everyone in her team zone a hug for their support. But wonderful performance.
And you just wonder when you see her play, you know, back-to-back matches at this level, if there's not something special in her year, maybe another Grand Slam final. Who knows? Right now, she's just enjoying it. It's so funny, the Czech. I don't know what they're talking about, but they're having a brilliant time.
They look like a fun team.
And a very happy New Year to them. Tough for the Germans. And we still have the men's number 2 singles and a mixed doubles, and they will still count in the context of what we'll be seeing potentially in the city finals. First match of the year for Laura Siegemund, always a tough one when you're up against someone who's already been out there and got some hours on the court. Might see her back for the mixed. But this morning was all about the 2-time major champion Petra Kvitova posting another win for her team. Congratulations, Petra. And the Czech star is now with Mark Petchik.
Petra, congratulations, and firstly, Happy New Year. I'm assuming you didn't get a chance to celebrate being up for so early this morning.
Yeah, it's true, but I was lucky to saw the fireworks at 9 at least something, and then I went to sleep at 10. So yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, I was sleeping, but anyway, I had to prepare for this match. As we saw, it was a really tough one. Playing Laura, it's always difficult. She's changing a game a lot, so I had to be ready for everything. And I'm glad that I bring the point to the locker room.
Yeah, it was an important point for you as well. Of course, you've now won. I'm assuming that you didn't feel as though you'd be 3-0 up against Germany when you looked at this tie.
Yeah, it's true. I think this group it's very difficult. So we are happy that we could win over Germany. Obviously, we have still 2 matches to go, so we're gonna support everybody on the court for sure. It was a tough loss to USA for sure, but we are enjoying the even a lot. So I think even we lost and now we won. It's a great even, and we are really happy that we are together here.
And you love Sydney. You've played so well here in the past. You've been champion in the past. You've also got a benefit of a day off tomorrow. You got anything nice planned? You're going to do anything? You know this city well.
I do, and we have a plan for tomorrow actually, because today it's closed, but we are going to the Czech restaurant tomorrow. So yeah, finally we're going to have a beer and we're going to celebrate the new year.
Good. Just one beer?
Who knows, right?
All right, we'll let you know. Thanks. Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Yes, they all know where their restaurants are, the players around the world. And you just got to stay off the sliver bits. You know what that is, don't you?
No.
Czech vodka.
Oh,
absolute
okay.
knockout.
They do enjoy a beer, though, don't they?
You won't recover for days on end.
Good to know. Thanks.
Yeah, Petra might have 1 or 2. I think.
Yeah.
I think she deserves it. But yes, she really has led her team extremely well. I have to say it was a very interesting match from the data point of view. Lots of little corners in there and moments where it could have changed, but it was Petra who certainly won those what we're calling pressure points. She was absolutely devastating that department, almost winning a double the amount of those than Siegemund today. But we're going to float up some numbers for you to have a look at before we take our leave.
Yeah, well, I guess in terms of break points won, let's take a look at that. Obviously, some more breaks of serve for Petra Kvitova. I thought she returned really well. 11 for Siegemund, only converted twice. As we spoke about, pressure points, Kvitova playing and stepping up when she had break points down. But I think all in all, Petra Kvitova, we're really happy with both of her matches, and our 49 out on court and a 6-4, 6-2 win against Ziegerman, I think she'll be extremely happy with those statistics.
Casey, thank you very much for your company.
Nice as always.
And you're in your pink shirt. I expect something pink every day. Just a confirmation, you can see there that the Czechs lost to the United States 4-1. But are romping away against Germany. They've won the tie, but they'll still have their eye on the next men's singles and also the mixed. It may all count when we come to looking at it all in a couple of days' time. So we wish all the teams well, and you also a very happy new year. We'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll try not to eat any of the sweets today in the commentary box, and we look forward to your company in just a little while.
Please give a warm welcome. Please give a warm welcome for Dalibor Sivicina, representing the Czech Republic, led by Captain Ivan.
And we're back under the canopy here at the Ken Rosewall Arena for the second of the day's matches here, and of course the men's match. Oscar Otte up with Misha Zverev, having a little chat against somebody that they're not going to know too much about, to be honest. A man that's just turned 20 just a couple of months ago, Dalibor Sivicina, and well, he has one little bit of history to his name. He's the youngest ever Czech player to win a challenger title, but this will be his maiden ATP match, and it is certainly going to be a huge step up in class. And he has one top 100 win against Federica Coria on a clay court. That is his highest ever win, and it is going to be absolutely fascinating to see in this team event how he comes out here and he performs. Not the tallest player, Sivicina, just 5'10". Not going to get a lot of free points.
The live ELC system review will be shown on the big screen and at the back of the court, okay? And shot clock can see this corner, and also on the side of the banner. Okay, if you're in place like that. Net will use machine, and we have a TV changeovers. Please wait for me to call time. Okay, any questions? No? Would you like to call, Oscar? Heads. Heads, so your tails. That's tails. Your call.
You can start. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can we take a picture together facing this side? Yeah.
Dalibor letting Oscar start, looking obviously to try and hopefully get a little bit of a slow, sluggish start from the German. The German certainly doesn't have any problems on his own service game, standing at 6'4". I got to say, 6'4" looks a little bit short, if I'm being honest, when I stand next to Oscar Otte. He looks a little bit taller than that, but he has an absolute gun of a serve. And that has been one of the reasons why he's got himself up into the world's top 100. He has been as high, of course. Oscar is 36 in the world. He is an interesting character. He's not completely dissimilar to Benoit Paire. He's Benoit Paire without the beard. The man from Cologne who has kind of come to the top 100 a little bit late. He was one of those players that really also got affected just as he started to get into his prime by COVID and the shutdown on the tour, particularly at the challenger level as well, where obviously the money wasn't around to be able to keep those events live and ongoing without the crowds and everything else. So it's taken him a little bit longer to propel himself up to this particular stage, but here he is now, and he has been excelling. And he will be very, very keen to put a win on the board here for Germany, who are desperate to get some matches. They may have lost this tie already against the Czech Republic, but an opportunity in the next couple of matches to at least get 2 matches on the board and close the gap. As we take a look at Dalibor Sivicina, Mahic, who's had to unfortunately pull out because of the ankle injury that he rolled against Francis Tiafoe. We wish him well. It's heavily taped at the moment. He did have crutches yesterday. It's good to see the crutches aren't back for him today, but he's obviously had to allow the player ball in Ostrava. Ostrava, for some of you, may think is in Australia, but it's up in the northern part of the Czech Republic. And I wonder if the Australian Open boys doubles, he had a very solid season. Jim Courier is alongside me.
3 minutes.
It's always nice to see a new player trying to get their way up the rankings. He has been inside the world's top 200, Jim, but he's residing at 222 right now.
2 minutes.
Well, while we fix a little bit of a gremlin in the system with Jim's hedge set, I will continue building up to this contest. You'll see Oscar Otte here just serving from a fairly wide position on the deuce side. As I say, he's a pretty unusual character out there. There'll be a lot of different things coming from his racket. You'll see a lot of serve and volleying. You'll see a lot of drop shots. You'll see a lot of flat hitting from the German. And he broke the top 400, 300, 200 in 2017. And as I say, did take him until January of 2022 of last year, I should say, as we're now in 2023, to break into the world's top 100. But a lot of that, as we see Gigi Vanek, who's had a good start to the day with his fiancée, and Petra Kvitova winning the opening match against Laura Sigermund. And he'll be looking to try and guide Sevachina through this particular match. But as I say, going back to Oscar Otte, made that breakthrough into the world's top 100 in 2022, got as high as 36 in June of this year as well. 3 ATP Tour semi-finals, Munich, Stuttgart and Halle. Won't go unnoticed that they were all in his home country as well. And he qualified at Roland Garros, Wimbledon and the US Open in 2021.
End of a warm-up.
Well, here is the win predictor for this one, and it is a combination of things that gets taken into consideration before a match gets underway. Interestingly, seen the win predictor be pretty harsh on some of these chances here, but it is giving Sevachina a 35% chance of potentially toppling Oscar Otte in that one. That is that would be a boost to his confidence, I would think.
Let's go.
This won't be the highest player he's ever beaten, with Oscar Otte's ranking right now. Federico Coria, who he beat in the Prostějov Challenger in May of last year, was ranked 54 in the world.
Ready, play.
The German at 76 currently.
Love 15.
Delighted to say that Jim Curry got his soldering iron out and managed to just solder the back of the connector into the commentary box, and he's with us.
Slight technical difficulties on this first day of 2023. Ominous signs. But great to be alongside you, Mark. And really fun to see this matchup here. Oscar Otte, a late bloomer, as you pointed out. Finished in the top 100 for the very first time in 2022. That's a great achievement at any age. And then Sevachina, a player playing in his very first main draw match. That is a massive milestone as well. So we're here to witness this youngster, see what he can bring to the table. Certainly brings a youthful vibe, doesn't he? Looks like he's just learning how to shave.
For a start, this will be as well. Sevachina with a couple of break points. Actually, hasn't been that long ago as well that Oscar Otto was losing to players ranked lower than sort of 2-2-2 back in the Challenger back in November 2021. Also lost to Robin Haase when he was 2-2-6 in the Challenger August of the same year on clay. Daniel Massur in Eckental on the hard courts as well was ranked 2-4-1. So although Oscar Otto has had a very good time of things recently in terms of propelling himself into the world's top 100, he has still been losing to some lower ranked players as well. He won't be feeling overly confident. But nor should he down break point in his opening service game. And that is a break for the 20-year-old, and that is the perfect start to settle in.
First game.
And from the little bits I've seen of him, Jim, he looks a little bit out of the same sort of form book as Lehechka that we've seen this week, who's obviously hugely impressed at times. He certainly did against Zverev yesterday. Ground strokes look very well put together, sinks beautifully end of range on the backhand in particular. Serve, I haven't seen him serve for a while, so hands up. I don't know if the motion's changed, but when I did see him play a little bit, it was a little overly complicated for me. And that's 5'10". You kind of want to spend an awful lot of time making that the most technically proficient part of your game so you get the most out of it. So let's see what he's got to offer.
Well, he's offered up a perfect start, hasn't he? Very solid out of the blocks in the two-handed backhand. I don't know what's in the water over there in the Czech Republic, but they, like Serbia, seem to just produce player after player after player with great backhands. Sevachina looking rock solid in that department. Break a serve in hand. First time serving in the main draw at tour level. Here he goes. Tell you what, not a lot of power on that serve, but I didn't mind the motion, Petch.
Oh, the great backhand. Yeah, it doesn't feel like he gets a lot of kick on it. It feels more of a slice serve. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it out of the hit zone of Oscar often enough, but let's see.
What I like about the motion itself is that it's at least fluid after watching just a couple. But yeah, he's carving right around it, isn't he? Now here's the corollary to what you're saying. You're suggesting a kick serve is going to be difficult. Now, watch the way he carves around this one rather than up and over it, right? His racket will move around the ball, creating slice on it rather than topspin. Now, a kick serve is the topspin serve, and that's one that if you're strong enough, you can bounce it up out of the strike zone. I am pretty convinced he's not yet strong enough at 5'10" as well to have a kick serve that's going to damage someone at Otto's height. His height. Pretty good backhand though, huh?
He has got a world-class backhand. And again, it's the balance once he gets there to be able to hit the right shot.
You remember back in when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and you and I were playing
the Jurassic
tennis?
era.
Yeah. Jaime Izaga was a terrific player out of Peru who was smaller than Sevachina, and he hit a slice serve exclusively, and it was smart because it stayed low and it was tough to attack. It wasn't fast, but if he had a kick serve, it would be sitting up and begging to be dealt with. So perhaps a slice isn't the worst thing for a smaller server.
Now, the only thing it feels like on the first serve as well, and you already highlighted it because you were looking at the speed gun. Is does he get the purity of contact? Does he get a nice flat racket face so that he can pop a free point with the first serve rather than curving round it consistently? His elbow looks quite deep on the throw, and it looks a little bit close to his shoulder as well, whereas you want to get that elbow as far away from the shoulder so you can throw as fast as you can.
Game, team,
and those are all things that you talk about when you're looking for somebody to potentially rise through the ranks, not just to the world's top 50. There's players in the world's top 50 that certainly don't have perfect technique, but has he got that potential to get even higher than that? As you take a little look, there's quite a big separation there between when the racket head is and when the ball's at the top of the apex of the ball toss. And he can't always rely on missed returns as he did there from Oscar Otte, but it's been a perfect start.
Let first serve.
Otte's got a fair bit of funk to his service motion. He can thump it though.
Yeah, first and second.
Yeah, the ball doesn't know that your motion's different than the textbook. It just knows it's going where the racket says it's going, and he tells it to go in a fast and furious way. Well, that ace is nullified with a foot fault.
Love 30.
Just a little overwhelmed at the moment. Played Davis Cup 4 times for Germany, so he's used to playing in a team competition, but he hasn't picked up a win when he's played in it as well. He's lost to Manarino, Goffin, Kokkinakis and Auger-Aliassime, so maybe that's just part of it as we see the difference in his serve. Look how quickly he hits it on the way up.
Yeah, we've been watching Casper Ruud play. Ruud does the same thing, takes it on the rise, which makes it difficult for the returners to predict where the serve is going. You might be able to read a slower toss. He's having a slow start, isn't he? One break point save, but two more still coming for Team Czech Republic.
Let's person.
Obviously in a good mood in the team zone there, having won the tie already, 3 matches to 0, but every match might count here. You gotta close as many as you can. Off to a flyer here. Second serve, break point coming.
Spectacular. Everything we come to love about team competitions on show over the last few days, and in particular tennis. Great athleticism. Sevachina, 3-love. Well, I didn't think he'd done enough once he got there. He may not have the greatest serve potentially long term, but what a mover the 20-year-old is. Super stuff.
This is an outstanding debut. I cannot stress enough what a seminal moment it is for a player to play in a main draw of a tour level event for the first time, with all the money and the points and the prestige involved. And then you amplify the fact that you're playing for your nation. You're just following up Petra Kvitova, who I'm sure is a hero. That's a lot to process, but I got to spend a few minutes with Dalibor as he was eating his pasta. I kind of barged in on him, and he is a nice young man and was very relaxed pre-match. He's looking a little bit glum in the team zone, understandably, and Team Germany. The backbench has not come back yet after the women's match for full support, and Oscar Ota has gotten off to a pretty sluggish start. 6 unforced errors and no winners, but he's also come up against a youngster having an impressive debut. Dalibor Severcina coming out hot, 3-love.
Peter Moran looking after Oscar Ota, and Misha Zverev sitting very quietly. He was much more vocal in the opening match.
I had a chance to speak briefly with Dalibor pre-match. He was having some pasta by himself while the women's match was taking place in the player restaurant, and said, you know, he was very calm, very relaxed. I asked him, you know, what's his progress been the last couple of years. He said he made a coaching change 2 years ago that's made big impact. He started working out in Prostiev, which is a place a lot of the Czech players go, with a coach named Jan Masic. And the biggest change, he says, in the last 2 years has been mental. He's just gotten much more professional, much more disciplined, much more focused. And his ranking's gone from about 800 in the world now to near 200 in the world. He'll move on from here once they're done playing in Sydney to Melbourne for the qualifying. He's played in the qualifying in each of the other 3 majors. This will be the first time he attempts that in Australia. His ranking this time last year not good enough to get him into the qualifying draw.
So a little bit of an opportunity here developing for Team Germany to get on the board here in this opening set.
Game, Team Germany. Team Czech Republic, please. 3 games to 1.
A little bit of momentum for Germany after the slow start for Oscar Ota.
An interesting start on serve as well for Ota. His speeds are just not there at the moment, whether that's just purely because he's feeling a little nervous or whether the humidity's just changing things up a little bit for the players right now. But even that serve there just rolled in by his standards at 164 Ks. That one had a little bit more velocity to it at 196, but once again A rock solid backhand from Sevicino. Just draws the error on the volley. Didn't get down and live with the volley there at all. Just trying to play with his hands.
30-15.
It's a guy as well, Otter, that can serve huge. Served a 151 mile an hour serve against Sonego at the US Open in 2021.
Oh, yes. Absolute perfection on the drop volley. Just chiseled this one. So much side spin on it. Whew. Put some sugar on top of that. That was extra sweet.
You get the sense that the German is going to have to take the mufflers off here, take the handbrake off his serve and start trying to get a few free points, because he is substantially second best in a lot of these ground stroke exchanges. Somebody known as a big server yet to get a free point on his serve in his third service game.
Advantage, Team Czech Republic.
Smart return. Fast through the middle of the court, particularly flat backhand from Otter, and here's another break point. One of these games that can really transform your fortunes in a tennis match as well. Idea wasn't bad, execution not up to the idea.
Advantage, Team Germany.
Out.
Game, Team Germany.
Well, some chances there from Sevicino, but it is Otter that hangs on and closes the gap to the one break of serve that he trails by.
Team Czech Republic leads 3-2.
Well, we've taken you there a few times, but we're heading back to Manly, the birthplace, of course, of surfing in Australia. The very first World Surfing Championships were held exactly here in 1964 as well. It has long had an association with the Ocean Surf Life Saving Clubs. It was one of the first in Manly as well. And if the ocean isn't really a thing, of course, there is restaurants galore. Home also to the famous Manly ferries that will ferry 14 million visitors and residents around this beautiful city.
Look in the team zone of the Czech Republic, top left, that's Thomas Mahac, who unfortunately was injured when Francis Tiafoe a few days ago. Spoke to him as well earlier today. He said that he's doing okay. It doesn't seem to be too severe. The doctors, after all the MRIs and scans, have suggested that with a week off, he should be able to get back on the court. So he's optimistic he'll be able to play his main draw match in the Australian Open. Hopefully matches for him. But disappointment for sure to start the season with an injury, but also a little bit of optimism that it's not going to completely ruin his trip to Australia.
Czech Republic leading 3-2 in this opening set. He's done very well to come away with a point, but he has got a lot of hard work ahead of him in his career. As Sevicino, look at these speeds here. This is his average first serve speed at 159 k's so far in this match, 128 on his second. Just having a look at the world's top 50 last year, and Nishioka was the person that held that record. And obviously he's a rare talent, Nishioka, and it's not to say that Sevicino can't be in the same kind of category as him, but Nishioka got away with 166 kilometers an hour first serve. That was the slowest on the first, and dead last on the second as well at 133 k's for Nishioka. It just means you're going to have to play a lot of those extended rallies, very few free points. You're going to have to work hard at the end of sets when you're trying to close things out. Players are going to feel as though they have opportunities, and he's going to have to try and find different ways to defend his serve. As we could see there, he was looking to serve and volley. And I agree with what you said, Jim, about the kick serve. I'm also a big believer in that the slice can be more effective than the kick. But if you never have a kick, then at some point these players are going to look at that serve and think, I'm going to feast on that, and I know it's going to slide. I don't have to ever worry about the kicker.
Well, one thing that is to be expected is that Sevicino will get stronger physically. He's just turned 20. There's probably some extra pounds of muscle available to him if he gets into the gym over the next couple of years, which would help him have the strength to hit a kick serve and have it be effective. The short wide one in the ad court's the one you're really referring to. It's the one that makes a player respect that space as a defender. it'd be a great addition. It's never going to be, the serve's never going to be a weapon. But it can get better, and it should. With proper care and diligence, it will. There's no doubt that his ground strokes are tour quality. That backhand is a thing of beauty, and he's a flat ball striker, which also is smart for a small guy. Keep the ball down on your opponent so they can't play as much offense. Neutralize them as much as you can. Ota just waiting for a ball to either come into his body or the forehand because of what you said. He's not hitting that short kicker wide on the second serve, so he unloads on another return to get back to deuce. Severnina not making enough first serves, either less than half of his first serves or finding the court, so his second serve's under attack a lot.
Movement, balance, and shot making for the back of the course, as Jim said, is absolutely tour quality, though.
Team Czech Republic.
Severnina, there's not a huge gap between his first serve speed and his second serve speed on average. It's because the first serve simply just isn't that big. He's got about, it's about a 30K differential. Right, 160K for the first serve, 131K for the second. The most interesting server, I think, in men's tennis is an American by way of France named Maxime Cressy, who the difference between his first serve and his second serve is about 8 kilometers an hour, but there it's up in like the 200K range, 220 range, both of them. It's nuts. He basically hits two first serves at kind of 90% first serve speed. It's fascinating to watch him because he bunts everything else in his game. He's a classic serve and volleyer. But boy, is he a handful for players, because there's never been anyone like him since we've been around the game. Severnina is on the other side of that scale. Light server, good ground stroker. Miss wide, isn't it?
It's always interesting when you watch players like this as well. Severnina, I'd love to know at this stage of his life, at 20 years of age, just how much time percentage-wise has been split between hitting ground strokes, hitting volleys, hitting serves, hitting returns. I mean, serve and return are two most important, as we see Petra back on court after a win earlier today. It's two big serves in a row. 175 on the outside, and that one a very nice delivery at 178.
Please. Yes.
You can see the hand position at the back there for Sevicina. That is going to be the limiting factor for him at the moment. It wouldn't take much, I don't think, for him to be able to sort that out so that he could hit all 4 corners. May not get the speed. But what you're going to see a lot of the time on these break points is players covering the tee on the ad side and giving him a pure serve out wide. They're not going to give it up entirely. They'll just give him the one really pure out wide and make sure that he doesn't beat you with the one down the tee. And he's going to have to play a lot of good ground strokes on break points because players are going to make returns against him. Can Otter do that?
Game Team Germany.
Yes, he can. And the 3-love lead Sevicina had has been enjoyed, but it has also evaporated.
A little sunshine on Team Germany after a pretty dreary start for them in the United Cup. Lost the first 3 matches, desperately need to win the last couple just to stay in touch in the group stage here, to have a chance to advance out to the city finals here in Sydney. Czech Republic has done well. This is the last day of the round-robin competition for them. The United States took them out 4-1, but they're obviously in good shape. In this encounter, they're going to win this tie. The U.S. will start against Germany tomorrow. So Germany 4 days on the trot to try and book their spot.
Love 30.
Who's played the best men's tennis in Sydney that you've witnessed so far? Was it Cam Norrie against Rafa? Was that level that he played the best level we've seen? Was Taylor Fritz strong?
Yeah, I mean, I think Taylor was pretty strong. I mean, Francis, obviously the match got stopped halfway through, and will be interesting to say there's been some very high quality tennis, considering just how quickly we're getting into the season. But yeah, it was very impressive from Cam. Oh, what a pick up there from Oscar Otter, and how needed that was.
15-40.
Got his left hand on the racket very late, but manufactured an extremely good winner. Yeah, and he's broken again for a 3rd time in this opening set. It's been an unusual start to this contest. 7 games gone, and it is 4-3 to the Czech Republic. It's been a very interesting kind of philosophy for Oscar on his serve, whether he's got some sort of shoulder injury here. And just a lack of big serves coming from the German.
Yeah, we always have to leave room for things we may not be informed on, and players guard injuries rightfully as state secrets as to not alert their opposition with any issue, but it is unusual to see him not opting to use his best weapon. Yeah, there he is. Maybe there is something going on in his, or he's just not comfortable with it, because clearly what he's doing is not normal.
Ja, weil es regnet draußen, es ist dadurch alles ein bisschen langsamer.
There's the technology that they have in front of them. 14 screens there from Sydney, where you can see every single angle of whatever you want to have a look at. A couple of feeds coming in from the other events here at the United Cup in Brisbane and Perth. Misha Zverev was very hot on the iPad with Laura Siegemund in the opening match. Not so much so far, but the question mark really at the moment is there a physical issue with Oscar Otto, or is it pure nerves? Is he not feeling his first serve? But he has certainly not got any pace on his first serve or his second serve, to be honest, that he normally has. I mean, he's a guy that is quite happy to drop in a 200k mile-an-hour second serve. We've seen nothing like it from him at the moment.
Second serve. He's yet to hit one into the backhand corner in this court, and Otto's been just sitting on the forehand, pounding it. And that kind of predictability makes it very difficult to win points on your second serve. Look on the left of your screen. That's the ad court. None in the left of the screen in that backhand corner. Everything to the same spot. And he's just far too predictable, which is why he's winning very few second serve points today. A little bit of variety is all it takes to, all you have to do is really just throw one out there just to keep your opponent honest movement-wise and grip-wise as well. Like literally, Ota can just abandon his backhand grip in the ad court on a second serve and just sit on a forehand, load up, and let fly. Far too much of an advantage, and Ota is good enough to, even with his forehand, which is his weaker side, to make you pay. Oh, come on. I mean, the whole down the line inside in forehand was available to him. Ota committed so early to cover the backhand, and Severnina hit it there anyway. Ends up losing the point, possibly his serve as a result. Wow, that was amazing. Talk about early commitment to a shot. Severnina was going come hell or high water, inside out.
Scott extremely lucky there. These are moments in a player's career where there'll be a few more eyeballs on Severnina, where they'll already be working him out for times where perhaps they play him. That was one of his quicker serves at 173, but when you know where it's going to go, you're going to make the return, and that's exactly what happened. 173 kilometers an hour, and it was relatively tight to line, but as Jun's been saying, Otter can sit there with his forehand grip and make a nice, comfortable return. He's keeping things interesting, though.
Love, Philippines.
Downline forehand is a tough shot for Davor Severcini. He is, from what we're seeing and what our data is showing, has one of the flatter forehands around. So going down the line over the high part of the net and trying to hit a fastball is very difficult to control. If you've just flicked on the television, you have wandered into a match where the real contest here is who can hold serve. So far, the answer has been one time each. They've been able to, out of 4 outings, 3 breaks of serve each way thus far is highly unusual in men's tennis.
Amazingly, that is his first ace of the match. He's left it late, but not too late.
Game, Team Germany.
Bit of a scramble to safety for Otter, but he'll be delighted to hang on to his serve for the second time in this opening set and sit down after 9 games, having grabbed 5 of them. Well, we're in the metropolis here in Sydney, but you can experience the indigenous culture flourishing right in the middle of Sydney and the surrounds. You can visit the first Australian gallery, where you can learn about the oldest living culture in the country with a personalized tour. And you, of course, around in the suburbs can trace ancient footsteps and get on walkabouts with some amazing coastal views as well. Lots to enjoy, lots to savor. Not so much today as it's a public holiday, but something for tomorrow. Always got to have something tomorrow. Right, we're just about to find out a little bit more about this 20-year-old. He's impressed massively in these opening 9 games, and 46 minutes gone. Had his chances, had a nice little lead. He's seen that vanish. And now the pressure on to do something a little bit different, because if he keeps doing the same thing here, it's actually on Otter's racket. He may not break through the German, but he is going to have some opportunities to make good things happen out here. So a little bit of a switch in mentality. Trailing for the first time in the set is the 20-year-old. Just to have a look at his ball toss as well for Savicina as the match goes on. That was way to the right. I would imagine that he hasn't hit too many down the tee, or even, I mean, you can get it into the body from there, but it'll be pretty tough to hit a tee serve with that ball toss out to the right. No. The ball toss itself, nice height. He gets into a good leg drive. Not too bad in terms of the coming down. He stays relatively tall on landing. You always want to make sure you land as tall as you can, looking over the net to see the ball coming back from your opponent. And it was more the distance to the right that I was talking about.
Throw it that far right, if you're a right-hander, you really limit your options. It basically has to be a slice or a flat serve at best, and flat serves more difficult the further right it goes. That's a good hold, though. Nice clean love hold to level it at 5.
5 games over.
Part of what makes Otter difficult to play for some of the top players at times is that erratic nature of his tennis. He doesn't give you an awful lot of rhythm, and when he's serving well and then just swinging from the hills off the ground, it's a little bit dangerous. He's had a couple of wins over top 20 players, but he's hasn't had any on hard court so far in his career, though. 0-9.
Fault. Fault.
40-15. Game Team Germany.
That was sweet. Just coaxed it down the line, just used the body weight, didn't even really swing the racket at it, and Otter 6-5 first set. Interesting dynamic in the German team zone at the moment. Little chat at all
they're deflated because they're defeated. They've lost this tie 3-0, but the reality is every match could matter. If they can win these 2 matches and then have a good outing against the Americans in the next couple of days, they could still find themselves in the city final. And who's to say that Sasha Zverev isn't going to play better come tomorrow? He'll need to against Taylor Fritz. That's no gimme by any means, even at his best. But yeah, they're pretty glum. Need to get Tim Hinman just to pop in there and bring some of his positivity, right?
Not everyone has his life. It's more studious at the moment in the Team Germany box than it is over in the Czech Republic, obviously. Jim's been saying they're obviously in a much better mood. They've won the tie and everything else, and this is like a bit of free money to throw around the tennis casino here with but it's just feel as though the Germans just need to try and pick Oscar up here a little bit and just get a little bit more motivation going here and just try and get a win on the board. They're going to feel a lot better about things. Can he execute a little bit better on the returns than he did in the previous game? Sevachina serving to stay in this opening set for a second time. And again, you'll say, well, he does have a serve down the tee, but if you look at where the ball ultimately intersects the baseline, you can see how it's always curling towards the returner. It's never going pure through the court. So again, you can cheat a little bit against Sevachina to cover the one out wide, which he prefers, and still get the one down the tee.
Well, a little bit of justice there because one of the breaks of serve against Sevachina came on a ball that dribbled over the tape off the racket of Oscar Otte. So gets one back here, and 15-all feels a whole lot different than love 30 for a server trying to stay alive in a set. The old faux-apology, it crosses all borders. That's a 1-2 right there. Really nice. Pumping up the volume on the serve, 184 kilometers an hour, and then taking that forehand early. That's a really nice combo for the 20-year-old.
Game, Team Czech Republic.
Well, another clean holder serve as we head to the tiebreaker in this opening set.
First set, tiebreaker.
Sevachina under pressure a couple of times on his serve, and he has risen to that challenge magnificently. More pressure definitely on the German here as this opening set gets decided by a breaker.
Team Germany. 2-0. Team Germany.
Another helping of the buffet ball coming in to Otter's forehand on that ad side. To protect his second, he just rolled in the first at 144. He actually got an opportunity to perhaps get a point on the board there. But again, the limitations around the serve very evident here at the start of this tiebreaker.
Wait, please.
Whereas the German has delivered some pretty swift serves. 197 on the first point of the tiebreaker. That one
Team Germany.
was travelling. 207 out wide. Nice luxury to have. Kind of mystifying why he hasn't been serving like this from the get-go.
Not always easy to track a lob with the canopy and all the lattice work overhead. It's pretty intricate up top. And based on his reaction after this and the miss hit, I think he lost his way up top.
And he's lost his way down below as well.
6-0.
Well, it's still been an impressive opening set here from Sevicina, given the lack of experience he's had, his maiden main draw match at an ATP event, that he's been able to come out here and push a guy in the world's top 100 in the manner that he has. Opening set has got away from him here in this tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Still some confusion though about which racket for Otter to play with here at the moment, so it would be interesting to have a chat with him afterwards whether the shoulder was a problem at the start and now it's warmed up, which is why he's serving as big as he is, or whether purely just trying to get to grips with the conditions.
I'll tell you what, if he wins, I'm scheduled to interview the winner. You're more than welcome to go down and ask that question, though. That's a little personal. I'm not sure I want to ask about an injury.
No, you can't ask about that. I understand that.
But you could.
Team Germany.
Now this would be something else if Sevicina comes back to 6-all and Otter goes back and changes to the other racket. That would be something to see. I almost want to see them get to 6-all just to see if he'd change rackets. I don't think I've ever seen a player change racket in tiebreak when they're leading 6-0. With the exception of if back in the era when players broke strings. Doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, that's not a scenario that is going to unfold as Otter takes the opening set on the breaker, and Team Germany starting to feel something good for the first time in this year's United Cup. Yeah, sometimes logic just is something that's in short supply in tennis, isn't it? When you see something like that happen at 6-love, having struggled in the way that he has, you would think that he would want to make things as easy as possible, Otter, just to get through that set. But the change of racket came, but not a change in the scoreboard. He had too big a lead. First serve percentage at 50%, a little low for the German as well. He can certainly pick that up. And I guess the story was more, Jim, about the 20-year-old and what's in his game and where he's obviously going to have to improve if he's going to make bigger strides from where he is in the rankings right now.
Let's start with the good stuff. His backhand's money. I love the way he strikes his two-hander. And he moves well. He's got a pretty sensible head on his shoulders, not afraid to get to the net. Pretty good technique on the volleys as well. Man, that was a sweet one. I love that little carver. But the serve is certainly a liability at this point for him, and he'll have to work hard to make it at best a neutral shot, given he's only 5'10". There are just limitations that come with that size in that serving department. It's not the death knell for a career. I mean, there are plenty of players that height who've done exceptionally well in men's tennis in recent times. So reasons for optimism. Certainly Diego Schwartzman is shorter than him, and he's had a wonderful, continues to have a wonderful career. We hope we'll see him soon. He's injured, scheduled to play here, Diego. We think he hurt his hips dancing too much after Argentina's World Cup win. But Severchina, I think he'll be a top 100 player. He seems like he's the type that will be able to make his way into there. And how high he goes from there is going to depend, really, I think, on how sound he can make that serve and defendable it can be.
For now, though, he's got to try and figure out a way to try and bounce back, having had a double break, a 3-love lead in that opening set. So one of the things that he could change, he is going to need to change the technique to be able to get a better serve, as you say, Jim, to get it to neutral. But the other thing, we don't know because I haven't picked up one of his rackets, but obviously he does have the option, if he isn't currently using a longer racket, to go to that as well to try and help him. Diego, of course, using the full extra 2 inches on his racket. Actually didn't feel as though maybe he got as much benefit with the serve as he did out of the corners, rather out of the backhand and forehand side. Felt as though it was a lot easier to defend with the longer racket than it was with the normal length, 27 inches. Also, obviously, to take into consideration when we were making a comparison with Nishioka in terms of just pure speeds, but obviously the big difference as well for Nishioka is that he's a lefty, so just a little something different for the returners out there at those speeds coming in.
couple errant forehands have brought back into this opening service game of set 2. German returns the favor with one forehand miss of his own.
Beautifully done, great vision. Saw a bit of space in the court that Otter couldn't cover, and he put the ball exactly there.
I just want to give everyone a frame of reference for what is normal in the top 50 of the game, the true elite of the sport. Their average serve speeds of at 192 on the first serve, 156 on the second. So you can see the ground that Severino would need to cover to get a little closer to that. And it's substantial, it's significant. It will require work in the gym and on the practice court with baskets of balls, perhaps working on his technique with a serve guru, someone like a Mark Pecci, let's say, that might help him solidify that. And also some strategy to help defend with better location variety also. But that's what he's up against, and it's height driven. There's not much he's going to be able to do about that unless he gets a late growth spurt, which at 20 I'm pretty sure is not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibilities, but it's unlikely, as you say, to be enough what he needs. As you say, he's going to need to do some good digging on the data on players that he plays, where they like to return when he serves to certain spots in general as well, to try and get a jump on it. Of course, who picked up a left knee injury after Wimbledon. He had a nice little run through to the round of 32, lost to Carlos Alcaraz there fairly comfortably. He didn't pick up another racket for a match until the US Open. Down to Hubie Hurkacz there. Usually a player that likes to play a little bit of Bundesliga tennis. Ended up having a pretty quiet end to the season because of it as well. Perhaps the remnants of that showing in this contest, just a little edgy at times. So a big fan of a couple of restaurants I know you enjoy massively, Jim. Chick-fil-A and Taco Bell.
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, the waffle fries, man. Outstanding. If you have kids in the United States, you know Chick-fil-A. And I do. And I do. The thing about the Waffle House, which is so great, is it's almost always open. So you can catch a late night meal at the Waffle House if you need one. Truck driver's favorite. Not sure they've made their way into GB just yet. Probably haven't quite infiltrated.
No, we're far too healthy for that.
Game, Team Germany. One game over. Love 15.
Oh, one of the best rallies of the contest. And it's Sevachina winning it with a clever little lob over the 6'4" Ota. It was well disguised. Ota was biting hard on the cross-court flicker. Last second, he just opens up the racket face and bunts it. Gets the job done. Well done. 21-shot rally. How about them apples?
Oh, how about that rally? Every single shot was sensational there from Sevachina. That was brilliant.
30-15.
Some super defending from Ota as well. He got great depth on a number of shots here. Just couldn't ever neutralize it. Bit of good fortune there, really. The German should have made that pass. Wasn't his best approach shot. And if he can just continue to get a little bit of scoreboard pressure, perhaps Ota will still continue to feel a little nervous out here. Sevachina can capitalize on that.
Deuce.
One of the interesting things about servers that have predictable sort of serves or slower serves, often when you look at the unreturned numbers on their second serve, they're actually often pretty high. You look at some of the Nishikori when he played, he would almost at times have a better sort of second serve unreturned number than somebody like John Isner, because people just are doing exactly what Otter did to that second serve, just ripping it as hard as they can, but they will miss more.
Advantage, Team Czech Republic.
What an approach here. Right on the line, and then a good stick volley by Ota. Not necessarily the textbook technique on that backhand volley with the wrist breaking and the racket dropping below the wrist, but job done. Back to deuce. Opportunity for a break still alive for Team Germany.
Advantage, Team Germany.
Good perseverance being shown here from the 29-year-old from Germany, just trying to figure out a way to maintain the dominance. Snuck the opening set. And they'd like to pull away here early in the second.
Flat whistle. Game, Team Germany.
Yep, and Sevachina's serve was under siege, and ultimately he succumbs, and Otter goes up a break in the second, 2-1. And there might not be too much longer left in this one. If Otter could find his best tennis, he may have a little bit of an opportunity to take a little bit of a short drive out of Sydney. We've been showing you a lot around the Sydney kind of metropolis, but just a lot to do if you just take a little bit of a drift out of Sydney as well. You got the Murray River, you got the longest river in Australia, you got Byron Bay, you've got hinterland as well, which is a lovely green backdrop compared to the coastal strip, as you can see there, and of course the world-renowned famous Blue Mountains as well. Absolutely gorgeous. If you have the time to spend, go out and explore, as we have explored Sevachina's game so far in his maiden match on the ATP Tour. There's been a lot to admire. That little spring in his step, and you can understand why. That was hard work. It's a bit scruffy for a while, to be honest, from Otter, but he is looking very good now.
Können die Spieler selber entscheiden.
Ja, ist der Alte.
Aber man sieht es an der Kappe und an der Lackierung am Rahmen. Hier würde ich das nur an der Kappe erkennen. Wenn das der Schläger ist, hat das hier ein Zeichen so aufgemacht.
Light pressure.
That is sweet from Oscar Otta. What a pure strike on the two-hander. Severino was pushing hard in that point. Backing up the German. Well, he absorbed that pace, redirected it perfectly. And he's got a grip on this match now.
40-15.
Transition into the net.
Just hear Misha Zverev's voice in the background there, talking about transition to net, all kinds of stats. I think he and Daniel Altmaier are going over.
That was lovely. We got a bit of German commentary there as well.
40-30.
It was all das ist gut until
das ist gut, das ist gut. Oh.
Das ist nie gut.
Game, Team Germany.
And a little bravo, understandably so.
Team Germany leads 3-1.
And as you would expect for somebody who delivers nice, swift serves and a plentiful amount of them, you can see there, once he gets a break in the opening 4 games of a set, he goes on and win it 75% of the times. Odds heavily in favour of Team Germany putting a win on the board here.
England.
And it is an important stat as well, because Severino, of course, had a double break in that opening set and was not able to put it to bed. Well, we said at the start there was an interesting number by the win predictor, of course, which is very much data driven on a number of factors, and it gave Sevacina a 35% chance of winning, which I thought was a nice high number. Not so much now. 4% he's down to. Nice to see somebody like Kvitova just as pumped as she is right now, trying to urge Sevacina on.
Nice combination of power and finesse from the German in that rally. His level has definitely lifted. Unforced errors have diminished in the second set off the racket of Oscar Otta, and he's gotten more offensive as well. Everything's just starting to click after he got the cobwebs off, I suppose, in the opening set. This is not going to be an easy situation for Sevacina to get himself out here. Otta is locked in. He wants that second break here. Try to change up the serve. Problem is with that serve at times as well is it does tend to drop a little bit short when you look at where it's coming in, and so even when he changes direction you have a lot of time to get ready, even if he does find the backhand of Otta on that juice side. And that second break of serve in this second set is right on Otta's racket here. And in the end, it was all too neat and tidy and easy for the 29-year-old Team Germany. A couple of games away from their first win at the United Cup.
4 games to 1.
So I do have one question for you, Jim, and it may be a little bit harsh, but when you look at Sevacina play, and as I said, I've watched a bit of him on YouTube and everything else. We can see it within 2 games. You can see it on YouTube. His serve is going to be a problem. How is it that he's 20 years old and it's not better than it is.
You see that mirror just behind you?
Yeah.
I think you're asking yourself a question rather than me, so why don't you go ahead and answer your own question?
Well, I'm curious because obviously you can't fix everything technically. You know, it's easy because if you could fix everything, everybody would be a top 50 player, top 10 player, a #1 player. And there are a lot of factors like yourself that need to come together to become a great champion, and that's not just technique. But it does seem so fundamental that you're sending him out into the professional elite world with a real liability that is going to get pounded time and time again. I would take him off the tour right now if it were me, because I'm actually not convinced with that problem he can make the top 100. Everything else in his game looks good enough, but I would actually take him off the tour for 6 months until that shot was good enough for me to reintroduce him back onto the tour. I know it's such a tough thing because you're not making any money, you're an independent contractor and all of these things, but I think if you leave him with this stroke, A, he's going to get beaten, his self-esteem's going to go down, and he's going to carry that scar tissue around with him. And B, he's not going to have enough time to fix it.
Before I would do that, if I were you, I'd take him to the practice court and put the cans up in the 3 different spots, wide, body, tee, and each side, and see how well he can actually hit them, because we haven't seen him try to hit all the spots today. So I kind of want to know if those capabilities do exist and he's just not aware that he isn't using them. It's kind of like the doctor's creed, right? First, do no harm, and then go on from there. So try and see what capabilities do exist, as opposed to, is he making just a choice to serve it to the locations? I'm not talking about the speeds and the spins and the technical stuff that you're talking about. That's a different thing. I'm talking about my area of expertise, which is the tactical aspect of things, which clearly there's a deficit. There's a deficit in serve strategy from him, which may be completely connected, as we see Otto slip and fall, put his thumb up, he's all right. Might be connected to the technique. I don't know.
No, I'm with you. I mean, yeah, absolutely. First things first is, if somebody's got a funky looking forehand, if they can hit every single shot in the book with it, why would you mess with it? You're probably going to create more problems than just leaving it as it is. It may not look perfect, it may not be always optimum, but if they can do everything with it, then stick with it and make it the best that you can. But when I watch him and I look at that serve, I can't believe he wants to keep serving to Otto's forehand. Oh, that's beautifully created. Very smart tennis there. He's got a lovely backhand. We talk about the deficiencies on the serve, but there is nothing wrong with that backhand. He can manipulate the ball all over the court. Look at this.
Just catching the outside edge. Fifth ace for the German. And good signs from the Czech there, pumping his fist in spite of the scoreline, and he's earned a break point. Sure, he's down 4-1, but a chance to recover one of them here. He's got it. A clean strike down the line, beautifully delivered. And Dalibor Severcina, the 20-year-old,
Germany
keeps in the fight.
And you can understand why Otter wanted that second break of serve, that insurance break as well. He's earned the respect, there's no question here, Severcina, of the German in terms of the quality off the ground. And you can see why. Nice team unity in the Czech Republic as well, isn't it? Not every team is able to gel a bunch of individuals who are all fairly much focused on themselves for an entirety of a career and pull themselves together, but they have definitely done a nice job. Good energy radiating from them. And that's where having a nice big serve after you've just got a break and you could cuddly get a couple of nice quick points to go up 30 love just takes the pressure off. But once again, having to work extremely hard, not just physically but mentally as well. Yeah, that became a very difficult shot. Had Otter kind of sat himself behind the baseline waiting for a deep pickup, the drop shot would have been on. But you can see here the German's on his way. Severcina very aware that Otter has made some good ground there and the drop shot wasn't on. Try to push it deep, caught the top of the tape. Had to make an adjustment.
Next person.
Some more pressure points coming up here for Severcina, and at the start of the match he was the one that was winning the majority of them, but as time's gone by, that stat there on the bottom left has just flipped around. It's not just break points, pressure points, it's 15-30, it's 30 all, it's juice, it's moments like that last one that create moments like this. Can Otter capitalize? Once again, we could see into the future. Serve into the forehand, crushed return, and it was just a question of how effectively Severcina can kind of defend that +3 shot. He couldn't, and it's 5-2 to Team Germany. It's a weird looking motion, but there's a lot about it that makes sense. The one thing that makes sense is that he's tall. That definitely helps for Otter, but also just in unison, his arm, his front arm, his left arm is going up at the same time and his racket almost together, which means they meet at the optimum time and he can just continue sort of throwing his arm at the ball. And as Jim said, Casper Ruud also with a very kind of low ball toss, and if you've ever tried to return a server that has that kind of rhythm to their serve, very difficult to actually get the right split step, to time your split step to it, to where it's going to go and read it coming. An awful lot to enjoy about Otter's serve, even though it is a little unorthodox. I think they've gone through the 16 screens that they have in front of them. They've gone through the various pages of the iPad, and they're at the conclusion, which unfortunately comes under the heading now as inevitable. But we've seen enough to be impressed by Sevicina. But a veteran of the tour now, Oscar Otter, has victory on his racket.
15 love.
Oh, yes. What a memory for Sevicina and for us as well.
30.
Well, if that doesn't make one of the top 5 shots of the day, then it's been a pretty incredible day at the United Cup. He's okay. I hope it's nothing too serious. That was another one of those absolutely rasping forehands. Just tweaked something there at the top of the hamstring.
Ja, jetzt gerade.
Are we going to get the trainer coming to the court for the hamstring, or what is going to happen here? It looks like that's exactly what is going to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trainer has been called to the court.
Oh, he looks actually in quite considerable pain here. This is there's no point in him carrying on, surely, with everything that he has. And Petra Kvitova is saying exactly that's it. Like, what if just
Ich glaube, das haben die richtig aufgenommen jetzt.
I mean, the scoreline makes it mildly amusing, but the actual injury doesn't make it amusing at all, because I mean, this is a big moment in terms of the rest of his Australian summer. I mean, there's been upside today for the experience. He's got a participation fee. He's got a bonus because the Czech Republic, and for somebody at 222 in the world, those are significant numbers that will go into his bank account to try and help him as well. He does not want to put himself out for any longer than he needs to. But they're running out of players on the Czech team, which is a worry.
That is a worry if they were to advance, and it's not entirely in their hands. Let's take another look at the moment of injury. Nothing in that vision would indicate a problem was forthcoming, but it certainly came anyway. Tomas Machac out with an ankle roll. Severcina now struggling with the upper hamstring lower glute issue. He's hobbling back out to the court. It is break point, but hard to imagine this will last much longer. He has qualifying next week in the Australian Open to look forward to if he's healthy. Let's hope he is.
Well, I wonder whether it was just cramp at the end.
Goose. Advantage, Team Germany.
Uděláš jeden míček, tím nespasí, vole. Jak si posereš na půl roku kariéru.
It's match point.
Games and a match, Team Germany.
And a traditional end from Oscar Otter's point of view with an ace. But a little bit unfortunate there right at the end for Dalibor Severcina that he's potentially picked up a little bit of an injury. We hope it's just cramp for him, but he would have gained a lot of data and he would have had a good time out there. But it is Žižavanek who congratulates Oscar, who looks a little bit concerned for the 20-year-old. Again, Evertil. As Oscar just celebrates his victory with a mark of respect as Team Germany get their first win on the board here at the United Cup. It was not comfortable, it has to be said, right at the start there. 3-love down, and it looked as though some of the gremlins and some of the difficulties that Otter had at the back end of 2022 after sustaining that left knee injury at Wimbledon was still holding him back, but he managed to find some good enough tennis to hold himself back into the opening set, and then he was a comfortable victor in the second by 6-2. Honours even then between the Czech Republic and Germany in these opening couple of singles matches today. A bit of a getting past Sigerman in straight sets. And still, of course, a mixed doubles for these fans that have made it out here to the Ken Rosewell Arena to enjoy coming up. And there's one final look for this match at the uniqueness but the effectiveness of the serve of the German. And the 29-year-old ready to chat with Jim Courier.
Oscar, very well done. First match of the season here for you. A little bit of a slow start, down 2 breaks of serve, 3-love in the opening set, and you turned it around. How'd you make that change?
I mean, just as you said, I mean, it's the beginning of the season. You have to get going a little bit, and I think my coach Peter and Misha, they helped me a lot in the beginning to get it going, and I think that was the kind of turnaround. I mean, I didn't get into the match very well, and then it got better, so I think that was the main reason.
Now, he's a new face He's just turned 20 years old. This was his first main draw tour level match, Dabur. How much did you know about him coming out here to play him?
Well, I knew him. I mean, last year, 2 years ago now, I used to play a lot of challenges, and I saw him already there. He was young and talented, so I knew how he's going to play. But so for me, he's not a new face. But of course, I think especially in the beginning, where I didn't play my best tennis, he was playing really solid, and I think that's his game. Of course, maybe if he serves a little bit better, the end of the result could be different, of course.
Now, this United Cup is new. Playing with the men and the women on the same team together for points and ranking. Feel free to make that higher if you like. You're a little taller than the average player. I think it's just this little button here, and then give it a spin. There you go. How are you enjoying the United Cup, being paired with your female compatriots as well from Germany?
I mean, it's super nice. Much louder. We spend a lot of time together, practice, and also in the evening we do play a lot of cards actually. So for me, I really like it. I enjoy the time with the female players, and I think we can learn from each other. And yeah, let's see if we can stick together again today and get another point in the mix together.
Your serve can create some real fireworks. There were some real fireworks in Sydney last night as well. Did you get a chance to see them for New Year's Eve?
No, unfortunately not. I mean, I was in bed by 10 p.m., so I missed it, but I might rewatch the highlights on TV.
All right, well, we'll watch some of your highlights a little bit later. Well done to Team Germany. Mixed doubles to follow. Congratulations,
Thank
Oscar.
you. Thanks.
Yeah, some of the countries got fortunate that they could celebrate and bring New Year in. Others, not so much, but Scott has bigger things on his mind, getting his form back, regaining that form that he lost a little bit towards the second half of last year. Being inside the world's top 40, he is just inside the world's top 80 right now. And that perhaps just a little bit of a springboard for him to find the quality. But always nice to see a new face and a new story. Sevicina was certainly that. Was never going to change the outcome of the tie overall. And a player like Hologic, who doesn't mind getting himself to the net and does some pretty good work. Sevicina, when he gets there as well, 16 out of 24 points. But the serve will be the critical area that he's going to need to improve if he's going to be able to find and win some of these matches against better players as he goes through his career. Hour and 51 minutes. And that's where Group C stands at the moment. Czech Republic with the win in this particular tie. Germany have won a match, but looking to pick up their first tie in their next match. But they will certainly be looking to try and close the gap. Every match matters at the United Cup, and the mixed doubles that will get underway will certainly be in sharp focus for Team Germany. High fives for the first time.
guys split up next?
Konečně je to důležitý. V pohodě. Je to tým Duzi? Z Lary? Tým Duzi. Duzi.
Please give a warm welcome to Marie Bolskova and Jiří Lehečka, representing the Czech Republic, led out by Captain Jiří Vanek. And their opponents for today, representing Germany, are Laura Siegemund and Alexander Sasha Zverev, led out by Captain Misha Zverev.
Good to have you back with us at the Ken Rosewell Arena for the 5th match in the tie. It's not a deciding mixed doubles, but it will still count. The Germans rather not getting off to a particularly good start on this new year in their first match of this new United Cup, having already lost 3-1 to the Czech Republic. But when it all comes down in the shakeout in the group and potentially the city finals, every match does count. So good to see that the Czechs have put in a strong team. Jiří Lehečka really didn't have a choice with both Thomas Majchak and Dalibor Surchinka both being injured. He is literally the last man standing. Sam Smith alongside Todd Woodridge. Todd, lovely to be with you for the mixed doubles, because it means I don't really have to talk very much at all.
That's not
I can
true.
just sit here and just listen to you just break down exactly what we're seeing in front of us. But also great to see Sasha out there. He needs matches, doesn't
Exactly,
he?
and
it's a smart move.
It's a good indication of how he realises that as well. His brother, the captain Misha, would have said, you know, come on, we need to get out there and make some returns under pressure. First serves, all the things that weren't sharp in his singles yesterday. So no matter what, even winning in mixed doubles like this will just chip away at confidence in the right direction, whereas yesterday was a difficult match for him in the singles. But I tell you what, whenever you come up against any Czech duo, whether it be in a mixed doubles, men's or women's doubles, you know you're in for a battle, because they play a lot of doubles in their club tennis, and they're very good competitors in that space.
C is our gift for this afternoon. Hello. Okay, we're gonna have a photo with him and then only the players. It's normal stuff. Just one thing I need to remind you in the mixed double, when we have the deciding point, male to male and female to female. Yeah? Any question, anything? So this is tails and this is head. Tails. Heads.
Receive.
You receive. Okay. Photo, please. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Well, as you heard there from the chair umpire, in the mixed doubles we have a deciding point, and it is, if the female is serving, then it is to the female returner, and vice versa if it is in the male who's serving. So that'll keep things moving along in this one.
Did you ever play that format towards the end of your career?
Not in mixed,
okay.
But not in doubles. Yes.
You played a deciding match tiebreaker.
Yes, at US Open and in mixed. Yes, but didn't have the deciding point in the mix. But we did have. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking back, even in the ATP Tour, when we went to playing a match tiebreak, 2 sets and a tiebreak, we still had juices at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things have moved on
a
little. Have to say, always enjoying these team events. We saw it last year in the ATP Cup. Some new names that maybe have been on some of the lower tours and made big moves but very good players, and one of those is Yuri Lehechka, who certainly impressed against Taylor Fritz on the opening day when they took on the Americans, and had an excellent win over Zverev yesterday, and also proved himself to be a very tidy mixed doubles player. Himself and Marie Puskova were just edged out by Fritz and Pegula in that match tiebreaker. That will be 10 points. Today, Sasha Zverev is alongside Laura Siegemund, who is a Grand Slam champion on the US Open back in 2020. With Vera Zornova, in fact, didn't really have anyone in the crowd at that time. Things have really moved on. You forget that, don't you? What the sporting world and everyone went through for such a long period of time. But she knows her way around the doubles court, as does this man. Doesn't play a lot, but has won a couple of titles with his brother Misha. And are you seeing the evolution of Misha now, who's been hitting with Sasha ever since he could hold a racket, very much sort of taking the coaching reins and travelling with him on tour?
Yeah.
It seems to work, doesn't it?
Well, it was around this time last year, I had a conversation with Misha, and that...
Has he retired yet?
Yes.
He has retired.
Well, he's... 2 minutes. I haven't seen him with a match
I'm sure he probably plays some German club tennis when he's home.
Yeah, he's still fit as a fiddle. He could be out there playing. But I think the idea was that Dad needed to back away in the relationship, and he's still here, he's around, but it wasn't as that he's the day-to-day coach. And I think Sasha really understood, there's Dad. He's a great player in his own right too, and for Russia. But I think
it was the Soviet Union back in the day, Todd.
Yeah, there you go. That's
and didn't get the opportunity to play.
Yeah, wasn't allowed out.
And also his mother was a very good player as well, and she didn't get chances to travel. And I think he has been both himself and Misha have been very aware of the chances they've been given.
And I think for Misha that was understanding too. Like his younger brother, he knows that he's a great player. And his words to me was that he's still maturing, he's still developing. He's had so much happen very quickly, and my job here is to just guide him and rein him in at times and keep him focused on improving, and at the same time enjoying the challenges that are thrown up at you. And then, of course, in June when he rolled his ankle at Roland Garros, he was actually playing the best tennis of his life.
I'm with you. That was in the semi-finals, wasn't it? In
that
Paris
was just
against Rafa.
Devastating, because that match was turning into an absolute epic. But he'd seemed to got on top of a lot of his issues, in particular serving. And we saw in his first match back that the serve was a little iffy again, and that's where he's got to come back out here today and find that rhythm and confidence and all those types of things that you lose really after 7 months away from the game.
His ranking has dropped outside the world's top 10, now at number 12. And it's strange to see him there, but it's been a lengthy hiatus, and also he has the experience within the family not to rush back until he's absolutely right, and always very difficult to come back at the end of the season as well. If he wants to have a chat about injuries and resilience and how to get back on tour, he can sit and have a chat to Laura, because she blew out her ACL when she was playing the best tennis of her life. That was 5.5 years ago now. Has had many injuries since then. Almost stopped playing for a while, but still going at the age of 34. And someone we haven't talked much about is Marie Puskova, who is an excellent player, ranked just outside the world's top 20. She'd be well inside that had she been able to have her points from the quarterfinal run at Wimbledon. But she's been loving her time here. Very kind of outgoing, happy, smiley character. The Czechs really have embraced this event.
Ready? Play. Out. 15 love.
Yuri, part of the new generation of Czech men, featuring Thomas Majchak, who's also a top 100 player. Yuri's at 81 in singles. And we just saw Dalibor Svachenko is a couple of years younger, but also going well. So there's a trio there to push each other. But potentially, Lehechka is the most impressive.
So as we start this mix, one of the things that's always fascinating is the psychology that the man takes into a mixed doubles match, and how he approaches, if they don't play it often, playing against the female. Do you go full ball with the serve? Do you spin? Do you hit it around them? You know, there is a real art, I think, to being comfortable on a mixed doubles court. Then for the female, you'll understand this side. I think there is that intimidation factor. Oh, they hit it so hard. Well, one of the things that the women tend to like is if a guy hits it flat and hard, they don't mind the pace at all. They just block it back. They hit it well enough. That's not an issue. It's when you get the big heavy spin that you see some of the ladies and women get into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be good out here. You're going to enjoy this one. I have a feeling Sasha just happy to be back playing.
That was a clever little shot there. That set up the opportunity for Sasha to get these forehands to rip.
First spot of trouble for the Czechs to negotiate. You see bottom right of your screen, they've won the tie, 3 matches to 1, but this may count in the shakedown of this Group C. Couple of doubles in the game, and both to the deuce court as well. That's expensive for the Czechs, and they're giving away that opening service game. What's important for you in mix, Todd?
Don't double fault, particularly.
I gave you that one. I gave you. I'm actually really surprised to hear you say that the men still are a little uncertain whether it's okay to go full out against the woman.
That wouldn't play very often, and even in that game there, 2 doubles to Laura. Well, that's, how did that happen? You know, that shouldn't happen, and that would indicate to me that here he's just a little bit tense. But what's important in the mixed? Well, if I was out there, you give very little balls to the direction of the male. You get everything in and around the female. You get the male thinking he has to try to do more and take over the court, and then they start to overplay, make too many errors, try to be too dominant, and as soon as the guy gets a little bit tentative, inferior in that space, you've generally got your match won.
Sounds very straightforward, doesn't it? You make it seem so.
Very low.
I think also one of the things, and the Germans don't have to worry about this at the moment, they got the break early, but you tend to really say, okay, if we can win the guy's serve, well, that's a bonus. But we're really going to hone in on the woman's serve. And the reason for that is it's just a little slower.
Very low.
Not always, but that's the one that you try to say, okay, this is where we're going to get the break, and then you hang on to make sure that when I was playing, my job was to do as much work around the net and be very visible to help my partner hold serve.
Very comfortable.
Team Germany.
Sasha. Germany's been good for the Zverevs. I think worth remembering, just
Team Czech Republic.
Boris Yeltsin took over as president of what was then Russia. There was terrible inflation, and the savings that mum and dad had put together were worth practically nothing. And they went to Germany with not a lot in their pockets, and they moved to Hamburg, had an opportunity to do so. And although they spent a lot of time in Monte Carlo, where Sasha has her home, they still have a base back in northern Germany. That's the beauty of tennis. He was helped by a fellow Russian who kind of recruited a few Russian coaches, and that's how he got his way over to Germany. Not easy to start from nothing.
Right move, just didn't do enough with the volley segment.
30 love.
Yeah, that was the reverse angle of it. It's big, heavy hitting.
30-15.
Zverev.
Looks fresh, doesn't he? Looks as if he's just so happy
Keen,
to be out there.
he?
He's only 25. You forget how long he's been on tour. Probably, I mean, that break potentially might do an awful lot of good. You never know. We're just happy to have him back, fit and healthy. Hologic, one of the taller women on the tour, almost 6 foot. There's 3 doubles titles to her name in Istanbul, Birmingham, and at home in Prague. That's where she was brought up and trained at the tennis club of her parents.
$40-30.
Catches the frame.
That will do. But it's an important hold for the Czechs, but a very good start for Team Germany. They're up a break early on in this first set.
Not sure what that little discussion was about.
Did you ever have any significant breaks in your career, Todd? Where you're out for an extended period of time?
Interestingly, no. The longest break I ended up having was about 29-30 when we had our first child, Zara, and I had about 4 weeks off. And that was it.
I'm asking the wrong person, but I just think, what are the most important things when you've had a big chunk of time off, 6-7 months? And you are trying to regroup. What do you feel is important to get right?
Match play, playing sets in singles. I think it's getting back into that competitive spirit. So he'll have done a lot of rehabbing and a lot of sort of basic work to be fit enough to be ready to play.
And confidence psychologically in the injury as well.
But you have to get back out on court where it becomes instinctive to be moving to the next ball and reading the play and not slightly hesitating. And yesterday in the singles, there were moments where you just hesitate and didn't hit it badly, you just didn't read it as well as you needed to. And that's what matches are all about.
That's normal. That's normal. It's been out a long time.
Very few people that have been able to just turn up after breaks and play well. 2 of them are Aussies, in fact. They could do it. Leighton one, and Nick Kyrgios is another.
I'll add in from more your generation, Andre Agassi.
very nice. So this is where I was talking about where Sasha has to do all of the moving and be really taking the opponent's eye off the ball on the return, and straight away he's in on the action. And in a situation like that, generally it's the man that is going to get the overhead away for a winner. So rightfully so, he took that one. You know I love that, don't you?
Yes.
15-all.
So because Sasha's doing the thing that he has to do, he's obviously trying to lean towards the centre. So what's the reaction to that? It has to go up the line when you return and do it early, because then you have the net person in two minds. So like a lot of the Czech women, Bushka, a very good doubles player, and she's on to that immediately.
30-15.
They're good.
Lara Siegmund's struck up a very good partnership once again in 2022 with Vera Zvonareva, formerly one of the best players in the world. She's back now travelling with her daughter on tour that they won in Lyon. And then a big title in Miami, the WTA 1000 out in Florida. Dominated the opening set in the mixed against the Americans, and so they found a way to neutralise him.
There, redirecting straight at Siegmund at net.
30-14.
I would say, I say this often on doubles, but for me, Sasha's a very tall guy. At times, he's a bit too close to the net. In a situation like that volley, he was so close, he slightly mishits it, and it costs him that split second of being able to find the centre of the racket as opposed to the frame.
Chance to get the break back here.
Nicely done.
Team Czech Republic.
A really good last 5 or 10 minutes for the Czech Republic.
2-all.
Does he remind you of anybody, Hečka? He's only 21 years of age, and he's a big lad. He's only going to get bigger, and
I feel he's a very good player.
He has legs on him that remind me of Thomas Berdych. He's got a similar style of game in a sense to his service action, a big flat kind of ball striker. I don't know what it is with the Czechs, but sometimes they look like they've been out skiing all their life and building up masses of power. He's going to be he's going to be a very good player. I think he's still developing, but you can see there comes in no issue at all around net, solid technique. He's got power. He's a good mover.
I like that he does everything pretty well. And he's also springy, isn't he? He's a hell of an athlete.
Yep.
And he's light. He's very much got the build of a modern tennis player.
So there is an indicator of someone who has been playing a fair bit of tennis. You see the way that he just moved into the right spot. He just held and then covered, and he anticipated each move beautifully there. That was great doubles.
I like his temperament as well. Seems very steady. The Lehečka fan club
Czech Republic
will be growing and growing over the next few years, but a good recovery from the Czechs back from a breakdown. We began New Year with a downpour this morning. I couldn't quite believe it as I opened my curtains. That was really something. It's amazing how quickly it brightens up. And actually, when it was raining, I'd almost forgotten there was the canvas over this Ken Rosewell Arena. And I think about all the times in previous years it was in place for the 2020 edition of the ATP Cup. I remember all the years where often in the evenings there would be a downpour, and players would wait, and it would be midnight, 1 o'clock before players would be released, and fans would be frustrated, or they'd be just broiling out there during the day.
Well, we've had the La Nina weather cycle going across the east coast, which has caused an incredible amount of rain over the last 18 months or so. Slowly seems to be settling down, and we can't fit much more into our reservoirs or into our rivers at this point.
Yes, I have been keeping abreast of the newspaper reports, but the canvas has transformed this arena into something very, very special. I have a feeling it cost quite a few quid, as we would say back here in the UK.
Time.
The Olympic Park host this new event, the United Cup. And this is the remaining match in the tie between Germany and the Czech Republic.
Love.
Zverev holding to love in his opening service game. It's a foot height difference between the two.
Yes, big, isn't it?
But I have a feeling that Laura will not be shy about telling him where she wants him to serve.
There's a question, though. I, as the server, would be telling my partner where I'm going, not asking them what they want. You did what you were told by the sound of it.
Well, my service is just a major disadvantage. I don't think we even got there. In the box, please, Sam. To back love service games for the German.
No, but in all seriousness, that's something that different people like to do. But I always felt
it's changed a lot now.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it changes for the better.
The net player, our generation are astounded by this. The net player generally is calling where they want the server to go.
Yeah, well, I think the server can do that and tell the net person where to go, because one of the key things is that you need to be comfortable to make your serve on the big point, and you don't want to be serving a serve you don't feel that good with, you know. Out wide of the backhand, it was a tough one for me under pressure if I wasn't serving so well. And so you go, no, I'm going body here.
Love 15.
Just being told, oh yeah, you might have caught there was a discussion between Sasha and Adel Noor. It was about I'm not saying there's a leak, but there was a
drip,
a patch on the court which needed some attention.
This one should go to the body by the looks of that signal. He's going to stay in the position he is at net. Oh. Absorbed the pace of the return beautifully.
15-all.
This is a really good player that hasn't quite come to the fore. There's so many excellent Czechs out there, Pliskova and Krejcikova and obviously Kvitova, that some of the lower ranked ones don't really get too much of a look at. We have Ondruskova, former French Open finalist. I'm feeling there's good things in Boskova's future.
Oh,
that is something.
Well, great hands there.
15-30.
That's the second time I've seen Sigmund just play a lovely little chip in across and in front. And instinctively too, as soon as she makes this volley, watch the next movement she makes. She's already off looking for that next ball at net. Lovely.
So something for the Czechs to think about here.
That'll stop him moving, won't it?
She's still fired up from the loss in her opening singles. Yeah, she's feisty and she knows her way around a double score. And a chance to break the Czechs for a second time in this opening set.
Out. 30-14.
It's effectively 3 break points for the Czechs, if you like, because it will be a deciding point if it was able to get back to juice. So Sigmund with 2 opportunities, you could say.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the first deciding point. Just 25 minutes on the first set clock.
Deuce.
So
deciding.
We'll have a replay of the last point. It'll be Marie to Laura. It's so important in this match for the Germans going into taking on the Americans over the next couple of days. Need to try and finish on a high. Very well to hang on from 15-40.
Team
So
Czech
after a
Republic
couple of
leads.
breaks, we
14-3.
remain on serve in this
Watch and
opening
please.
set.
Лёта не достал единственное. Ты был близко, но еще больше на 45 градусов сетки.
The beauty of this United Cup is for quite a lot of the players, they have a couple of days off and you're really sport for choice. And that what you can see within, you know, just a half an hour's ride of Sydney. I saw a koala in the wild a few years ago up in Noosa. And I understand that is a very rare event these days.
It's got to be in
sadly.
the right area. There's not a lot of spaces you can see them.
Yes, I know the Czechs. They've got some time off Monday, Tuesday. They're planning to go to the Czech restaurant and sink a few beers.
Really?
Because apparently it's been closed. They've been very upset about that. But I'm sure they'll get out and about. Sasha loves going down to Bondi. It's a great time of year.
Well, it's an important point, this one, isn't it? If the Czechs can go at 4-1, they lost 4-1 to the US, and you just never know. Germany might come out and do something incredible, and now we're down to sets for, sets against, and the like. So it can turn quickly, these types of events.
Well, with 3 countries in each group, we may be doing countback, which I will be kept well away from.
Me too.
Knowing my maths.
Interacts well there. Let's take a look when he gets in position again at net, Sasha Zverev, and about net position. So a lot of the modern doubles player goes this close. I still don't agree with it. I think he should be back about from where he's going to stand there when we get the different angle from behind. There we go. I think he should be back at about 3 feet. And as Laura strikes the serve and the return's starting to get on its way, then you can have your body weight just leaning forward so that you can come to... So like in that situation there, he gets away with that, but so you can come forward at the volley a little bit more and you can cut across to the angles, and then you start to read and flow with the play. Whereas if you're that close, you're actually from a very dormant start, and your instinct is to sit up and come up out of the ball when it comes at you very hard, and you don't stay down low enough. And we'll see where he is in here. So there he goes right there. I'd like him to be at that position. I'll start again. So where we see him there, I'd like him to go back about 3 feet, and then as that ball starts to be into play, slightly moving to get to where he is.
But that's the modern way, particularly in men's doubles, to be camped over the net.
Yeah, because they're such big athletes these days. You know, the average is what, a minimum 6'2", and the majority of them are 6'4" or bigger that are coming out onto tour. But the issue is, if you get too close and you have to pick up a ball that comes hard, you can't actually finish your stroke because you're going to hit the net, and then that's a false shot, you know. Sometimes you need a split second of time to be able to make a difficult shot to keep yourself in it.
40-15.
If I was able to go down to Sasha too and work on the volleying skills. He's also very wide. I mean, he's a big, tall lad, but he has a very wide stance with his feet.
And I know you don't like that.
Well, it was an indicator right there. The first thing that happens is that you stand straight back up again, and you could see there that he needs to keep him shoulder width apart, and it's much better for your movement and reaction at net. He's well outside the shoulders. That means you have to pick your feet up and move them. If you have them in tighter and level, you can get down and you can adjust.
Net sensors.
It's broken in our last service game. Still needs to make sure of this one. Peshkovitova has come out this new tennis season in top form. Another top tenor, Jessica Pegula, in her opening match, backed up with a fine win today over Siegmund.
Yes.
So we'll have
Deciding
a
point.
second successive deciding point. And once again, it's going to be Siegmund to Boskova.
Team Germany.
Germans hang on. Not exactly convincingly.
For Gensong.
And we go in this opening set.
Love 15.
That's a great move from Siegerman and understanding the opportunity.
Well, she took the point on from the return, didn't she? I love the way that she made the return. She comes straight in after it, and that was a good first volley, gets it deep, and really, maybe that one should have been put away. Gave the Czechs a chance, but then Laris goes, well, no, I'm getting back in the action. I'd get this one away for us, Sasha.
And real trouble here for Boskova Lehečka. We're down an early break at the start of the set. Their way back, but real trouble here. And that might be enough to take the opener. Siegmund and Zverev ahead once more for Team Germany.
Team Germany leads 5 games to 4.
It'll be interesting to see how Laura's come back into, I don't know how many sort of do-overs and restarts she's had in her career because of all the injuries. But it'll be interesting to see how she goes in singles this year. She's using a protective ranking of 57, but I can see her potentially staying on tour for quite a long time as a top doubles player, capable of winning slams and some of the major tour events.
Well, she did have that game, that's for sure. She was the one that got things going.
Was very much a personality-led player. Germany looking to pick themselves up before they take on the Americans over the next couple of days, having already lost the tie against the Czech Republic, and every single match may count in the shakedown of the group stage and also in the city finals on Wednesday, should they make it that far.
It'll be Zverev coming out to serve for the first set. And so far today, the serve has looked a lot more solid than what it did in the singles yesterday.
15 love.
Yet to lose a point on serve. It's been good in that department for the 25-year-old.
And that's why this match, actually, for Sasha is so important. He was full of rust yesterday. He's come out sharper in this match.
30 love.
Well, they've done really well out here. Up an early break, but pegged back. But have regained the advantage and the momentum. And Team Germany now at set point. And Sasha Zverev completes a golden set on serve. Didn't drop a point as Team Germany take the opener, and they win it by 6 games to 4.
Well, we take a look at the first set summary there, and 60% of first serves in for Team Germany compared to 78%. That didn't matter too much. There was a couple of breaks of serve. As in a mixed doubles, particularly with no ad scoring, it comes down to those key pressure points, and it was the Germans that managed to win all of those. And very good signs for that man and that service action today. He's been finding his targets. He's had good pace. And this was a little passage of play from Lara Siegman, who really, from 4-all, stepped it up for Team Germany. Well, some very heavy ground strokes from Zverev when required. And that was the break point. Takes the return early.
Time.
And from there on, it was 4 big serves, and Team Germany were able to take the opening set. So if you're just joining us, this mixed doubles is 2 sets and a match tiebreak, first to 10 if required, and no ad scoring. That means that if he gets to juice on Yuri's serve here, he would have to serve to Sasha.
15 love.
Dropped his opening service game of this match, which was a surprise. A couple of double faults early on, but has since found his rhythm.
Out. 15 on.
Well, it's Siegmund who really has
15-30.
stepped up. Of course, you got to have your partner play well for you, but I really love the instincts that she's bringing in and around net. As soon as she hits one volley, she's reacting immediately to go looking for the next one, and it's been very impressive doubles from her.
Off.
Fault.
An early opportunity here for Team Germany. A break point, which, as I just was talking about, this is end up going to be 2 break points if they can pull it back to juice the Czechs. He does. So now it'll be serving to Zverev on the first court.
Deciding point.
Rather set the tone, didn't it, when Yuri Lehechka was broken in the opening game of the match. A deciding point apiece from that first set. Oh, just getting it behind her. You'd have backed her to make it. And the Czechs just about holding on here. A reminder of the format: if they do split sets, we will go to a 10-point match tiebreak instead of a final set.
Oh, look at the reaction too. Just caught it in a little low in the strings there, and it flew. But again, in the right place, moving really well and anticipating around the net, Siegmund.
Do you still hold with the theory? I know I've asked you many times that often mixed doubles is decided by who is the stronger woman. Is that something that you still
I think a lot of
in?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't always happen that way, but the majority of time. If you like Siegmund here today, who's really taking on, you know, she's hit the return, she's come in, she's been forceful within her play. I think she's helping to dominate this match very much. She's got the power and everything here of now Zverev serving. But that's an error there from Lehechka, because he should have hit that second ball straight back towards Laura. Instead, he's gone to Sasha, who had better position. Bit of a test coming up. His first serve percentage has been pretty good throughout. See whether he's got a bit of depth on this one. Not bad, but a brilliant return. And an even better pickup on the half volley.
Still yet to lose a point behind his serve. Not to jinx him, but it's on a very good run.
It was a good return when you think about Puskova, because she doesn't really very often have to hit a kick serve return that's way above her head like she had there.
This is going to be time well spent, isn't it, on this court for Sasha? Resets his career. Just not getting any change out of these Zverev's service games. And the Germans level up.
15 love.
Still lots to play for here in terms of what's happening in the tie. This is the 5th of 5 matches that each country plays in the tie. The Czechs have already won it. As you can see, bottom right of your screen, 3 matches to 1. But everything counts out here in terms of the group stage standings. So both teams would love to get their hands on this last match. The Czechs, they'll have to wait and see the outcome of the Germany-USA tie. Oh, she's done it again.
She's hit some good returns, hasn't she? Really good preparation, just rotates the shoulders to keep the backswing short, and then see split step body weight, holds across the baseline, doesn't give in to any of it, and that makes the strike so good. Marie says, yeah, too good. So a little while ago, I was talking about Sasha's, the way he is at net. If you watch that point there, see where Siegmund started. And then as soon as she saw that the ball was in a certain position of the court, she starts moving forward, and the body weight and everything's going the right direction for her to pick up that easy put away. All about court positioning, and she's very, very good at it.
Once again, Germans at break point. And this time
Germany.
they get it, and Germany very much in the driving seat now. They lead by a set and a break. Always have to remind yourself just how much there is within striking distance of the Sydney CBD. And Todd, this is more your department than mine.
Yes.
As a teetotaler, I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Well, this is the Hunter Valley region, which is one of the great wine regions of Australia, but in particular New South Wales, and you can find some very nice drops up there. It's about an hour and a quarter, hour and 20
is it? Okay.
from Sydney, and you can get up there, and a lot of cellar doors with lovely restaurants to go and visit, and very, very nice, I recommend. And I'm sure this man likes a little bit of Spanish wine. He's on later tonight.
Rafael Nadal beginning a new season.
That looked like
he's up in the mix.
That was a very Australian move he was making there. That was like swatting flies away, wasn't it? The swatting fly warm-up.
Great to see him down here with his wife and baby Rafa.
Yes.
He seems fired up, very much fired up for a new season as the defending Australian Open champion. What will this year bring for the great Spaniard? We shall see.
So this is the important game to hold. So in mixed doubles, we'll talk about generally it's the man serve that should get held quite comfortably, and then you work very hard to hang on to this service game, and that's what Sasha needs to do. His partner has played a very positive role in being active everywhere, and it's his turn now to be like that at net and try to secure this break.
15 love.
She's feisty, isn't she? She's really in there. She's given it to even to Sasha there. She's
told you she's
almost
the boss.
She's almost like tapping and punching him along.
Yeah, she's played superbly. Nearly came back at Petra Kvitova in the #1 singles. But if she didn't have this kind of personality, she would not have picked herself up from blowing out her right ACL. That was 6 years ago now, almost 6 years ago, just after she'd won the biggest title of her career in Stuttgart, which is her hometown at the Porsche Grand Prix. It was a huge setback.
Well, in mentioning that, it makes me think a shout out to Daria Gavrilova, who unfortunately at the end of last season blew out her ACL, the second one. She's done both of them in her career now, and she's done such an incredible job at coming back from some foot surgery to get back to nearly 60 in the world within 8 months.
Yeah, extraordinary. The Germans maintaining their advantage. And ACLs, there's actually a lot of female footballers, soccer players do their ACLs. Extraordinary amount. Some of the best players in the world currently are out with that injury. It's a good 6 to 9 months, isn't it, to get back?
Yeah, it's in tennis terms, it's a year. By the time you have the surgery and go through the rehab and build up to be able to get back to full tournament mode.
Speaking of ACLs, there's a lot of work being done, particularly in women's soccer, about why so many athletes are blowing their ACLs, and all linked up with a woman's cycle, and a lot more research going into that, because the body is changing so much throughout the course of the month, and it does tend to happen at a certain time when estrogen levels are higher.
Oh, so good.
She is absolutely killing it out here.
So it's really interesting watching her. Applauding too. She has really compact backswings that are really efficient. Look at that there. Blocks that one back. Then from here, just little quick loop and throws it up. And in doubles in particular, you can find the required spots. And remember in that first one when she made some very nice, delicate cross-court chips off the same type of looking stroke. Not as effective on a singles court. You need, lengthier swings.
She has a very active mind. She has a degree in psychology. She's got her coaching license in Germany. Graduated top of the class when she was. This was before the ACL, when she had some other injuries and was sort of playing part-time tennis.
Good tennis.
Point of the match. And that's why we want to keep mixed doubles in our game. And the Czechs just trying to hang on here.
There was a barrage of heavy hitting going to Uskova there, and then great instinct with understanding where that angle was going to come from Zverev. The ball got below the net. That was the only option he really had.
40-15.
That's one of the things that I love about watching doubles, mixed doubles, having played it, is finding spaces and creating spaces on the doubles court. That's the real skill, being able to take some pace off the ball like Siegmund has been able to do, and block it back into a little portion of the court and then open up things.
That's a good hole. One of the better ones from Yuri Lehechka, who we're so impressed
Team
by.
Germany
But it's still Team Germany in the driving seat here in this final mixed doubles of the tie.
Look at the surface action here of Lehechka. He's got huge legs and he uses them very effectively to make a platform out of the court where he drives the energy up and into the serve. And a nice serve and volley with the splits there. Rotates the shoulders just a little bit, hits the volley, continues the forward movement momentum.
Still trying to battle away. They're going to get a little low on numbers. That is Dalibor Svashinka, who played in the last singles match. He got injured actually against Oskar Otin, just about managed to finish the contest, but really showed an awful lot of why he's such a talented 20-year-old. She did 3-love in the first set. It's a great experience for some of these names that just coming out of junior tennis and making their way through the sort of the lower circuits and onto the main tour. Thanks, Manny.
Love 15.
That's the first point, if I can recall that. Zverev has lost on serve in the match.
Yeah, ironic if he were to be broken now, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
Here's the interesting thing about his psychology. So he hasn't lost a point on serve the whole match, and he loses that first point. And have a look at that second serve. That was so tentative, and you could just you can see it coming with him, which is something that I feel like he was getting on top of.
Well, before he does anything else, he might need to do up that right shoelace.
Here
we take a look at the service motion. Big high ball toss. And you see how much that toss had started to drop on that one. That's part of the issue when things go astray and he gets a little tentative and slows the racket head into the contact. Good eye there.
Would you be advocating taking a little off that ball, taking a little out of it, of the height of the ball toss?
Well, I think his issue is if maybe we could get to see another one. He has his racket down below for a long time, and he has to catch up quickly. And when it doesn't sink, that's where the issue comes with his timing. We'll watch it here. So he gets his arm up early, and the racket stays down for a long time.
It's not the Aussie up together, down together.
No, and that's changed too a little bit with technique. But here he will see it again. See, it stays there, and eventually he now has to get into that position. Now, when he gets a bit tentative, the racket head moves slower, and he doesn't get where he needs to be. He doesn't get any spin, and that's where the double faults come from.
Game team.
When he gets rhythm on the first serve,
please.
he can get into some really good momentum, and he's had that here today, and that's
Team
why
Germany leads 4 games
it's so
to 2.
important that he's come out to play this mixed doubles, because any time you're in a match situation and you can test that and you get some confidence from him, you can take it then out onto the singles court, and that's a big bonus for him.
Is it too late for him to modify this action?
See where the bottom right hand, it's so there, and then eventually he gets it around into the throwing area. So it's okay on the first serve because that's when he accelerates and he goes harder. But what happens on the second when he's trying to get some kick on it, if he doesn't get it there quick enough, he catches it in the wrong part of the strings, and he knows that's about to happen, and then he decelerates, and then he really struggles to get the ball in the court. It's almost a bit of the yips at times. Over the last couple of years, what he was doing was he's going, well, if I'm going to hit a weak, poor second serve, I may as well go for 2 serves and hit 2 first serves. And he was doing that, and it was actually more effective. He was double faulting less by being more aggressive. But of course, with 7 months off, you're a little unsure about where everything sits. And if he gets that part right in his game, that's when he plays brilliant.
Good hands from Sasha. Would you still be? You're obviously saying that. From what I'm hearing, that there's he has sometimes the yips, but there's partly a technical reason for that. So would you be advocating possibly modifying the serve?
I would, definitely. But it's not for me to be telling him.
No, exactly.
From someone that had to continually modify their serve in their career to try to get it better.
Yes,
that's what you do.
15-30.
It's just all been a little uphill, this mixed, for the Czechs since they were broken in the opening game of the match. And it was Boskova who lost her serve a little earlier in this particular set.
It's one of the few returns that we've seen her miss today. Once again, re-injury in a world of trouble here. Germans with an opportunity for the double break, and that certainly would be enough. Too good. So once more we'll go to a deciding point. The Czechs have won 2 from 3.
Deciding point.
Once again, Siegmund more than holding her own, and the Germans took one game away from picking up this 5th match in the tie.
Well, once again, it was Laura Siegmund who played an excellent return off a tough ball. So she plays the little lob and immediately in, gets the net. She understands that if you can get good net position and you volley well enough, the percentages are on your side. What should have happened in the reality of it was that Zverev should have gone in with her. They should be going in as a tandem duo.
Well, maybe for later in the week.
She's teaching him exactly. Come on, this is where we're going. And gee, she's played some key points very well. Here she goes. She's in, and he's going backwards. And she's the one that took the point on and wins that pressure point and gets that 5-2 lead. Well done.
Yeah, she's very much been the star of the show.
Well, it's been actually a really good combo, and that's what doubles is about, gelling well. You know, he's got the power, and she's got the tenacity and the volleying skills there.
Germany just trying to
He doesn't know the rules.
finish on a high, despite having lost the tie against the Czech Republic.
Wasser auf die Shorts getan.
Looks like Sasha's just popped off for an impromptu bathroom.
Yeah, well, he's got to change his shorts, and as the umpire said, well, he doesn't know the rules. You can't do it that way. You've got to go early and...
Warning. Yeah, больше нельзя уходить.
He's changed some shorts, and now he's changing his racket, and...
Хорошо, что заметил.
We're all set now. He's back.
Love 15. $15 all. $15-30.
In fact, looking for a final flourish before they have their couple of days off. They may have more if they don't make it through to the city finals and qualify on Wednesday. Work to do for Siegmund here. So momentarily, German celebrations just on hold.
And this is where Sasha can't afford to be dormant. Even if he's not getting the ball, you have to have the fakes going at the net, try to get the eye of the opposition off the ball. Maybe draw an error that way. So a bit of extra movement required.
Fault.
And that'll do very nicely. So is there something in here for the Czechs? As Siegmund's broken for the second time
Team Germany
in the
leads
contest.
5 games to 3.
Cuts off the angle there. You can see from the baseline, goes slightly forward, keeps the body weight behind the shot that way.
Love. Net for service. Very low. Very low.
Well, when he puts together such a good service game, hard to see why Lehečka was broken twice in that opening set, but the Czechs still fighting hard here. The Germans within one game of taking this mixed doubles.
It's a breakthrough. Ale Maruško, jestli nebreakneš teďkom video, tak s tebou hrajeme sekvence všichni, celý večer. Tak co? Hrajeme sekvence s Maruškou celý večer. Všechny hry, co budeš chtít, se bude. Povím.
Here's another look at the Zverev service action. See how low that elbow is at that point.
Is it difficult? Would it be a difficult job to modify it?
I don't think so. It would just take the... It would be a mental effort to be able to do it. I think he's certainly skilled enough.
Yep.
And then understanding that if you take it, it'll get better quite quickly, I think. But you've got to make the decision that that's what you're going to do. And I don't think they've really ever made that decision.
And back yourself on that, no matter what.
Time.
Serving for the match. See, this is a real run of momentum against the Germans, isn't it? So here's that test we were talking about for Sasha, you know, having not played proper matches for so long. This is an important match, and he's now serving for it. He's got to make key first serves on big points here. It's so good for him. It's exactly what he needs at this particular stage in his comeback. He has to be great. Another opportunity for singles tomorrow. But this will do him good. And that was smart stuff there from Skova, because she knew just keep getting the ball back towards Laura. Doesn't have to be a great lob because she's not so tall. This one had a bit of spin and dipping. For the first time, I actually saw her not hit the volley and take herself towards the net.
So Team Germany at 15:30, trying to close out here.
So here comes the test, the second serve. What will happen here?
Threw in a double fault in his last service game. It's put his team in a world of trouble.
Well, it was such a bad double though. Like, you could feel it. You could feel it coming. And that was halfway up the net at 122 kilometres an hour. He may as well go for a big one, as we were talking about earlier.
30-14.
Czech still got a couple more chances in this game. That will be a deciding point if we go to juice. But right now, having a look at the second break point. Second set. Great fight back from the Czech Republic. And of all the players to be broken, Sasha Zverev, who could barely lose a point for the majority of this mixed doubles.
Yeah, and two really ordinary seconds, wasn't there? It was the double previous point to Buskova, and then that one there, 119 kilometres an hour. One of the slowest second serves we'll see throughout the event.
Love. Net process. Very low.
Czechs getting in a tangle and paying the price, and the Germans are right back on it here.
30-15.
Well, it's funny in mixed doubles, momentum can change quicker in this particular part of our sport than in men's doubles and or singles. It just seems to do it.
Okay.
I think it's just because you get a few more free hits at some of the returns.
And Hologic has suddenly come to the party here.
14-15.
And if you get somebody like Hologic who's covering the net as well as he did just there, then all of a sudden for Siegmund the gaps feel a little tighter. You start to miss a few returns where she's been absolutely perfect today. And now, from 2 breaks down, the Czechs about to hit the front in this set. Maybe.
It was done, wasn't it? Germans with some more work to do here. And we're seeing a lot of new partnerships for mixed doubles. And the final match of each tie, as we get a little later in this event, may prove critical. So we're going to get some understanding early on. This is excellent. What a fight back. That is now 4 games in a row for Boskova Hologic.
Czech Republic leads 6 games
hit
to
the front
5.
for the first time in the second set.
What is the time now?
Are on hold temporarily for the Czech Republic. Taking a day off tomorrow to enjoy the city.
Time.
What do you want to see from the Germans in this game?
Well, I want to see the body language of Sasha Zverev match that of his opponent. She's the one driving everything right here, and he's sort of, look at the head, he's still thinking about that last service game. He's just got to get really active in here and build some presence again in this match.
Fault.
That's a good place to start.
Yep.
If they can hold, there will be a 7-point tiebreaker, which if they can win, excuse me, if the Czechs can win it, then we'll go to a 10-point match tiebreaker to decide the outcome. So still some tennis to be played here.
Love.
not expect to be in this situation. At 5-2 double break.
Game, Team Germany. 6 games all, tiebreak.
What's usually the deciding factor in these 7-pointers?
Well, I always feel it's that first mini break that becomes so important. If you can get that mini break yourself, you can do well. This first point becomes crucial for Germany. If they can get that, then they get the 2 serves, and very quickly, bang, you're at 3-love. You're halfway there.
It's a great way of thinking about it. And that's what potentially might happen here.
So good return, right thing to do from Zverev there. And now we've seen a mix of serving from him at the crucial stage at the end of the match here, but he's, for 3/4 of it, been serving very big, very heavy into his right targets in the corners. He get 2 of those away here, and now everything's back on their side in terms of momentum. And you can see what I was talking about with momentum points in. It swings, and then you get these runs. And the hardest part in mixed is to stop those runs. Why is it like that? Just is. It happens.
That's okay. But you explain most things beautifully. It's like missing a shot occasionally. Sometimes there isn't an explanation. You just do. But this is following the script perfectly with that early mini break. Those eyes have seen a lot of tennis over the years with both his sons.
And that's the way to keep the pressure on too. She's played that well today. Be careful serving that one into her backhand, because she steps in, she doesn't let it get high, short backswing, and then just strikes and comes in straight after it, and it just takes away any space and rushes the server. Really good.
Fault.
4-1, Team Germany.
Not taking any chances with those ankles, is he, this season? With the boots on both feet. Ankles. Still hasn't done that shoelace up.
It needs to be shortened, doesn't it? That lace.
For someone that's just bust his ankle, would be policing this really rather carefully. Easy pickings. And just a couple of points away now. And picking up this final match in the tie.
Отлично, смело, смело, смело. Мутик, мутик.
Come on.
Auf geht's. Mach weiter so.
It's been a good fight back from Yuri and Marie, but Antum seemingly has swung against them at just the wrong moment. Germans put the finishing touches right here.
(6-1), Team Germany.
Team Germany at match point. They've got 5 of them.
Fault.
And Germany finish in style.
Team Germany, 2 sets to love. 6-4, 7-6.
Siegmund and Zverev picking up the mixed. It could have been a little bit more straightforward, but in the end they still do it in 2 sets. They win 6-4, 7-6. But it's the Czech Republic who win the tie by 3 matches to 2. And we will find out over the next few days just how important that final mixed doubles may be in the shake-up between the United States, Germany and the Czechs. But for Zverev, just happy to be back. It's been a long time away. He'll take on Taylor Fritz tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
It's all been very friendly between the players here in Sydney as we get this new year underway. It's been a good tie between these 2 countries, but the tone very much set by this one, Petra Kvitova. Excellent win over Laura Siegmund to seal victory for her team, and she's been the main cheerleader. So the Czechs will take their leave. What happens to them for the rest of this competition is no longer in their hands. And the Germans with certainly some work to do over the next couple of days. In the end, Siegmund and Zverev combining well, struggled to close at a set and 5-2. Had to go to the breaker, but it was good enough in the end, and taking a little momentum into the match against the Americans tomorrow. So very much hope that you enjoyed this tie between Germany and the Czech Republic. And just to wrap it up, we'll hear from Sasha and Laura.
Well, guys, congratulations. That was impressive. And Sasha, great to see you out playing mixed. I want to ask you, firstly, how important is it, given the time that you've had away from matches, given that yesterday wasn't the perfect start to singles, to get out in a match scenario again today?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I've missed being out on court, so every opportunity I get, I want to take right now. And obviously, I think the match today with Laura was incredible. I think she played extremely well, and you know, I did what I could in a way, and especially after yesterday, where it wasn't the best match of my life, but you know, what do you expect after being out for 7 months? I think it's quite normal, but I'm happy with the win. Congrats to Team Czech for beating us 3-2, but we're still in the tournament. I think we're all looking forward to tomorrow.
Laura, congratulations to you. I like my doubles. That's you know, what I was known for. And watching you come out there and play aggressively and take it on, and you got to be happy with the way that you mentally came out after having played singles and playing so well then.
Yeah, I was just happy to play a mixed with Sasha. It's just yeah, a great experience for me.
You look like you were the one that was telling him what to do.
Oh, it was incredible. I didn't say a single thing.
Is that right? Were you the boss?
Yes.
I try not to be, but I talk a lot when we play. That's true. Yeah, no, it's just great to be playing with a great player like that, and I, you know, try to do my job as good as I can. I obviously love to play mixed, so I really enjoyed it, and I think we played, for never having played, I think we did a great job.
I'll go back to Sasha. How important is it winning that point? Because it keeps things statistically alive for you to go 3-2 instead of a 4-1. So that was important.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all in our hands tomorrow against Team USA. Obviously, they're the favorites in our group, generally speaking, because I think they have, you know, 4 great singles players on both the women's side and men's side. So, but you know, I believe in our team. We have great guys all around. I need to find my form again for a chance tomorrow. Oscar played very good today. He's the only singles player that won, and I think our girls also have chances. So we need to win. There's no question about that, but we're going to give ourselves the best chance tomorrow.
And lastly to you, Laura, in your singles today, we had this opportunity of watching you be given some data and statistics that showed what you were doing on court. Have you enjoyed having that, and are you going to start using them as we go forward through this and in your other matches? Because it was quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be really analytic on the court and try to, you know, play chess in a way. And for me, it's great to have the stats like that. Didn't really work out for my advantage, you know, but I think it's a great thing. And for my game, it definitely helps me. There might be players that don't want to think about the data, but for me, it's definitely interesting, and I like to deal with it. Yeah.
Well, with data comes good attitude. You brought that out in spades in this match. Congratulations to you both. A point up for Team Germany. Well done.
Thanks.
Well, certainly their tails are up as they head into the match against a very strong American team over the next couple of days. And who knows, that next may prove important as we head down the track. That very much wraps up the day session. It'll be Great Britain taking on Spain, a continuation of that tie where the Brits lead by 2 matches to love. Certainly a gentle way to open up the new year. The Germans, who were very, very good behind their first serve. Look at that, almost perfect. A lot of those numbers due to the efforts of Sasha Zverev. They had the more opportunities to break, and in the end, winning that extra service game. Pretty good set of numbers for Siegmann and Zverev, particularly as Laura mentioned, that was the first time that they had ever played together. Takes a while to find the chemistry, and it may serve them well against the Americans tomorrow and on Tuesday. So just confirmation of where we are in Group C. Czechs currently top it, but they have played 1 extra match. United States will face off against Germany, and then we'll find out who will be the group winner over the next couple of days. Can Spain come back against Great Britain? It's an excellent lineup. Harriet Dart beat Paula Badosa in Glasgow at the Billie Jean King Cup at the back end of last year. Can she do the same to seal the tie for Great Britain, who have already beaten Australia? That would be enough, surely, for them to top the group. Evans against Corona Buster, that looks lively, and we might even get the treat of seeing Rafa take to the mixed double score. So lots to look forward to in a night session that will begin in just over an hour or so. I hope you've very much enjoyed all the tennis so far here on New Year's Day. Something for everyone with the singles and the mixed. In the end, it was the Czechs who got their first victory at the United Cup, but Germany kept their heads held high and finished with a flourish. We'll be back in just over an hour with Spain taking on Great Britain. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
team, yes. I got to tell you, Janine, it's a tough audience in here. Goodness me. These clowns are giving me heaps. So this is what I'm calling commentary 1 on what was commentary 2's box, which is now commentary 1's box. Lovely. Talk. Is Zotman there? Okay, if you're happy, I'll go to 2. On and off. Here comes 2. Commentary box. I'm on com box 2 now, Janine. There I am, there. What have I done? Am I way down in level? Is that what's happened? The guys have... There would be too. The guys have been docking and bumping things and touching things. So this is me on what I'm calling commentator 2. No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I remember we had this conversation 3 days ago, and because it was such a low kind of, in the priority thing to think about. But you're actually happy with the overall sound of the box? Gentlemen, high fives all round. Docking has been successful. They're going to rush off in their own direction. They're actually going to disperse and reform in groups of 1 or less somewhere else and high five whoever they can find. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Oh, honestly, Janine. Talk back. So, on and off, on and off, and off, and on and off. I shall become 3 and 3. There you go, 3. So what's he done here? I see what he's done. These guys have some rather unique ways of listening and doing and stuff. Oh well, some of the levels that they choose to what they want to go into which ear. Considering it's a mono feed, it's anyway neither here nor there. Yes, exactly. So I'm commentator 3, and I'm being on and off, and on and off, and on and off, and on and off. So we appear to have 3 working boxes again. So if David's still there and listening, it appears to be a docking issue between the front panel and the CSX11. Hardly comforting, but there you are. All right, Janine, I'll come down. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like, one moment, caller. Very possibly it's data for the commentary box camera. Okay, it looks like the way they've got it configured, it's going to an SDI distributor. It looks like it could be data for the combox camera. Oh, well. Oh, okay, wait. Well, okay, no, I tell a lie. I see what it is. What they've got here is a laptop that is... It could be a Zoom, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't understand what I'm seeing. Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, okay, I worked it out. So when you feel like chatting, Janine, I've worked it out. So whenever you're free and you feel like a chat.
This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel. This is the Sydney main arena. Program sound. Left channel. Right channel.
It's going to be a beauty. Great Britain, if they win, they go through to the group stage of Sydney final. Spain must win all 3 matches tonight to stay alive in this United Cup. It's going to be huge. And sending the party anthem alive for us, let's throw it up to DJ J-Rock.
Go
See you.
Hello and welcome everybody to the United Cup for 2023. That was New Year's Eve in Sydney, a spectacular feast of fireworks that lit up the Harbour Bridge, the Sydney Opera House and the foreshore of Sydney Harbour. And a Happy New Year to everybody as we get into the new tennis season. It's been underway for a few days in Sydney, in Brisbane and in Perth. The United Cup mixed teams event, and it's proving to be incredibly popular. Joining me in the commentary booth today, it's a warm welcome to Laura Robson as we get set for the first of this evening's play here on Ken Rosewall Arena, and that is one of the women that we'll be focusing on. Paula Badosa will take on Great Britain's Harriet Dart. And welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Looking forward to this one. What a way to start the year. More tennis. So much tennis to be played over the next couple of days. City finals coming up. It's, I think, a real toss-up at the moment with who is even going to qualify.
Well, why don't we take a look at the matches that are coming our way here this evening in Sydney. First up, it'll be the #1 women's singles match in this tie. Paula Badosa to take on Harriet Dart, followed by Pablo Carreño Busta, who, as I have been informed, may not be making it out here this evening for this singles. I'll get back to that in just a moment. He was due to play Daniel Evans, and then the mixed, it may change, but Badosa, Nadal taking on Dart and Evans as we take a look at the Group D standings.
Yeah, at the moment, Great Britain with such a good lead. They had that win over Australia the other night, winning the tie 3-2. Now, yesterday's matches could be absolutely key for them because they have that 2-love lead in the tie against Spain. One singles win today, and they will be through. They'll be the leaders of the group, but I'm sure Spain will be mounting a comeback, and then you've still got Spain-Australia to be played as well. Very up in the air.
I just wanted to be sure, but I can confirm as the team from Great Britain make their way down the tunnel to head out to Ken Rosewall Arena that Albert Ramos-Finolas is replacing Pablo Carreño Busta this evening in the singles match due to an injury to Pablo. So disappointment for him, but in terms of the Spanish team, they have great depth, and that will still be a tussle for Dan Evans. Cam Norrie in the front of your picture there, boy was he good last night. He had a career first victory over that man in Rafael Nadal in 3 sets. Rafa played pretty well. I think there's still some work to do. Pablo Carreño Busta on the right of Rafa there. He's the man that is being replaced. And we're all ready in anticipation. Tim Henman, we're going to hear a lot from him tonight, Laura.
We always do. He's been getting so loud on the sides, encouraging the rest of the team to do the same, and it really made the difference for Katie Swan last night, coming through down a set and a break, totally turned the match around, and she put a lot of that down to the rest of the team, just lifting her spirits.
Yeah, you can't go away when you're playing for other people, and that's one of the key parts about playing teams events, why they're so enjoyable. We had an absolute full house here last night with Rafa hitting the court, and slowly here this evening, the good crowds outside and around the grounds and all of the concession stands, and they're starting to make their way in for our night session. 3 matches, obviously, coming our way tonight, so plenty of tennis. It's been a big day already. The Czech Republic victors over Germany, 3 matches to 2 in that tie.
And what a tight group that is. They've got to play the United States over the next couple of days, and both teams looking incredibly strong there.
That's Group C and D that are being played here in Sydney.
And these guys could be seeing Rafa tonight. He's down to play the mixed doubles, depending on whether it's a live rubber or not.
There's a lot of people keeping everything crossed, fingers, toes. I'm chatting to a few spectators on my way in, and people have made that special journey just to see him.
Please welcome our first team representing Great Britain, Captain Tim Henman, Ella McDonald, Vice Captain Johnny O'Mara, Rana Stoiber, Jan Tronsky, Katie Swan, Daniel Evans, Harriet Dart, and Cameron Norrie. Give it up for Team Great Britain! And their opponents for tonight's session, representing Spain, Team Captain Mark Lopez, David Biga Hernandez, Jessica Busas Menero, Albert Ramos Vinolas, Nuria Barzas Diaz, Pablo Carreño Busta, Paula Mendoza, and Rafael Nadal. And now, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Great Britain and Spain.
Well, that kind of builds the tension and the anticipation when the national anthem gets played. It shows how much is on the line. Not just doing it for yourself, you're out there representing your country, and that puts great expectation on the individual. Talk about great expectations. I'm not sure if she's ready, but she is great. I might go courtside to Casey Delacroix, who is sitting down there in one of the prime seats. And Casey, how are you this evening? Looking forward to what we've got ahead, I'm sure.
Yes, certainly am. Hello, Todd. Hello, Laura. Great to be out here. Sorry, I did just chuck on the headphones because I was enjoying the crowd atmosphere down here, enjoying the national anthems and seeing the pride on all of these players' face, obviously representing their country out here. But really excited for this match, the first look that we'll get of Paula Badosa, and obviously we saw Harriet play a great match the other night, so really keen for this one.
And there is Paula, one of the biggest strongest ball strikers in the women's game today. Coming out. We'll listen in here to Maria Cicak, the
ladies,
umpire.
Please, at the end of coin toss, stay here with Ben taking photos their way, and then only you two, right? Just a couple of reminders. Serve clocks in a back and corner, and behind me. You see the towel boxes with the names of the countries. The usual TV changeovers. Please stay seated till announced time, or you hear me saying time. And I think that's about it. If you need anything or something wrong, let me know. Questions? Nope. Ben, all yours.
Thank you very much.
Harriet, head sails.
She's got her horse back.
Your choice. Receive. Yep. Photos, please.
That's Maria Cicak you're talking about, who was really raspy in her opening
Unbelievable
match.
recovery.
Did you give her a few throat lozenges, as you suggested yesterday?
Well, I
Laura?
now want whatever she's been drinking the last couple of days. A lot of teas, I imagine, but miraculous. She's back in the mix.
Well, as players head back to start their warm-up, it's the first time on court during these championships at the United Cup for Paula Badosa. Harriet Dart already has a win under her belt, so she's quite used to the conditions out here on Ken Rosewall Arena. So first day of the new year, and it always comes with high hopes of a good season ahead, and for Paula a consistent 2022, but I think a season where she'll be looking to make some inroads again, Laura.
No, absolutely, and as we take a look at Harriet Dart, she must be very confident coming into this one, just because she's leading that head-to-head to love. Well, I know Casey thinks that the first match is a little irrelevant because it was back in 2018 at a 25k challenger. Paula ended up retiring in the end, but the one just a few weeks ago, very relevant for me at the Billie Jean King Cup. Straight sets victory for Harriet Dart, and Badosa definitely was not fully ready. She'd been on a bit of a holiday after ending her season in Guadalajara, but Harriet played an outstanding match, and I think the first match that she played the other day was pretty solid as well. Good serving, looking to strike the ball, take it on the rise, and when she's dominating from the baseline, it just changes her whole mentality, and you can see the confidence that she had from the rest of the team.
Harriet won the first match against Australia's Maddie Inglis in straight set, 6-4, 6-4. 25 years of age now, Paula. Born in New York City, grew up in Barcelona. That's where she more or less decided that she wanted to become a professional tennis player.
Two minutes.
Well, both players just taking a couple of serves. Paula Badosa on the rye. You talk about the head-to-head. Well, you know, that last meeting came in another competition where you're out there representing your country, the Billie Jean King Cup, and some players have that ability to play and handle the situation well, thrive well with a team bench, and Harriet's one of those that tends to play better in these scenarios. Paula still more to prove. 3 career titles to her name, and 2022 reached a career high of #2 in the rankings. A lot of that due to no points at Wimbledon. We lost the world #1 along the way in 2022, Ash Barty. But for tonight, here in Sydney, it is a beautiful evening. 27 degrees, humidity at 60%. Wind is not an issue because we're in the covered stadium.
And you mentioned those titles that Badosa has, one of them coming on this court last year, won the Sydney WTA, came through an absolutely stacked draw and some marathon matches. It was one of the best start-to-finish tournaments that I've seen in a long time, and she just battled all the way through, but just couldn't quite keep that level for the rest of the season.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match we played best of 3 tiebreak sets. Team Great Britain won the toss and chose to receive.
So Harriet Dart, as we just heard, chose to receive after winning the toss. You a server or returner, Laura, in that situation?
End of.
And you like to put down that big left-handed bomb and say, see if you can break me?
No, I think I tended to go more of a receive, actually. Just in case the serve wasn't quite there. You don't want to get broken straight away. Sometimes a bit of a slow start for me. So, yeah, I think receiving, especially when Badosa historically kind of struggles with the first serve percentage. So there's a chance for a good start, but she knows she's got to play well with Rafa Nadal on the team.
I wonder, do you think that would give you any pressure, having him sitting there urging you on?
Well, Katie Swan last night said that she knew exactly when he came out towards the end of the first set, and it definitely took her a few points to get used to it, and then was fine.
Well, here we go. We're all set.
Play.
I thought it was so good last night after Parrizas-Diaz lost. She sat down on the team bench with Nadal for probably 10 minutes, just having a bit of a debrief, soaking all that information in. There she is.
15.
Nuria Parrizas-Diaz had an unbelievable start. Ball striking was outrageous, just couldn't quite keep it up.
I know that you, Laura, called the match in Glasgow, played towards the end of last season. What was the standout about Harriet's performance there, and what would she have to do to replicate that victory?
Well, she was so consistent, but she was technically very strong, tactically was playing all the right moves, and we were saying how well she plays for her country, and just the difference in intensity compared to sometimes when you see her out on the tour. And at that point it was a must-win match for Great Britain. They were down and they had to win to qualify for the semi-finals, and it was probably more pressure than there is today, considering the team are leading 2-love, so she can actually have a bit of a free swing at it at the start of this match and see how she goes. But I think it's going to be an entirely different Badosa tonight.
After the opening double fault, some big, heavy hitting and serving from Badosa.
Laura, I'm keen to get your thoughts in terms of the mentality for Harriet going into a match like this. Will there be some, I guess, expectation that she's placed on herself because of that win from Billie Jean King Cup, or how do you think she'll approach this one?
I think she'll definitely feel a lot of confidence from that win. I'm sure she realises that Badosa was not really that rested in November and had just come back from holiday, so she didn't really look that much fit. But Harriet will know exactly what tactics she needs to play, and I was having a look at some of the stats back from that match, and Harriet was so strong off the first and second serve. And it was something Dart did well the other night against Inglis. 5 aces, was winning 83% of the first serve points, actually up at 58% for second serve points too.
Let's visit.
Fault.
When you talk about the serving of Harriet Dart, I think that's one of the things she's really improved the technique on serve over the last couple of years. I remember watching her up close. 2019, she played Australia's Ash Barty on the centre court at Wimbledon, and Ash was able to deconstruct Dart's game, but she did that a lot to most of her opponents. But the serve at that point was a little awkward looking, and it's really become much more fluid.
Yeah, I think the first serve's always been fairly steady, but the second serve was a real weakness. The way that it would sit up in the box, it wasn't too powerful. For a while, it was always sitting around 75 miles per hour. And so she's just trying to add some more rotation. She's been working on it in the pre-season.
There's an example of why you need to have that better quality second serve. If you don't get it out of the hitting zone of somebody like Badosa, you're going to really have to do some defending in the corners, because she's got a big first strike. It's a nice calming opening hole to serve for Harriet Dart.
Fault.
That's really good hitting.
I think one of the things that will be different in this match to the previous one that we've been talking about at Billie Jean King Cup is it's the court surface. The indoor surface they played on at Glasgow was quite a heavy surface, board like underneath. This one a much more bouncy, quicker court. Obviously warm conditions help that also.
Fault.
15.
Managed to infiltrate Team GB this morning in the breakfast room at the hotel. Tim Henman was sitting there on his own.
Hang on, though. They're in the group with Australia. You can't be doing that.
I was trying to get some inside intel, but it's a bit too late to help Australia against GB. They've already beaten us. But I was with Tim, and as the rest of the team started to filter around, and good chat to Harriet. We talked everything from cost of living and hotel rooms around the world to reminiscing about what it was like in the old days when Tim was on the circuit. And they've got a great vibe going. A double already.
14,
they have a team
13.
WhatsApp chat group that I guess Tim as the captain is you know, part owner of in a way, but if you know Tim like you and I do, he can write things and they don't necessarily mean what he's writing, and he's very cheeky, has lots of fun.
Yeah, into Spain.
The young ones learning a thing or two. That's a holder serve though for Paula Badosa, and it is on serve here in the opening set. 2 games to 1.
Hitting, Harry. Great stuff. Yeah, there.
Well, last night here in Sydney, it was New Year's Eve, and it was absolutely sensational. I had a view of the Sydney Harbour, and the fireworks were just superb. Laura, did you make it? You said you weren't a fan of fireworks in New Year's Eve, but I've got to tell you, it was spectacular.
Well, weirdly enough, I didn't get the invite from you, so I didn't really have a view, and I went to bed, and the fireworks woke me up at midnight. But yeah, I did watch it on the TV in the end. Still waiting for my invite.
Me too, Laura.
I didn't
Still
have
waiting.
the invite to second over, you know what I mean? I was in invite to a place. And
If you didn't want us there, just say.
Ken Rosewell Arena is starting to build a good crowd here this evening, and Casey, a nice start from both players out on court, both settling in well here in this opening set.
Yeah, both getting through their service games at the moment, but I will keep an eye on the ball toss of Badosa. It's just getting a little bit too far out in front. She's had to correct that. And also, you mentioned the pace of court, and I do think this favours Badosa in terms of being able to hit through the court. And it is quite bouncy, so getting it out of the strike zone of dart as well.
First available seat for now, behind the players. Thank you.
Fault.
And before the break, you spoke a little bit about the team environment for Team Great Britain, and for me that was a huge factor at the Billie Jean King Cup when they last played. Team GB were on their feet after every point, and then every time we kind of had a look at the Spanish bench, they were on their phones and not really looking that interested in what was going on court, and I just feel like that made such a massive difference. And we can see straight away they're loving it. And I'm sure the Spanish bench will be doing the same if Paula can get off to a good start.
One of Tim's points here is that Johnny O'Mara, who is on the team, you saw him standing, clapping just a moment. He's been named the vice-captain. Great Britain are the only team in the competition with a vice-captain, though.
It's a deserved title. He brings the energy.
There he is.
There he is.
Eagle has up.
So he's pushing Tim to retire and take over the full captaincy, he told me this morning at breakfast.
Vale. Vas, Agüen.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm sure he's around. We haven't seen him yet on the Spanish team zone, but when Rafa comes out, there won't be phones and lack of energy. Big hitting from both players.
That's you all day, Harriet. Great hitting. 14. Come on, discipline. 13. Great hitting, Harriet. Come on, right here.
Plenty shots through the middle of the court there from Dart, just not giving Badosa an angle to work with. And I wonder whether going forward that's something we'll see a lot of. Just trying to tuck her in the body. She's got fairly big swings.
Hold.
Game team. Great Britain.
Just overplaying a little. The Spaniard.
2 games.
26-year-old is Harriet Dart.
Every second serve, Harriet. Come on. Right here.
Coached by Nigel Sears, who is well known to keen tennis followers, Laura.
Yeah, they've worked together on and off for a fair few years now, and he was a big part of Harriet's junior tennis in particular, then went off and coached people like Ivanovic and coached people like Ivanovic and Kontaveit, and was always a big part of women's British tennis, as he was Fed Cup captain for a number of years and then went on to be head of women's tennis. So he's got a keen eye on everyone's results across the board, but has come back into Harriet's professional career over the last 18 months or so. And the positioning there of Dart on the second serve inside the baseline, cutting off the angle so that Badosa can't go for that kick wide.
Just all you can go anywhere.
Bravo!
13, 15.
Well, lots of conversation going on from the team zone of Great Britain around the second serve of Badosa. She definitely hasn't found her groove or rhythm on serve yet, I don't think. And Dart definitely looking to pressure that second serve.
Come on, that's you. Come on, more pressure on her second serve. Move around.
Yeah, still talking about the serve case. To me, it just looks like the ball toss at the moment is a different height virtually every time.
It's a very high ball toss too, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think she's had 2 consecutive serves where the ball toss has been in exactly the same spot. One's couple out in front, couple behind her head.
So here's a break point opportunity for Great Britain.
Take your time. Come on, right here.
Brilliant defence from Harriet Dart, and it is 3-2. Great Britain lead
Great
first set.
Great hustle, great hitting.
Well, this is where Tim Henman has been so good throughout the tournament so far in
Brilliant.
the role as captain. You'll listen to him here.
Such a good balance, you know, controlled aggression, staying in the rally when you've got the opportunity, taking it on. It's brilliant. Really, really good. Good discipline on your serve. Hit your spots, high percentage. Spot on.
Be ready. My reaction is usually like my strength, so to keep.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not feeling myself, be ready, just be ready.
Yeah, it's great. Really good. Come on. Discipline. Next point. First point of the next game. She hates that as well. She's hit a lot of good shots and you soaked it up, just stayed in the rally. Great defensive lobs. When you get the chance, you've taken it. Yeah, no, it's great. But then when you've exploited her, she's not defending as well as you. So that's so good. Come on. First point. What's that? Come on, here we go.
And here comes Rafa out to support his countrywoman. Paula Badosa finds herself down a break in the opening set. Tim Henman just pouring on the positivity in the team zone to Harriet Dart in that changeover.
some break right back stats, and just slightly ahead in that 37%. Big chance here, though. Oh, that was a huge opportunity.
You sometimes feel when you watch Badosa play that it's balls like that that are so costly. She doesn't have that ability just to draw it back 10%, make the shot and still win the point. You know, he only hit that solidly into the corner, and that ball was hers. She just has full throttle most of the time.
Great depth.
40-30.
One after the other, always looking for that space to move forward inside the baseline. Sensational.
What ball striking from both women, but it was Harriet Dart that just steps up and rips the winner to hold serve.
Team Great Britain leads 4-2.
That was worth the standing ovation from Team Great Britain.
Well, it was anything you can do, I can do better.
Here we go, Harriet.
And it's a point like that that makes you think that, okay, Badosa was going to start thinking, well, I have to hit bigger and more. And that may actually end up drawing some extra unforced errors by overplaying. Wonderful stuff.
And before this service game, we just want to take a look at the Badosa ball toss. We can see on the first serve in particular on the ad side, it's just all over the shop, and she's caught between trying to hit ad and trying to hit kick, slice. You're so limited if it's so far behind your head. And on the second serve, doesn't vary quite so much, but it's still different almost every single time.
You know, it makes it incredibly hard to get consistency when it's coming out of a different position. There is the perfect example, because that one she hooked the ball back over her head, and she's wanting to hit a slice type serve here, but where she's put the ball, that's actually to hit a kick serve. So she's got it in the wrong position for the actual serve she seems to be trying to hit. And that's going to cause those double faults, which are now already at 5 in just a few service games.
And And as someone who's messed up a lot of ball tosses in their life, it was one of my most annoying feelings on court when you have to just keep throwing it up, keep catching, and it feels a bit embarrassing in the moment as well, that it's the most simple thing and yet you can't get it right. And so the more you start thinking about it, it's so tough to correct in the moment.
That's one of those balls I was talking about. That's where she feels she has to hit bigger, and that's the only option she thinks that she has, and then that draws the error. And very quickly now,
right here, Harriet.
Harriet Dart has 3 break points for the double break in the opening set.
And that error was 140 kilometers an hour, so a huge ball just not inside the court. Well, a bit of aggression, it's needed here. Just try and shake these yips off.
Out. 40. Here we go, Harriet, and again, come on, let's hear it.
So there is the double break, and Great Britain off to a perfect start in this opening set, thanks to Harriet Dart. It's 5-2.
Great Britain leads 5 games to 2.
So good. Great tennis. Brilliant, brilliant. Spot on. Great stuff. Great balance. Yeah, just in terms of your control and your aggression, you don't need to overplay. Yeah, your athletic ability is so good, you can stay in the rally. She's going to try and overpress. Yeah, she's making mistakes, but that doesn't mean you need to get too defensive. It's just perfect. The balance is all good.
Well, Tim's given the verdict there at this point. So just gives us a quick chance to head in town to the beautiful beaches of Sydney. That's Bondi and the iconic Icebergs swimming pool. Summer in Australia, it wouldn't be any better without that opportunity to get to the beach. And Bondi is so famous here in Sydney. And Laura, I think I heard you say that you're going to head down to the beach.
Oh yeah, there's a coastal walk coming my way.
Yeah, we've got a day off coming when there's a travel day for the winners of the cities of Perth and Brisbane that will then head to Sydney for the semi-finals. And I think you're going to do the walk there from Coogee to Bondi, is that right?
That's my plan.
Okay.
Depending on weather.
So, Harriet Dart serving at 5-2 for this first set.
Oh, making everything at the moment. Case, do you feel that Badosa could potentially get forward a little bit more? Because Dart for me is so much more aggressive inside the baseline as soon as she gets a look in. And the longer the rallies go, it feels like Paula gets further and further back, but still trying to hit just as big.
Fault.
What a beautiful return there from Badosa, but the problem is, you're right, and the problem is Badosa's ball is just landing way too short. She's just not getting enough depth, and actually Dart early in that set went down the middle a lot, and I wouldn't mind seeing Badosa do that, but heavy, and really try and work some depth to try and push Dart back off that baseline. And then potentially open up the court and start to use some angles, but at the moment, you're right, she's just pressing harder and harder and overplaying.
So it's 15.
Vamos, venga.
30.
Venga, pasa los brazos, vamos de revés.
I think the other thing we've got to remember is this is actually Badosa's first match of the season, so I feel like, without being too critical, we've got to give her a little bit of time, see if she'll work out court positioning and depth of shot.
Fault.
Absolutely right. She actually lost her first match of the season last year as well to Azarenka down in Adelaide, then came through a couple of tough matches here in Sydney, ended up winning through to the title, but it took a while, most definitely, for her to play her best tennis.
Oh, she's finding hard here. She has one of the breaks of serve back.
Great big lead.
Aprofita las bolas, venga, estás molt millor tu que ella. Va.
Va, Paula, va. Ánimo.
Grande.
Espere todo esto.
So serving to stay in it after having dropped the last two service games. The win predictor pre-match heavily favoured Badosa, but that has swung.
Domination winning Spain.
It's all good. You're in control.
She made that?
She did, but she cut it fine.
My word, that was close. I can't believe she didn't let that one drop. Had the full court. Could have played it anywhere. They must have held their breath.
Well, she kept Maria Cicek, the umpire, on her toes too here, because when she came in here, she was getting so close to actually hitting this before it crossed over. Oh, well, she wasn't as close as it looks from that side angle. It gave us a much better view. From behind, it looked like she was on top of the net.
Oh, she's going to lose her first serve soon with the time violations.
Físicamente era muy improbable.
Let's pass it.
Well, that's 7 consecutive points for the Spaniard. She's turned the pressure back onto Harriet Dart, who's got one more chance to try to serve this set out. 5-4.
Pensa que aquestes boles et van molt millor que ella, molt millor. Molt bé aquests dos jocs, perfecte. Va. Vamos.
Por arriba, otra hacia atrás. Sí. Entonces quedas corto y lo que hablamos, enseguida ella está aquí. Sí. Y si está aquí ya es muy bien. Sí. Porque ya entonces ya pasa, tienes que jugar por abajo.
Exacte.
¿Vale?
Molt bé. Al revés, passa els braços, dona l'espai. Si estàs darrere, passa. Passa que la bola cau.
Put that behind you. Come on. Right here. Huh? Yeah, I mean, God, she absolutely crushes it. And, you know, if she's got time on her forehand, she will. She'll crush it and she'll hit some winners, but that's okay. You know to stay away from that. Come on. Good discipline. Doing great. Take your time. Point for point. A little bit. You got behind in the count, didn't you? You were sort of 15, 30, yeah. You were up 15, 15, 30. Strong first point right now. Come on. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
It did seem like the Spanish team were talking about the depth on the Badosa backhand side, just figuring out ways to maybe improve that. And you can just see where the ball strike is hit at the moment between the two of them. Badosa playing plenty more from way back behind the court, needs to just bring that 13% a little higher.
And the rise stat there in the bottom left. It's Dart that is really doing a good job at taking time away by getting the ball early.
The momentum's totally shifted, even though Harriet's serving for the set again. It doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy game for her.
No, she needs some help here from Badosa, who's really done well in tightening up the unforced error count.
Well, that second serve is 70 miles per hour.
That's the way, Harry, come on.
13 kilometres. So the nerves are most definitely there.
Foot fault.
Okay, so we have the electronic line calling. You can't argue with it.
You could feel that one coming. And we are in a prime position to see how far behind the head that ball toss was.
Just learning too that foot fault in fact is called by an official using cameras. It isn't done by the automatic line calling as we see it when a ball is in play. Good stuff from Harriet Dar to bring it back to 30 all, and that was, if you're wondering why that foot fault call came so late.
30 all.
This doesn't need to overplay.
Right here, Harriet.
There's the camera that we're talking about. That one's placed right on the back of the baseline. So the official in the area will be watching that monitor.
Sure that was in, but it skimmed the line.
Fuerte y a las líneas, coño.
Absolutely ripped it.
Qué buena, tío.
Catches a reasonable portion of that outside edge. So here's a point to get this back on serve from 2-5 down for Badosa.
Couple of miss hits there in a row.
Yes.
So awkward when the ball is skidding the other way.
Harriet. Take your time.
Team Spain.
Well, she set up another break point. I do feel like Badosa could be going a couple more cross-court in a row before opening up that line. It seems like Harriet's really comfortable just moving side to side. I want to keep her on her toes.
So that one there was 3 millimeters out. There's the picture. Just drops the ball short. There was a space there. Badosa saw it, committed, and hits the clean winner, and she's got it back on serve.
Well, I think the new balls at 5-2 certainly helped Badosa out down here at court level. She just managed to find that depth, and it just threw Dart off even just slightly, and now there's a little bit of doubt in the mind of Harriet in terms of, I think, her movement, where she wants to go. Some nice playing from Badosa.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Fault.
Well, 15.
You do all that hard work to break serve, get yourself back in the set, and yet the belief on her own serve still not quite there.
Vamos, a qué point?
To win it about 5 times.
She's just found some better margin on the shot, hasn't she? A bit more top spin on the forehand, and you'll see here, even that one there, as good a shot as that was, it's got some safety in it.
Well, look at the height over the net on the last one.
Yeah, and she's just not trying to hit the line as she was early on. She's pulled the parameters inside it and giving herself much better chances here. Badosa.
Fault.
And I wonder whether Casey Courtside, if weight of shot, the continual hard hitting of Badosa is starting to hurt Dart a little bit here.
Yeah, I think the cumulative kind of pressure throughout the set, as you just mentioned, with the shape and the depth and all of that really starting to find a range, I think that is just throwing Dart slightly. And on another note, I think we just watch the time clock a bit. Badosa using every second of the time clock. She's already had that one time violation.
I think the umpire's being fairly generous today as well.
So just gave her the compliment of not trying to clean the lines, and she goes for 2 and makes errors, so, and immediately puts pressure back on herself, and Dart with the break point. That's where it's interesting, we saw Rafa there. They're the types of errors that he doesn't make, very rarely at least, over a long career. Does he overplay at those important points?
Fault.
Dar was looking for it on the second serve, bit of jumping around inside the baseline.
Qué buen segundo, tío. Sí, sí. Qué buen segundo, ¿eh?
Advantage to Great Britain.
7 double faults. And a second break opportunity.
to keep the racket head speed up on the kick serve.
Yes.
I think Rafa's learning it's much better to be out there in control than be sitting courtside when you have none of it.
Se la ha hecho muy fácil, pero... Joder.
Oh, you can just see there, since 5-2 down, speeds have picked up. She's taking a look at the box there.
Look at the response of Rafa.
In Spain.
It didn't need to be that close.
Línea, pero línea, eh?
Yep, line to line. I think that was in Spanish.
Sigh of relief. And it is more of that fast topspin that we're seeing off the forehand side now. Needs a bit of that on the serve.
Paddles through, saves a couple of break points and hits the front. And it's Spain 6-5.
Recuperas 5-2, la dinámica. 2. No más, ahora, no más. Una dinámica espectacular, bravo.
Va a costar un poquito más que salir de fuera con esa altura, pero sigue. ¿Vale? Mentalízate va a tirar 3-4 ahí.
Joder.
Well, we've been on the harbour, done the Opera House, and let's head to the Hunter Valley, one of the beautiful wine regions just outside of Sydney in the state of New South Wales. It's known for its varieties such as Semillon and Shiraz.
Oh, I like a Shiraz.
Do you? Yeah, they're...
I'm a fan of just about any red.
Well, have you ever been to the Hunter Valley?
I've never been to the Hunter Valley, but it's definitely on my list, as is any other wine region. I'm not fast.
Right, next point.
Oh, listen in here.
It's all right. It's gone. It's gone. You've been doing great. You're hitting the ball great. If you've got a choice, stay on a backhand. Here we go. Come on, discipline.
So it's a tough game coming after having 5-2, serving for the set twice, then having break points again at 5-all. The win predictor has been flipping back and forward.
It's been working hard.
10% swing back in favour of Paula Badosa now at this current scoreline.
Hold.
And the good thing for Dart here is that she didn't really do much wrong. From 5-2 up, it was really Badosa lifting her level and cutting down on the errors. So she can just think to herself, look, I'll keep doing what I'm doing, maybe get a bit more power on the serve, but it's not been bad at all.
¿Sí? Vale, vale.
That's really good ball striking from Badosa now. Just really found some form.
Aquí, vamos. Caliente, vamos.
Muy bien, vamos, vamos.
Keep your hands up.
And she was making those 9 times out of 10.
Come on, hit your spot again.
And that 28, almost 29 minutes.
Come on,
feeling
right now.
like an awfully long time now for Dart.
But the balls you're missing, they're only missing by millimetres, aren't they? They're not missing by big margins, but you just can't aim for the line. There you go. That's where she's struggling to get that ball, where we saw the good stat where she was getting the ball on the rise. When Badosa's picked up the pace, it's made it far more difficult for her to get the one where she can do this shot here. So she can get in, takes it early. That takes time away from Badosa.
It's the catch-22, isn't it? Because Badosa starts playing better, so then she feels like she needs to go for lines more. And it's not even a conscious thought. You're not thinking to yourself, right, I'm going to aim closer to the line. It's the complete opposite. It's just what happens under pressure in the moment, and that was pressure on the serve.
Come on, compete. That's all there is to it. Come on, right now. Come on.
And saque.
Vamos, vamos.
Just beating Dart there, so just didn't have time to get the racket back. And catches the ball just late.
We have such a good pickup earlier in the rally from back behind. Dart managed to get a decent slice going, and I thought the point kind of reset, but Badosa just played the most ridiculous topspin backhand.
So second set point for the Spaniard.
Tough point right now. Come on. Good spot.
Well, she's going to get out of this game and potentially get the set. She needs to really hone in on the first serves here. She's getting beaten up on the second serve statistically at the moment, losing. exactly what she needed. She's only winning 33% of the second serves when she has to hit them. In contrast to opponent Badosa is at 50%.
Stay aggressive.
So that's where she's getting burnt. And the first serve percentage just at 56 for Harriet Dart. But she makes two exactly when she needs them, and she halts the momentum and gets it to the tiebreak.
Come on, every second serve, look for it, give her nothing. Come on, fight.
Ánimo, primer punto, ¿eh? Va.
Vamos, punto. Paula. Vamos.
Venga, vamos.
Vamos, va.
Say this is some of the best movement I think I've ever seen from Harriet Dart, and it's what she's able to do pushed on the run. There was a heavy topspin backhand at one point, creating some time for herself. This one was a short cross-court angle. It's just such good variation under pressure.
Vamos.
Trying so hard, she's left the court. She was pushed so deep into the corner of the stadium.
Laura, you know Harriet more than I do, but there is no doubt in my mind that the team zone and the voice of Tim Henman in the small snippets of what he is saying is helping Harriet from 5-2 down. Even her attitude, demeanour, how she's going about every point has been impressive.
You're right. I mean, just to have those voices, I think it's forcing her to stay aggressive as well, because so often in tight situations you can see her take the pace off the forehand side in particular. But what she's really improved over the last 18 months is that forehand, and just the way that she's willing to go after it today has been such a huge difference. Even if she ends up losing this set, I think so many positives to take from it.
Tavares also serve, winning Spain.
Oh, you knew it was coming.
Because you were way late over. You mistossed it on one.
But I'm not doing it on purpose.
I know, but you still have 25 seconds to serve.
So that means this is a second serve. Loses the first serve.
For me, is a bit of a grey area, to be honest, because sometimes you throw the ball up and that counts as you starting the action and you're starting the point. But in this case, the umpire's saying that's actually not the case.
That's the first time I've seen that ruling. I can understand where it's coming from, but I'm with you.
it certainly wasn't a deliberate. Wasn't a deliberate ploy. So now what Badosa has to deal with is to get that out of the head.
And now, every time it's going to be that second serve. But even yesterday, Cal Norrie was throwing it up and catching it a fair amount. It's definitely not on purpose. I think that's a tough call.
Way back into the tie-break, Badosa.
Ben aguantat, vamos. Això és. No perdis pista. Sí.
Està pesada ara de bola.
Quan la tinguis, tira, tu, tira. Molt bé, Paula.
Aguanta i vamos.
No t'apuris, tampoc. La que tinguis,
So here's the point, though, for me. We're just given a time violation for less than 25 seconds. The play's meant to be continuous here. We don't go in and we're not supposed to have drinks and big towel downs and discussions. We're supposed to actually go around the other end and keep playing. This is one part that we can really tidy up. This ends up being a minute in between the points. It shouldn't be that. And it's one of the problems with tennis at the moment is how long we take to get matches done, and this is one of the reasons why.
Team Great Britain.
And these are two huge points for Dart.
Right here.
See if she can put some more pressure on the Badosa serve.
Now, good stuff from Harriet Dart.
By 3, Team Great Britain.
And again, come on, right here.
She took the aggressive choice of taking it out of the air with the drive volley, executes it perfectly. Big, isn't it?
5-4, Team Great Britain.
This is where the first serves become so important again for Harriet here. graphic
Nothing
that
in
just
it.
no, nothing. We just saw that graphic that Badosa had 44 points to 43 before that rally there. So the Spaniard actually, we're just playing points tally. She's in front, but here we are, 6-all, 5-all in the tiebreak. Got herself up in the court. Took the time away from Badosa.
She just cuts off that forehand so well. Plays it open stance and really gets the legs going up towards the ball. In case you're right on that. And you could just see her thinking, I need to get in. I need to get in all the time.
So, both players have had a set point. Here's one more again for Dart.
No way.
Well, she's had success here. Last year winning the singles title, and perhaps that's like a member's bounce for her.
6-all. It's all a challenge, that's all it is. Bad luck, it's great hitting.
You take it while you can get it.
Great work, come on. Come on, let's hear you. It's really good. Vamos.
And Badosa was really on the back foot towards the end of that rally. The shots were getting closer and closer to the net, which drew the let cord. Net cord, rather.
Six-all. Really well done from Harriet Dart. Good mixture of some height, some slice, and Badosa on full stretch that made her pull the trigger and go for the outright winner on this one here.
Let's hear you, Harriet, right now.
Va, Paula, va. Vamos, vamos. Venga, va.
Set point yet again for Great Britain.
And she's got it this time. Wow, what an effort. Had plenty of chances. And eventually, it was a grueling set of power tennis. And Harriet Dart takes it 7 games to 6, 8 points to 6 in 77 minutes.
Great work, yeah? Don't worry about that. She's the one that's going to get tired. She's the one that doesn't like moving side to side. Come on. This is what you do the work for. Yeah? Yeah, it's gone. Come on.
No,
I'm
it
just.
really bad, but I was like, I was being positive, but I was like, I mean, you have yourself to blame, you know?
No, come on. It's all good. We want the clarity on each and every point.
And I thought, you know what, if she wins this out, I'll still win the dream.
Yeah, exactly. Come on. That's what we want. We want the quality of the hitting, moving her side to side, go to the forehand to open up the backhand. If you've got a choice. No, you know, a forehand's dangerous. You know, it's a good shot. Yeah, but the attitude, yeah, we want. Yeah. When you, attitude, you know? Yeah. She's the one that's huffing and puffing. I want to see all the good body language. Yeah, it's great work. Come on. Let's go again on.
Well, what an enthralling set of tennis that was, and you have to ask the question a little bit, Laura.
Time.
About Harriet Dart there. 5-2 up. Two breaks of serve for it twice, didn't get it. Everything could have fallen over there, but in the situation, surrounded by teammates, surrounded by the positivity of Tim Henman, she just stayed true to the work and the skill set that she has.
And she really didn't change much from when she started losing games. It was about half an hour that she hadn't won a game. And just stuck to the tactics that got her the 5-2 lead. Even in that tie-break, could have really gone either way. She had a couple mini breaks early on, just held her nerve, and just is doing a great job at recovering in the rally. She's able to reset the point while it's still happening time and time again. And
during that changeover there, Cam Norrie came in and just whispered a few things in her ear. And I wonder whether, you know, watching last night when he'd had to take Rafa, one of the greatest grinders and determined players of all time. Good start to set number 2 from Badosa, but just to finish that, you know, we know what Rafa brings every time he walks down the court, but Cam Norrie, he didn't change anything in his attitude last night down a set, and I wonder, sitting in there and watching that, how much influence that has had on Harriet. Learning and watching by example has brought out some of the best tennis that we've seen from her.
Yeah, they were definitely bigging her up a bit and then saying, oh, Badosa doesn't really want to run side to side. I'm not entirely sure that that's true. One of the fittest players out there. And Badosa will be really annoyed at herself for not winning that set, having done all the hard work to get herself back in. We saw some real differences on her forehand side. Awkward, but made it work.
Yes.
Ve. So, ratalla pista, vamos.
Advantage, Team Spain.
Da igual las bolas como estén, tío.
So no drop of the shoulders or level of intensity for Paula Badosa. Straight back on it after dropping that opening set, and early great point. Great hustle. But a great point. from Badosa. She has the early break.
Second set.
Well, there were plenty of them in this opening set as we take a look at the highlights, Laura.
It was a bit of a masterclass in heavy hitting from both players. There was so little in it. We saw towards the end of the set they were dead even on points won, but I think, as we can see here in the highlights, Dart just a little more willing to come forward.
It was midway through the set where Badosa started to find that shape on the forehand. That certainly helped to get back into the set from 2-5 down.
I'm just enjoying the highlights reel. As we know, this is an absolute must-win for Team Spain, so they would have done some chatting at the end of the set to say you are the favourite for a reason.
Out.
30-love.
Well, speaking of return placement, Dart not so much worried about the depth there, but almost every single return going into Badosa's backhand side. Very clear tactical decision. And it's paid off.
Out. 40-15.
Out.
40-30.
Right here, come on.
In that point in particular, if Badosa had a bit more confidence at the net, then she really just could have hustled forward. There was a ball where she was in no man's land in the middle of the court, then got stuck moving backwards, and that line was left wide open for Dart.
Al course o kick?
We'll take a look at it here. Preparation. That's actually really hard to do. You're right. You could have taken that almost above head height. Ball started to pick up speed as it was dipping. So consolidates the opening break. Took a bit of work.
Molt bé. Eso es, agresiva con Bugis, bravo.
Spain leads 2 games to 0.
Paula, ve, va. Va aquest, va.
Segundo coge derecha, Vamos,
Segon dreta, sí o sí, vamos.
Venga. Vamos. Paula. Dame la mano, vamos.
I mean, this match is kind of why I love this competition, because I think a lot of people in the stands, they would have never have heard of Harriet Dart. They would have looked up her ranking and thought, well, this should be easy. And then you just see there's hardly any difference.
Come on, great stuff. Go again.
There's a lot of eating going on Team Great Britain's bench constantly. The snack game is...
Fault. Fault.
15.
I wonder if they'd be kind enough to pass a few snacks to me courtside as well.
Well, you're having a look at the match clock. We're an hour and 31 in, and just a set, and love to the other way. They have no idea why we're focusing on them. Put that food away. So what Harriet Dart has to deal with here is that
50, 30.
There we go. It could be quite difficult here to stem this flow of momentum because of such a tight first set. You can, even though she hasn't dropped the level that much, it could get to a point where it sort of just goes quickly here this second set, and you don't really want that to happen.
Yeah, I think it's tricky because she would have given so much effort to close that first set out, and I'm sure she's got loads left in the tank, but she wouldn't be used to this level of sustained intensity based on the tournaments that she's usually at. And there are a few shots from Badosa earlier in the game where she went heavy through the middle of the court and it tucked Dart in on the backhand side, and that's when she can spray a few late. So I wonder if she's picked up on that at all.
Pulls the trigger too quickly down the line once again. And Harriet Dart holds her, but Badosa has the break in the second. It is 2-1.
2 games, 2. Come on.
Well, an important hole to serve for Harriet Dart. Tim Hanlon driving that message home here on the changeover.
It's just, you couple of shot selections where you've gone, you know, line a bit early, but just when you're constructing the point, moving it to side, staying away from her forehand, it's great.
But even when I go to go and just be aggressive into it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't go to the forehand, but you want to go there aggressively so that you feel like your offense. Because, yeah. That's great. Come on, really good body language. She's the one that's, you know, down and puffing, and so don't give her any help. Yeah, but no signs, just positive body language.
Ladies and gentlemen, find your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Would you like to keep an eye on how much you're drinking or not? Or throw them away? Come on. Strong game.
Hang around here.
Venga, Paula, vamos.
This has been seriously entertaining, this women's clash, and it is so important for Team Spain, this one, trailing 2-0 in this group tie against Great Britain. It is an absolute must-win, otherwise Britain get the victory. It's a best-of-5 match tie.
For now, please. Thank you.
Two played yesterday. Cam Norrie with the best win of his career, defeating Rafa Nadal for the very first time.
Bueno, tío, Pablo, te toco.
Eddie Swan coming back from a set down to win.
50 love.
I don't want to jinx it, but it does feel like the Badosa serve is looking more steady in this set.
No, I've been impressed that she didn't come out with a lull after the loss of the first set. It's been very easy for her to sort of drop the shoulders ever so slightly and her intensity dip, and that hasn't been the case.
Oh. 30-50.
Casey, was that bang on the line again?
On the line, just like another 10 throughout this match. But Badosa definitely has settled, and if you think about the first set, she didn't really play too poorly. I think she was definitely unsettled on serve. She'll start to continually ask Dart the question throughout the early stages of this second set, because as you mentioned, how often do we see sometimes players, you know, win that first set, but it's can they keep that level up and that level of intensity and great play throughout the entire match.
It was looking like a straightforward game, and we saw that graphic a couple of points ago, only making 48% of her first serves on the deuce side, and that's where she seems to be having the trouble. It's going too far in front, whereas the ad side, she can kind of chuck it behind herself, and even if it's not perfectly placed, she's still got the option to go for the kick.
But that's a...
Ooh, a let called there. Three lets in a row, and you've got to shout the bar. Reasonable bar bill here in the stadium. Good crowding.
Fault.
This is probably the one frustrating part for me, and I know it would be for Rafa. There he is, he's up, and look at that reaction. I didn't even know we were going to go to him, but you know you've got yourself in this position, a break, the whole works, and then you play low percentage shots through the line, you make errors, you throw double faults, and you let your opponent back in it.
Why would you go for a second serve on the line like that at deuce?
It's a lack of concentration at that point.
Well, that was a bit of a gift there from Dart, and it's so easy from the side, and for someone like Rafa who's never ever had the yips on his serve, he wouldn't understand. And
well, I
don't know what it is that sets it off, though.
Look, he hasn't had the yips, but he's had moments in his career where things haven't been going his way. The forehand goes off occasionally, but what he does, he plays the percentages when he's feeling that way. So that's just not a shot that's on. Going with an off backhand from there, it doesn't make sense. It's really interesting.
But do you not think that's missed because she's still thinking about the serve?
Possibly, yeah, but you've got to clear that, haven't you? Great point again. Just kind of needs to defrag the thought processes and get them clear before each point.
I do always find it interesting, though, because I don't know if some players just have never even had the yips on their serve, and others it's so obvious that they're trying to work through it, like a Zverev or like a Sabalenka this time last year, and you just wonder how it even starts, because there's nothing technically wrong with the motion. It's so clearly mental, but occasionally it starts in the middle of your career out of nowhere.
Advantage. Great tennis, Harriet. Come on.
Good peripheral vision here. She just kept that eye looking down the other side of the court, half eye on the ball, half eye where Badosa was about to run to. She then has the easy put away into the open court.
Out. Yes. Advantage, Spain.
Oh, well done. We need a cam on Rafa at all times. The stress on his face.
Now, good change up.
I've barely seen that at all today from either player. They've been so steady on the baseline.
Spain.
Every emotion in the book coming from the Spanish bench the last 10 minutes or so. That is a big hold, saved 3 break points.
Well, you and I haven't worked together a lot, Laura, and so if you've listened to, you might have heard of it. That's a game where I say put an asterisk on your scorecard, because I think that's a real turning point for Badosa, A, to get through it, and Dart not to take advantage. Oh, good stuff. Well done. Where she's had 3 break points to pull it back to on serve, and she could have snuck a hold here, then she got back in front, and it really changes the whole dynamic of this match. Now, some opportunity to freewheel it.
I think Badosa's called for the physio potentially.
Ooh.
Yep, bit of cramp.
They don't tend to go away. They start in the lower bit of the calf and work their way up.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Once you get a cramp, it's very, very difficult. But
do you think she maybe just jolted her leg though? Because you shouldn't call the physio for cramp.
yeah, we'll wait and see. I'll see when the trainer comes out and see what I can find out. But we're an hour 46 in and we're set in 3-1, and it has been such a physical match from the get-go, as well as a lot of emotion involved.
Well, Tim Henman's watching Badosa like a hawk. She's down his end of the court. Be casual, Tim.
It's time to bring out the pickle juice, potentially.
And she's really looking to keep the point short here. Went big off the return. It's not extremely hot today, but it is humid.
Well, she keeps in touch, Harriet Dart, still down a break, but we'll keep a close eye on Paula Badosa during this change of ends. It is the Spaniard who trails by a set, leads 3 games to 2. So there is the physio.
Senza un faccione che vada?
Sí, hágale pues. Está calambrando, tío. La pretemporada...
Paula, el sal.
Ya se lo ha tomado.
El sal es uno
Well, I think that is looking like cramp. They're asking for salts. Rafa's checking to see what she's got in the equipment bag.
She was rubbing the other leg.
I think she's done both.
Yeah.
Més raó per jugar valenta quan la tinguis?
Valenta.
Vinga. Aquesta. Va, Paula, Paula. Paula, quan la tinguis, convençuda. Quan la tens davant, la piques molt bé, eh? Va, vinga, vamos.
Okay, plenty of work done on the calves of Paula Badosa. Some salts, some hydrolyte drinks. We'll see whether they've done the trick or not. She's serving 3-2 here in the second. But she now has to make that decision whether she is willing to be patient within the rally or it's just a big first strike fest from here. One thing's for certain, Harriet Dart will be looking to work the ball from corner to corner.
Well, it's not looking good. Case, what did you spot at the change of ends?
Well, I wish I could speak Spanish, so I wasn't quite sure what was going on in terms of, but she was talking to the trainers or her physio behind the bench. But yeah, I saw her shot a little packet of salt and scull some Gatorade, so I think she's hoping for the best. But once you get a cramp, it's very hard for them to go away very quickly. So she will get another change of ends where I think she'll be able to get a little bit of treatment or a little bit of massage. She got that on that change of ends. I think she's allowed one more change of ends. We'll see what she does on the next change of ends as well.
Well, I can't forget she's had a lot of tension because of the serve and the issues that she's had today, especially you can see on that juice side, the 47%, it seems like she's collapsing a little bit on the shot, whereas at least on the ad side, she can default to the kick serve as the first. And to be honest, I would say that even if Badosa wins a 2-2 match, it takes a while because she's such a physical player. Unless her first serve's really kicking off, not too many free points.
It's a break point here. She gets it this time. She had 3 in the previous service game, and that's a terrific effort from Harriet Dart. She's recognised that her opponent's in a bit of physical stress.
One at a time. Come on, focus. Here we go. Your point right now.
Here you go, Hazard. Come on. Very good.
That's big to get the first break point after the last game.
Tim Henman joining us in the commentary position. Fantastic.
Love 15.
Still struggling with that leg, isn't she?
Hold.
Here we go. Come on, the next point. Here we go. Come on.
Won by shots under 5 shots, but Dosa is leading significantly. So Dart's done a fantastic job of just lengthening out the rallies. 5 to 9 is her sweet spot right now.
30-15.
Valenta, vamos. Eso es, confía, va, vamos. Venga.
Hold.
Well, this time it's Dart that gets
14.
the lucky break, and Dosa clutches the calf as she comes.
Cringing for her, it must hurt, because you could see as soon as she tried to push forward there, her body just would not allow it.
So the one thing that you hope for Apollo is that it's actually that it is cramped, and the reason I say that is if it's a little bit of an issue with the calf itself, that's a difficult area to get right in a short amount of time. It puts a whole different scenario on this Australian swing of events. Remember, this is the first match back for her in a couple of months.
Advantage team Britain.
And it looked to me like Tim Henman was rewinding the screen so that he could see what she did with the leg after the point.
She gets it. So from 2-love down in this set, it's Harriet Dart that has turned around and hits the lead after taking the first in the tie-break. Now has 4-3.
¿Ha estado?
¿No conoce? say or no? Okay. Un poquito más en los...
There's your pickle juice.
¿Quieres hielo?
It's like wine tasting.
Somehow I do think it tastes
Sí.
much like wine.
Y esto, si quieres.
Off wine.
If that first set tiebreak had gone the way of Team Spain, you're looking at an entirely different situation.
30 seconds
She's got to
remaining.
come all the way back, win
Amb
it
favor,
in
entra un pèl. Va. Vamos, va.
Era 15 seconds.
The tournament referees timing this treatment.
Venga, va. Vamos, Pau, que puedes. Venga, vamos, Paula. Venga.
So some serious work being done on the legs of Paula Badosa in that changeover. Ice massage. There's a swig of the pickle juice, so all the indicators are that it is cramp that she's struggling with just a little bit here. Hard to shake it off. It's been hard to shake off for Harriet Dart, who has hit the front in the second on serve. 3-4, Badosa serving.
Well, I have just Googled how long it takes for pickle juice to make an effect, and it's only 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, that seems quite extraordinary, doesn't it?
Who knew?
Are you supposed to drink the whole thing, Laura? Does it
It says you don't even have to swallow the pickle juice to trigger the reflex.
Yeah, well, that's
Hence
what
She did swallow a bit, though.
Mm.
Well, what a first serve, and exactly what Badosa needed, a quick holder serve to level. She needs to keep the points short. And by contrast, Harriet Dart needs to actually draw them out as long as possible to push the physical onto Badosa here. This is when it can get really tough, because just loosens it up, and we know she's got great ball striking abilities.
Yeah, 141 kilometers per hour winner. Physically for Badosa, but tough mentally for Dart, because she'll be so aware of what's going on over the other side. She's probably got her teammates saying, oh, she's limping, she's cramping.
And that can make you just take a little bit of pace off your own shot, steer the ball a bit, and that gives Badosa time to take these free swings like that. So trouble on serve, love 30. Oh, unleashes a third forehand winner in this game.
15, 14.
$143 Ks this time. 2 break points.
Fault.
Oh, wow. That was impressive from Paula Badosa, and she's got the break again and a chance to serve for the second set. 5-4.
5 games to 4.
Paula, a ver. Espectacular, ¿eh? Això és amb el resto. Això és el resto. Exacte.
I'll tell you what, I wish there was pickle juice back in my day, because this is quite the turnaround. There it is. That was a sip that went down, and then the other one she got rid of, and it has it's done its magic. There's no doubt about it.
30 seconds remaining.
Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vas millor d'això, de les rampes? No? Però no va més, o sí? Vale, va. Perfecte, bona senyal, va.
So you might have saw the trainer having a quick chat to Badosa as she went to the seat, and I think it was a conversation around this. Do you want to take your last change of ends for this injury right now, or do you want to wait? And Badosa opted to use it now, so I believe that this will be the last time the trainer will be able to come out for that injury, that specific injury.
Well, for the cramps, Casey, because it's cramps are a conditioning issue.
Yeah.
Well, she's got herself back in it. The second time she's had the break in the set. The first time she's been able to serve for the set.
Well, this is maybe my favourite graphic of the day. Pre and post pickle juice. Look at the difference. It's magic.
And working hard behind the scenes, our team.
And I'd be inclined to say that this would be a tricky hold for Badosa, given what she's going through on the serve, but you're almost not even thinking about the tennis at the moment, just trying to physically get over the line.
I also think the pickle juice has helped with her ball toss because she, I think, has slightly forgotten about her ball toss and hasn't had to correct a serve for the last couple of service games.
Let's first serve.
Great play, Harriet. Come on, go again. Keep an eye on her between points to see if there's any more.
Well, all of a sudden, looks like she's going to close out the set, and that racket head speed dropped off again. Just waited for the error. One too many through the middle there, and Dart very much in the mix here. Break point.
Oh, she gives a bit of the medicine back to Badosa with the backhand winner down the line, and that's a mighty mental effort from Harriet Dart to level again.
Come on, great discipline. Making a move, staying on the backhand, controlled aggression. Come on, Harriet, right now, this is you.
And same type of language as he used in the previous match with Harriet Dart, controlled aggression, a term and phrase that Tim likes to use.
Rocketing. Lot 30.
Fault.
Oh. 15, 30.
Well done, come on.
I think she let
Plenty of
that
time.
return drop
Come on,
a little
right
too
here.
far. If she'd
Good first
taken
serve.
that couple of
Get up
centimetres
to it.
higher, it would have come down a bit more.
30 all.
It's all part of the plan. She can rip it. Just thinking then, Harriet Dart absorbing the pace and the power really well, but this one just drops short on the service line.
Well, this is what I think Badosa could be doing a lot more of. Going for a bit more width, because Dart is just loving these baseline rallies.
Yet again, a break point. And yet again, a break, so a second chance when we come back from the change of ends for Badosa to serve this second set out, 6-5.
6 games to 5.
Molt bé, Paula, bravo. Això sí la veus, amb el segon saque, si pots agafar un pam més de... i esperar una mica més dintre. Sí.
Well, talking about pickle juice and gardens and greenery. This is a beautiful part of Sydney, if you get the chance, right on the edge of Sydney Harbour, the Sydney Botanical Gardens. They're just on the northern fringe of the CBD. They've got beautiful views, as you can see, of the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. And originally established back in 1816, it is the oldest gardens in Australia. About 5,000 different varieties of plants under cultivation in that area there. Well, the breaks have been aplenty in this second set. Badosa already served for this set once and coming out with another opportunity. First set went to the tie-break. Harriet Dart's going to have to break serve to take this one there. It was Dart that took that set 8 points to 6 in the breakup. This is Group D, and it's Paula Badosa doing everything she can to keep Team Spain in this United Cup. They've got to win this match, otherwise Great Britain will have won the group. Great Britain, of course, defeating Australia in days 1 and 2. 3 points to 2 to get the victory in that time.
Fault.
Block 15.
Vamos.
Oh, she's done that so well. How tricky for Badosa when she's not physically 100% to move forward like that, to get the legs right underneath the slice. And Harriet's done that all day long, and it's just been such a difference for her. actually think her forehand slice is better than the backhand slice because she plays it well off the return.
30.
Bit of a block when she needs it.
There's a little shake of the leg there again on the calf.
Get the pickle juice.
Hold.
Again, the width. Bringing dart off the baseline.
30.
A good one-toe combination with the first serve, took a bit of pace off it, but got width again, as you mentioned, on the forehand. And a first set point to level this match for Badosa.
Oh, the serve was borderline. She wasn't it almost actually seemed that she was expecting the out call on the second serve.
It was a good return because I think Harriet could have been waiting for that call too. She committed to it, made a good strong strike, and catches most of it.
Hold.
Advantage, Great Britain.
I really like the way that Harriet takes that ball on the rise, takes that extra step away from her opponents by doing that. So from set point down to break point. That one's wide, she's got it again.
Great Britain.
This is an absolute battle.
Tie-break.
Every point, Harriet, come on, right now.
So little in it right now. Who's going to blink first?
Hostia, va, el primer punto, va.
Oh, it wasn't the best shot, but it was just that change in pace that did the trick.
1-0, Team Spain.
Dart's so eager to get on top of the ball that she just went for too much there. First mini break to Team Spain, although the break of serve hasn't really meant much today.
2-0. Team Spain.
La playa, eh?
That was a beautifully constructed point.
It's wide. That's two very big points for Badosa.
3-0. Team Spain.
And Harriet Dart had the early lead in the first set tiebreak. Managed to convert. Could it be the same here? That's so good. She gave Harriet Dart the T second serve, took away that wide kick, knew it was coming.
Full love for Spain. Make that 5, and it's a long way back in this set now for Harriet Dart.
5-0. Team Spain.
Incredible poker face.
Nice little change up.
Badosa was annoyed at herself after that one. And I feel like it's because she really should have known that this would be a drop shot here from Dart. So hard to do anything else from that position when you're coming forward. To try and place that deep is a very tricky shot to hit. So still got the lead, but it was a half chance.
Oh dear.
5-2. Team Spain.
At a time. Come on, strong point here.
So we've been watching the win predictor
Coño, vamos 5-2, tú.
change throughout this match. Almost back to square at this point. It's been fluctuating from side to side. Delightful. And she could do that because she was so far in front of the baseline for the previous 3 shots. caught it a little late, but because she stayed down so low, used the legs, was able to hang on to the shot and threads it through the line.
Team Spain.
So from 5 love, back to 5-4. Still just one mini break.
Saca el cuerpo, ¿no, tío?
She did everything right.
6-4.
Played that shot
Team Spain
almost 100 times a day, I'm sure, and has barely missed one.
Two set points for Badosa and Team Spain. One save by Harriet Dart, and we're back level on serve here.
Team Spain.
Yeah, definitely long. No!
All that work, and the set has gone, and Spain are hanging in. What a battle. It is one set apiece here on Ken Rosewall Arena.
Esta es la actitud. Molt bé, molt bé. Ben aguantat acá.
Tiras una, tiras otra, la tercera que estás aquí, baja, párala.
Sí, exacte. No t'agomis perquè te les
Vale, pues si no vas, y se pasa muchas veces 6-7, y el punto para ella, párate. Molt bé, i vuelve a empezar.
Sí, perquè hi ha vegades que la bola no dona, i està massa pesada, i s'apoya molt bé, i tu vas cansant de tirar. Millor quan portes dos bones, vale, no hem fet el punt, que et tiro una cap a dalt i tu també recuperes, saps? Però si no és... Vamos.
Molt bé.
Molt bé, gran set. Vamos.
Començar igual al principi al tercer.
Molt bé mentalment, aguantant aquí.
Exacte.
Molt bé, després de 5 i 4, 6
Well, this has been just such a tight encounter. Harriet Dart has done so well, and then to give that set up with the double fault. We'll take a look at that second set summary.
Wow, still way more unforced errors from Badosa. Harriet Dart was a brick wall for the majority of that set. 10 forehand winners was what made the difference, and she was just unleashing on that shot. As soon as the cramps started getting involved, with become experts on pickle juice all of a sudden, but that was when she knew that she needed to up the pace. And Harriet Dart, if anything, coming into the third, could be working on that first serve points won. It's down at 53, not quite enough.
¿Quieres hielo?
Well, players have been out on court for 2 hours and 35 minutes for those two opening sets. And what have they got left in the tank? We've seen the magic of the pickle juice, and it's worked its magic on Paula Badosa. Her first match of the season. She's getting plenty of court time.
What a match to start with.
So here we go. Third and final set.
And you can't pick it still. You know, the double fault to lose the set, but I still feel that Dart is not going to let this go at all. She's hung in for 2 hours and 36 minutes. She's not about to give in now.
Hold.
So I have a question. I don't know if you looked at it when you Googled on the pickle juice. So it made it. It's obviously it makes a difference. It says that it causes a reaction to change things.
There's some conflicting reports depending on what you Google about pickle juice.
Well, my question was, how long does it last in a situation like this? Do they come back or not?
I'll come back to you.
Hold.
Phenomenal volley at full stretch and a wonderful hold of serve to love from Paula Badosa.
¿Y está? Grande, Paula, grande.
Paula, gran joc, vamos.
Perfecte. Molt bé. Exacte, eh? No especulis, eh? Estàs perfecte. Va. I la tia es comença ja a agobiar al veure't que estàs tan fina i apretant-li tant. Va. Segueix igual. Vamos. Ah, vale. La raqueta nova està... Esta?
Also, here we are again.
Esa es la que te he dado, ¿no?
This is not a change of ends. This is play is supposed to be continuous. It's a three-game piece of play, and we're having more or less a change of ends sit down here. No wonder our matches take so long. I don't like to harp on it. I know it's been physical, and they need a break or two, but that's crazy what that just took.
Hold.
That had the break at the end of the set, and they only played 4 points.
And if you can believe it, that was only the second love hold of the match. Both from Badosa. Harriet Dart hasn't even had one yet.
That's my research assistant going.
Well, I can tell you that pickle juice taken before an event will prevent cramping for between 50 to 60 minutes. I'm not sure what the research is if you're already mid-cramp and you take
you're
it.
fatigued already, yeah. Well, there's going to be some natural fatigue anyway with what they've been dishing out here. It's been high level and high intensity ball striking.
Out. 30-15.
Come on, lads. Here we go. You got this. That's you all day. Come on.
Well, it's equal. Badosa had one earlier in the match.
Yeah, come on, right now. This next
Dart
point,
needed
come
that
on.
let cord.
Focus on what you're doing.
I keep saying let
Yeah,
cord.
and show us what you've got right now. You've got it. You've got it. Come on, concentrate. Come on.
Well, the difference in the second set, average rally hit points, as soon as Badosa was struggling physically, she came further forward, added the miles per hour on the shots, and then comes through the set. So if Team Spain's looking at that, there's an obvious decision.
And then I think for Harriet Dart, just watching that last game, if she can perhaps not get too caught into the heavy ball striking rally and try to spread the court a little bit. So just a couple of little rollers short across court to get Badosa from corner to corner. Given what we've seen with her issue with cramp, that's where you've got to make her work harder. That's a hard thing to do,
both of them could be using the whip way more.
But I think it's a harder thing for Harriet to do with how big and hard and flat Pola's hitting the ball.
I think Dart's got the ability to do it a lot easier on the backhand side because she plays so open stance and kind of cuts the shot off by coming down over the top when she's inside the baseline.
Oh! 30-15. Team Spain is requesting a review of the call on the right.
A replay of that as well. It was on our line. Must be very close.
There's that saying, close but no cigar at approximately a centimetre, I've been told, that missed by. That's a dozen double faults, though, throughout the match for Badosa.
15.
Game team Spain.
Spain keep their nose in front here. Badosa 2-1, third set.
Tenen que pagar per hores. Grande, Paula, Molt bé, molt bé, molt bé.
Grande.
Pau, segundo sale que se te vuela un poquito. Se te esconde un poquito más adelante.
Well, last night, the Sydney Harbour waterways were full with boaters out to watch the fireworks on display for New Year's Eve. But there's so much more than just the harbour. Close towards Sydney, Parramatta River, the Georges River, and the very famous Hawkesbury River, all there for the water sport activities, if you love your fishing as well. Plenty of recreational opportunities around Sydney. Well, we started at 5:30 p.m. local time here in Sydney, and dusk now. We've been out here for heading towards 3 hours. We're listening here to Tim Henman.
You can do it. You've got to believe it. You're the better player. Come on.
You got this, Harry. Show him what you're about. Come on.
Well,
La confiança que ets molt bona, va.
we'll see whether she believes it or not. She's got the difficulty of serving second in the set, always having to chase to get back to even. All right, Casey, courtside, you're at the same end at the moment as Harriet Dart, and I'm just wondering what she's starting to look like. Is she giving any emotions away of perhaps being tired or the scoreline?
Well, I've been looking at her face, to be honest. I love to see the expressions on players' face, particularly in a position that they are, and I do feel like there's a bit of tension within the face of Harriet Dart at the moment, knowing the position she's in, knowing the type of tennis she's played throughout this match.
And that was a really slow second serve, 114 kilometers per hour.
So 3 break points very quickly for Badosa. Just get the feeling she's starting to come off a level here. Broken to love. Tim Henman talking about you've got to believe. I'm wondering if that's just starting
to leave her mind, and there are a few
Hang
bits of
tough,
doubt
Harriet, come on.
creeping in.
To be fair, we're 2 hours 50 in. That's the first time we've seen her blink this entire match, and how quickly it can get away from you. And it's not like she hasn't broken serve before, so can she reset here? Okay, so it feels to me like Badosa's actually quietened down between points. She's still fist pumping, but there's not so much of a reaction.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it comes down to preserving energy when you're physically under strain, which clearly she has been throughout this match. I guess, in a way, there's no point in exerting any more energy than is necessary right now. She's out here to get the win, and she almost looks more relaxed than even in her own physicality, which I think has actually helped her.
Played a better point.
Harriet did an incredible job. She was sort of dictating, and then all of a sudden there's more power coming out of Hala's racket. Great tennis from both women. Overran that one.
Vamos, Pau, vamos. Vamos. Fold.
And Spain surge ahead in this third and final set. 4-1, Badosa leads.
Spain leads 4-1.
Siguiendo la hoja de ruta. Molt bé. Súper. Molt bé.
Bravo, bravo. Sigue tirando lo mismo, sigue valiente, ¿eh? Segundo está
Molt
que
bé.
quiere más, vamos.
Exacto.
No especules, ¿eh? Que es una mierda. Y
Y tanto.
And that was the reaction after the hold of serve.
I'd quite like to hear Tim Henman right about now, because he's been so motivating all week. But what can you say in this moment, just to try and bring dart back into the match somehow?
Come on. Right now. You've got this.
It's incredible when you're so close at times to victory. You think about it. Momentum swinging enormously in this group match now. At one point, Great Britain just potentially 2-3 points away from winning.
Well, that second set
tie
tiebreak did so well to get herself back in it.
And then, you know, Badosa wins this. It tightens things up enormously.
Spare a thought for Ramos Vinolas and Dan Evans in the changing rooms. They've been through it. Waiting for coming up to 3 hours. Trying to keep the energy levels up, trying not to get too stressed at what's happening out on court. There was a backhand from Badosa earlier in the rally where she was pushed wide and she somehow accelerated so much into the ball that she turned the point around with that one shot. Bit of variation with the height. Just couldn't be playing any better right now.
That's the best she's played the entire match. And we're a couple of minutes off the 3-hour mark. And you look at the unforced error count for Badosa. 51 for the match, but yet in this set, only 3. She has absolutely tightened things up, and she's not steering the ball around the court. She is absolutely going after it.
It's ridiculous.
It's gone up like 2 levels, hasn't it?
Again, the backhand when pushed wide, she's finding a way to add pace onto the shot. From such a difficult position, she's almost on the ground hitting a few of these.
Yeah, you know, we said, oh, Harriet's come off a level slightly. That was in the 4th game for about 2 to 3 points, and that's been enough. Two break points for the double break. There is the double break. And momentum completely on the side of Team Spain. A game away from turning this match around into a victory. 5-1.
Coger derecha, cojo derecha, vamos.
Te he enseñado el caramelito. Tío.
Great Britain is requesting a review on a call on the left passed line. 15-11. That's 11.
Such small margins. Somehow has turned this around. Only 2 points away from keeping Spain in the tie.
Freeing it up, Harriet.
13,
May as well too.
15.
Badosa a bit of her own back. Long way back in the scoreline from here for her.
Let's pass it.
Giving us the full repertoire now. There's Paula Badosa, and after exactly 3 hours and 3 minutes of intense tennis,
14, 15.
she has match point. And Badosa battles back from the brink to keep Spain's hopes alive.
Unreal. How she managed to figure that one out, I just don't even know. Almost cramped. Well, she did cramp. The pickle juice got her out of trouble, but that was a mammoth fight from both players. Huge ball striking.
And she'll have got so much out of that match, the first match of her season for 2023. She had to endure a player in Harriet Dart playing some of the best tennis of her career. She had to endure the physical battle that played out for her. She had to find a way to get through the issue with the serve. And at the end of the match, she was playing some of the best tennis that we've seen from Paula Badosa in some time. And importantly, for her and for her team, she's given them a chance to still win this tie against Great Britain. And we're about to hear from her. She's with Casey Telakwa.
Well, Paula, wow, congratulations. The clock ticked over 3 hours. It was such a physical match. You did amazing for the first match of the season. I have to ask, first and foremost, how are you feeling? Are you okay?
I don't really know. I don't know what happened at the second set. I started a little bit to cramp. I think as well it was very high intensity. And as well, first match of the year, I was nervous. Yeah, I think, but I could adapt myself. I started to play a little bit more aggressive. And I'm very happy about the fight tonight because I think I played and I fight until the last moment.
You certainly did, and there was many times in that match that I was wondering what you were thinking, and I guess, what were you thinking at the beginning of the third set, because you came out and you really limited your unforced errors and played amazing?
Yeah, well, what I thought at the beginning of the match, I know it was going to be tough. I always lost against her, so no matter what, I wanted to play my game, to be competitive again, to have this mentality, because I think that when I have this mentality, I can be one of the best players in the world.
And the team spirit, I have to ask you, because it is amazing to see your whole team out here cheering you on. How important was that in tonight's match?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I have an amazing team behind me. They were supporting me no matter what, even in the tough moments. So yeah, for me, it was like an extra motivation. And as well, I mean, the crowd was amazing today. And I have amazing memories from this tournament. So thank you so much.
I'm going to go and let you rest up and recover, and we might see you out here a bit later. But everyone, please give a round of applause to Paula Badosa.
Thank you.
Well, without a doubt, Paula Badosa made some new fans here in Australia with that gutsy performance here on Ken Rosewall Arena. And Laura, she'll take a lot out of that. I just think that you learn a lot about yourself in a situation like that. It can be just that springboard to some really good results to follow.
And Harriet Dart will have learned a lot about herself in that match, even though she's lost it. And she looks absolutely devastated there. There were so many positives to take. And if you're starting the match, the season rather, at that level, well...
Yeah, she's got to realise how well she did play throughout that match and what she is capable of.
Exactly. And... you know, I just thought the ball striking was outrageous and something that they should continue to go for, because those 26 forehand winners off of Badosa's racket were the real difference towards the end. Of course, their account definitely came down in the third.
Well, didn't it? Because this is the full match summary. We see 51 unforced to 38 at Harriet Dart, but it was only 3 in that final set. So you could see where Badosa managed to rein things in and got the double faults under control too in the final set. With only 1, she walked away with a dozen, and that's still a part of the game that she can improve on from today.
Absolutely. As soon as she realised she had to keep the points short, the serve got better, the intensity got better, and it was just because she was pushed to the absolute brink. So a huge, huge win for Team Spain.
And it means now in this match that Great Britain lead 2-1. And coming up very shortly out here on Ken Rosewall Arena, it will be
Ramos Vinolas.
That's it, because he's replacing Carreño Busta.
Yes, Carreño Busta there on the bench. He's been struggling with an injury, and he will be taking on Dan Evans.
Plenty more to come from the United Cup here in Sydney.
Please welcome, representing Great Britain, it's Daniel Evans! And please welcome, representing Spain, Albert Ramos Vinolas!
And a real buzz inside the Ken Rosewell Arena as well, as this men's match just starts to get to the beginning of it with the walkout there. Mark Lopez will be absolutely thrilled. He's already been on court for over 3 hours, pulling Paula Badosa through that particular contest. And a little bit of a substitution here for the Spanish men as well. Of course, it was supposed to be Pablo Carrena Busta, but it is, of course, as you can see, the left-hander from Barcelona, Albert Ramos Vinolas. Carrena Busta with a bit of a tendon problem in his elbow. And of course, Dan Evans already with a match under his belt. Yes, it was a defeat against Kubler out here, but at the same time he will have got a sense of the conditions.
Abby is going to help us tonight.
Yeah, this will be a first match for Ramos Vinolas. There may be a little edge early on here for
Abby
Evans.
is going to help us. How are you? Gentlemen, do you have any question? It's the same condition, 25 seconds, the net machine, the automatic system and the TV changeover. Okay? Daniel, we have heads or tails, please?
Heads, please.
Heads. You go. Abby, please. Fantastic. Thank you. Albert, you receive? Okay. Can we do a picture with Abby and then without Abby, please? Abby, come with me. Thank you.
It's been a little bit of a wait for these two players in the locker room as well. We know that Dan Evans hasn't been feeling particularly great. Jim Curry and I were sitting in the lounge, but Ramos Vinolas hasn't been feeling massively well either, so it's going to be interesting to see just how he comes out into this contest, how he's feeling the ball. We know, obviously, on his day, Ramos Vinolas can play very well on any surface. This is a surface that should, I should say, suit Dan Evans a little bit more than his Spanish compatriot out here. Evans at 32 years of age. This man with 4 titles to his name. They've all come on clay courts for Ramos Vinolas. Dan Evans, of course, just the one title coming in Melbourne in 2021. Was a runner-up here, of course, in Sydney against Jules Muller back in 2017, and historically, as we said in his opening match, has played pretty well at the start of the season in the opening 3 months, so he'll be looking to get his wins under the belt. He'll be liking his chances. Ranked 27 at the moment, highest ranking, of course, for Dan at 22, just outside the world's top 20. And it will be interesting to see whether he can force his way into the world's top 20. It'll be a goal of his as well. From Birmingham, living in Dubai these days. Now, he spent an awful lot of time traveling and playing tournaments as well, Evans. This man from Barcelona, 34 years of age, currently ranked 39 in the world. It's been as high as 17 back in 2017. And those 4 titles, as I say, coming in Sweden 2016, Gustad 2019, Estoril 2021, and more recently this year in Cordoba. And he's also been a runner-up on 7 other occasions as well. And Spain need the experience, the quality from Ramos Vinolas tonight under the canopy here at the Ken Rosewell Arena. He's a last 8 man at the French Open, lost to Stan Wawrinka there. He's been to the 3rd round on the hard courts of Australia, 3rd round twice on the grass of Wimbledon, and 2nd round 5 times at the US Open. But incredibly, and I'm alongside Jim Curry, welcome Jim for the evening, they have never met, these two 30-year-olds.
It's shocking. imagining how many draws that they have enjoyed being in together, but never have confronted each other until now. So something new in this new event, the United Cup. Vinyolis suspected, according to our discussions with him earlier this evening, that he was going to get the nod. Carreño Busta struggling with the elbow issue since Davis Cup. But Ramos Vinyolis also has 2 young children, and on the heels of all the Christmas gatherings, his youngsters were not feeling well, had the flu, and he got it as well. So he's a little bit undercooked, Evans as well. We'll see how that plays out, but there's a lot to play for. There's no doubt about that. It looked for all the world that Great Britain was going to have this tie locked up. Harriet Dart in good command on the scoreboard against Paula Badoza, who was fighting the Brit, and also cramps in her calf muscles, and somehow from a set down and the cramps bringing her down, Badoza was able to resurrect Spain's chances and keep them alive. And this match has a lot of import. If somehow Ramos Vinyolis can get a win here and send it in the mixed doubles, Rafa Nadal looks eager to get back on court. He was very much in the team zone for Badoza's win. He might not be as visible for this match because he might be getting warmed up and ready for what they hope will be a live mixed doubles encounter. Mark Lopez there in front.
These are long days for Tim Hemingen. He's not used to working such long days since he retired from tennis.
He's putting in the yards, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's putting in the passion, too, for Team GB. Let's see if he can get Dan to get them over the line. With the win, they would book their spot in the Sydney City final. They'll be undefeated with wins over Australia and Spain.
It's been a pretty humid day out there. Been a nice day though, all the same, and the roof just giving the players just a little bit of shelter from some of the breeze. Interesting to look at Dan's record against lefties. He won 23, lost 22 against southpaws on the tour, but just breaking it down, it's quite interesting to see that on the clay he actually has a winning record, 4-3 against left-handers. On grass he has an exceptional 8-1. And I wonder whether that's because the slice backhand proves so difficult for players on the grass court. But on the hard court, actually has a losing record against lefties. 1-11 and lost 18. He's lost the last 5 out of 6 matches he's played. The last lefty he beat was against Vesely at the US Open I should say last year, as we're in 2023.
Team Great Britain to serve.
Whether that gives any indication and some hope perhaps for Ramos Vinyolis, but it will be Dan Evans to begin the 4th match of this tie. A couple of very notable wins on a hard court has Ramos Vinyolis in the course of his career. Dominic Thiem in 2016 in Chengdu, and of course the one and only Roger Federer in Shanghai 2015.
Clean attack from Evo right out of the blocks here. Cam Norrie got to be feeling awfully good coming off of the win over Rafa Nadal yesterday in 3 sets. That'll pump up your confidence.
Hold. Out. 40-15. Game, Team Great Britain.
Conditions quick enough here, do you feel, Jim, for Dan to be able to rush Ramos Vinolas?
Yes, I think so. Especially when the tennis balls are straight out of the can, those first 3-4 games.
You got 2 more water.
I think he might be able to rush them as they get a little bit fluffier and slow
right
down.
on him, Evo, from the first point.
Will favor the Spaniard, you would think, in his preference for the extended rally. Evo's job is to shorten the rallies, and I'll tell you, the short slice might be a good play for him today. Down the line, too. Like, get in behind that one. See if he deploys that low shot into the two-handed wing of the Spaniard, who is about to let fly with his first serves of 2023.
Certainly not to be taken lightly on this surface. He's had wins, apart from the 2 special ones against Thiem and Federer when they were top 10, but the likes of Auger-Aliassime in Indian Wells in the autumn edition in 2021. Canadian was 11 in the world then, beaten Taylor Fritz. Kyrgios, Blake, some high quality opponents on this surface. Evans is going to have to be at his best and at his sharpest.
See Evo reaching for those low socks to pull him up. Next time we see him in the player restaurant, I might suggest he get those socks that have the little cotton balls on the back end of them, so it'll just keep them up. Remember those?
I remember them, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I like the short socks. It's good. You don't want them drooping in your shoe.
Good for Evo as well. It probably gives his calves like an extra sort of couple of centimeters width, so a little bit more definition for him.
Sure, he could get out on many Australian golf courses with those socks, but it's good for his tan line. And I guess you're a fan of his calves. Is that what you're saying? Certainly gets that tattoo a little more visibility.
Hold.
That's a beauty. And I'm getting information from the voice of God in our ears from the production truck that short socks are actually allowed in Australian golf courses. That's news to me.
Right here, Evo, come on.
I bought plenty of pairs of long socks over the years here. In any case, we digress. Evans making it tough here. 30-all. Our ARV's first service game.
Yeah, well, Tim Evans wanted to try and hit him early, get on top of him, and that's exactly what Evans is trying to do. This is some nice tennis here. Good pressure. Always a bundle of energy out there on the court. And he has got his eyes firmly fixed on a prize of an early break. Perfect game. It had the absolute blend you're looking for. A bit of defense, using the slice backhand we know he's going to use proficiently, and then he just hit him hard when he had to. And this is what it means for Evans, apart from a 2-love lead, when he does get that early break, a break in the opening 4 games of a set, he goes on to win it 76% of the time. An awful lot of work already here for Ramos Vinolas.
Yeah, one thing the Spanish team can take heart in is that Evans was unable to hold a 5-love lead in the second set of his match against Jason Kubler a couple of nights ago. Normally a strong finisher.
Let's for service.
Yeah, the real significant change for Evans on the backhand tonight will be the slice down the line that he's going to have to employ over the higher part of the net, but he's done it very nicely early on here.
Let's for service.
Oh, that is brilliant tennis. Relentless from Ramos Vinolas.
15-13.
It's It's a type of tennis he would normally like to repeat, rewind, repeat, rewind, get those points extended, get Evans moving side to side. Question is, given he's coming off of the flu, does Ramos Vinolas actually have the lung capacity, the fitness to replicate that time and time again? I think there are big question marks over that. He may have to play a little quicker tennis tonight. We've talked a lot here in the last few days at the United Cup about various players' technique on their serves, and Dan Evans, one thing that he does exceptionally well, and if we get a shot from behind him on the lower cameras, his shoulder turn on his serve is positively John McEnroe-esque. He gets his shoulders so close to his target and then unloads. It's a thing of beauty. The disguise that he's able to get when he closes those shoulders like that is magnificent. There's a good look from the side. You don't really get a feel for the shoulder turn there, but it's a very lovely flowing motion, I think. But he faces break point here. Chance for Spain to get on the board.
Oh,
you need a shovel to dig out that slice backhand. It was so low to the court. Basically had roots.
Come on, Evo, here you go, mate. Come on.
Burrowing underground, wasn't it? Look at this thing. It's like it bounced on ice.
Yeah, you don't need a tennis racket for that. You need some sort of a hoe or trowel or something.
Some nice things for Dan to play when he takes on Ramos Vinolas as well. He can hit a nice quick slice second serve into that backhand of Ramos Vinolas and hold the middle ground, knowing that ball is going to come back on the diagonal to his forehand to get his +1 shot into play quite quickly as well, into it as well. It's a kind of safe serve for him as well. It doesn't sit up, it goes through quite low. The kicker down the middle, he's going to allow Ramos Vinolas to hook it quickly into his backhand side. So it's a nice little adjustment for him. And that side, you kind of feel that he wants to hit the slider down the tee more to get a more central return off the two-hander rather than opening that up above the height of the net with the kicker as he just did. For a man that is as good as Ramos Vinolas, this is a fairly routine ball for him to take on. Absolutely phenomenal tennis. And Evans as effervescent as ever out there.
That's a great move by Ramos Vinolas to just flick this up over his head. Evans, the racket skills were sublime on the move back. Slap shot winner.
He's played a lot of squash in his time as well, getting one out of the corner there. Big hold. Big moment in this match between these two as Evans consolidates the break. Grabs a 3-love lead.
Great Britain leads 3-2.
Great play.
Come on, Emma. So good, mate. Come on. Great stuff.
Really aggressive.
Yeah. The serve, I was playing righty to him at the start. Give me a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
He was giving me a big gap down the tin.
Yeah.
Make the wide one a bit easier.
Yeah. And you have to go to the forehand a bit to open up the backhand. Yeah, you have to, and you set the tone. But, you know, when you get into his backhand side with your forehand cross, he doesn't hurt you. His forehand is decent.
Good as yours?
A little bit more spin than mine. But I think, you know, on the whole, you know, you go 1 in 4 to the forehand, 3 and 4 to the backhand. But come on, that's great. Quality of tennis is awesome. Keep on him. Yeah, every point, yeah. Give him nothing. And don't be afraid of, you know, sometimes that little slow slice short. You know, he hasn't got the skills.
Line.
Yeah, down the line to his backhand.
We'll give you the visuals,
I mean, it's
and
great
the
when you're
audio
offensive,
from
but then
Tim Hemming.
sometimes you change the pace. On his backhand, I don't think he generates so much. And especially if you play the slice, I'm not thinking he's enjoying that much. But come on, every point. Great start. Go again, come on.
And Tim's not wrong
Here we
about
go.
the forehand.
Great
The forehand's
play, come on.
world class. Ramos Vinolas, a finalist in Monte Carlo in 2017, went down to Nadal in that particular final, but his numbers in terms of speed off the ground, Ramos Vinolas, if you leave the ball hanging in the right areas, is as good as anyone out there at times. He's a much bigger hitter than you give him credit for, but as Tim's saying, use the slice down low to that backhand. It's going to just take away a little bit of the threat off that side in particular. And I would say there was a few more RPMs on Ramos Vinolas's forehand than Hemming's.
I think Tim conceded that pretty quickly. You can see Tim down there in the team zone with the tablet in his hand doing a little data dive.
It's either that or he's checking his bank account at the start of the new year.
Yeah, that looks like the data. He's probably just checking the RPMs from Ramos Vinolas just to double check that. And confirmed. He'll be joining us tomorrow night in the broadcast booth. Just pulls that wide. And Australia plays Spain. It'll be de Minaur against Nadal. Great Britain will have a couple days off, so Tim will enjoy the practice with the team and then spend a little time with the headsets on, calling some tennis. Good to have him. Oh my goodness, he missed it. Can you believe it? The equivalent of an NBA player missing a layup. Henman can't believe it. He's trying hard to suppress the smile.
Use it, Evo. Come on.
That's world class. Good serving as well from Ramos Vinolas, who's stopping Evans with the chip charge on the backhand on the second serve to come in, serve into that forehand.
When it's kicking away from you. Yeah, yeah. Come on, keep making him work.
Evans' style already making Ramos Vinolas having to adjust his serving patterns.
Game, Team Spain. Team Great Britain leads 3-1.
Well, he may not have got the playing time under his belt coming into this one, Ramos Vinolas, because he hasn't been feeling that well. But the one thing you know he'll bring is competitiveness, and he's shown it there in that particular game, particularly after that miss on the smash. It's a nice recovery.
A mí también me parecía lenta, pero...
Team Spain has requested to see the replay on the left near sideline.
Ah, se puede. No entiendo.
Sorry, Daniel.
Waiting for the close call replay just to give the peace of mind to Ramos Vinolas. There he sees it. Clearly in. And all calls automated. No more challenges here.
That's what that serve does. It elicits that type of return. Obviously, Ramos Vinolas will be hoping he can get a little bit more depth on it, but it's going to come through that centre part of the court. If Evans can execute like that, it's going to be very tough for the Spaniard to break.
Great work, come on. Every point, it's fine, it's all good, come on. Good spot here, come on. Don't worry about that. Come on, stay aggressive. Get up to this one.
Vamos. Tots els punts, tio. Vinga.
Come on.
Spectacular shot.
Great kick, Evo.
Evans finishes the game in style, 4-1.
leads 4 games to 1.
See, that rally, when you're going cross into his backhand, he doesn't get the same depth. He doesn't get the same depth. His backhand.
Quite middle of the half as well, you know?
Yeah. And you've got option, you can go there, but I think that's a great tactic. I think that's spot on.
Certainly was spot on with that lunging drop volley. Cut the ball in half, had so much backspin on it. Brilliance from Dan Evans.
It's like a picnic here, isn't it?
I know. Anybody else need anything?
Come on. Great play. Great hitting from the back. He hates it when you take his time away. And also as well, sometimes the short cross.
Yeah, I don't even need to like.
No.
Still hard with a racket.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. And again, Evo.
Evo, come on, mate.
Estàs bé, Albert. Jo no sé el feeling que tu tens. Des d'aquí jo... Hòstia, s'ha fotut el brec al principi i ara sembla com que d'allò, però...
It's always nice when you've got a strategy, Jim, that's pretty clear cut, that's pretty simple as well, that's winning you the points, isn't it? This is nothing that's too elaborate. Hit him here, hit him to his backhand. He doesn't get as good a length. You've got options on your side of the court. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Now on the other side, Ramos Vignolas. Again, these guys have never faced each other, which was kind of incredible, given the age and the experience both of them have on tour. Ramos Vignolas might need to start directing a little bit more into the forehand corner of Dan Evans, because, you know, Evans's slice is a neutralizing effect and it limits the offense that Ramos can play. He might need to start moving the ball more in that direction. And the net giveth. Ramos Vignolas have put him in a tough spot in the point, and then it saved his bacon. That's a nice clean winner from Ramos Vignolas, and finishing wherever you want is fine, but rally shots so far predominantly going to the left-hand side, and that's the backhand of Evans. So what we're suggesting from the booth here is that probably should flip in the interim, and see if he can flip the momentum a little bit. Start going 50% out to the forehand and then splitting it the rest of the way. Like that. You know, it's the old 2-2-1 strategy. Go 2 into the forehand of Evans and then go hard into the backhand. And you might be able to sneak in too. You got to be good about it, because Evans's slice backhand is excellent, and he can dip it low, not dip it, but drop it low and make a tough volley. But if you get a big shot into the backhand, he might float one, and that's the one you want to sneak in on and put away. That's what you want to avoid. Being manipulated by Evans' slice backhand is not going to be something that's going to work well for Team Spain.
Couple of millimeters out. Evans showing what a craftsman he is out here at the moment, and engineering the points. to his own design. You could see how Ramos Vinolas was trying to run round his backhand to try and pick up one of those slices he thought was coming down the line, but it actually went cross court and he was immediately on the defense.
(40-30). Game, Team Spain. Team Great Britain leads 4-2.
So this is the last game they'll play with the initial tennis balls utilized here. So this is where they'll be at their slowest. Arguably the most difficult service games to hold for someone like Dan Evans right here. See if he can get through it.
One at a time, Evo. Come on.
Out. 15 love.
Him and really having a good hard look at that iPad on at all moments in this match at the moment. There you can see again he's looking for those patterns of play, looking for something that is definitely working for Evans, or if he's perhaps missing something that's developing and he can tell Dan before it happens. It's good to see. Is a monster forehand. And once again just underlines the class and firepower that Ramos Vinolas has from the back of the court. There's some lovely moments in that rally as well where he looked to come in, and just as Jim was saying, he was a bit wary of Evans's like floated backhand that he can get down at his feet, decided to stay back, and he crushes a 149k winner.
(30-15).
These will be some of the hardest moments for Ramos Vinolas, having not felt well and not hitting enough tennis balls at the moment, just to pick up that type of serve, just to be sharp enough to make that return in those moments.
So to recover from any kind of a lengthy rally. Looks like he's sucking a little bit more wind than you would normally see him, and that's understandable given his lack of practice coming off of the flu. Looks pretty gaunt. He's pretty thin normally, but he looks pretty gaunt over there.
Oh, I mean, has he missed a volley? And he has made some exceptionally difficult ones as well.
14.
He's won 90% of the points when it comes to the net, so not many misses, that's for sure. And this is a very crafty passing shot with a lot of dipping spin on it, and Evans has to get down near his ankle socks for that one. Very nicely done.
Game.
That's awfully good.
Team Great Britain.
It's absolutely breathtaking, and it's been brilliant from Dan Evans in the opening 7 games. He's just 1 game away from taking this opening set.
Great quality, great plan, great execution. So good.
Last mate, great start.
Yeah. Come on, and again. Relentless. Yeah. Hang in there. Hang in there. Yeah, hang around. It's great play. Really good forehand.
Well, Tim Edmund continuing to talk up Dan Evans, as Sydney didn't need to talk itself up last night on the fireworks, of course. New Year's Eve, the first major city to see in the new year, and it is always a spectacular event. 1.5 million people watching Sydney celebrate 2023. 7 tons of fireworks going up into the air around the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House, and it was some party. I'm led to believe, Jim Courier.
A lot of fireworks in Sydney last night. They were spectacular, and Evans has been spectacular here in the opening salvo of this vital match. A chance for Great Britain to advance to the Sydney City Finals with the win over Spain. Should Evans clinch this here? If not, it goes to the mixed doubles, where Rafa Nadal is expected to take the court for Team Spain. Vinolas is going to need a little bit of help here, because Evans is just playing at a class above at the moment. And the win predictor very much in the Brits' favor.
Evans with a different return position. Took a half step back, looked to back pedal to get his forehand into play straight away. Worked out nicely. And it was a bit of a risk, because Ramos Vinolas has been serving out wide on that due side.
He has been, but what happened in the end in that rally is Ramos Vinolas couldn't control the new tennis ball. He sprayed on it. They're much quicker right now, easier to hit through the court, but also a little more difficult to control if you're on offense. And 2 quick unforced errors puts Evans within touching distance of the opening set.
Nice bit of experience on show there, Ramos Vinolas, knowing that he's needing to do something a little bit different, that he's getting beaten from the back of the court, and forces his way up to the net on his terms. That is another wondrous shot from this man. What an exhibition of class this opening set has been from Dan Evans.
Well done, Evo. Come on.
A boutique collection of winners from the back of the court, up at the net. Flawless.
Bravo, tío.
30-14.
Muy buena dirección, bravo. You got it. Come on. You were there.
Second chance for Evans to close out this opening set. Brilliantly saved from Ramos Fernandez. This has been some of the best tennis that we've seen in this opening set of the United Cup.
Advantage Team Spain.